Do it. Alright. Are we live? It says I am. We don't have a preview yet. I'm gonna head
refresh
to the channel. Yep, there's the link.
Live. And look at that purpleness, Devil G-string. Oh yes. I like how it says Litest still.
How what
on the
does?
Chat. It says on the chat Litest on the YouTube chat thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't see that on the overlay. That's just me putting in a little message to make sure it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just me. That's why I designed it that way. That's the way I can post stupid stuff in the chat and it won't appear on the overlay. You believe we're doing part 24 tonight of this series?
Fuck, no, we're getting through that. Holy crap, am I able to actually fucking...
Yeah, we have been going on this for a while now.
Dude, I can just pop out the chat window and have it just on my monitor, not just have the whole fucking stream window.
Yeah, I see you just figured that out. That's what I've been doing for years. It's always been a thing you can do. It's a really nice feature.
Alright, well, that will basically be... Now I just don't have to actually see the stream.
The other thing is I also got the resolution fixed. Before it was set to 720p at max. No, fuck that. We're going back up to 1080, baby.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I didn't realize, you know, the first couple streams I had my resolution capped at 720p for the stream. So Brad reminded me, and I'm like, shit, let me fix that quick for next time. So yeah. So I am...
Did you see what I just put in chat?
Orgasm-worthy resolution. Yes, indeed, my friend. Absolutely.
Yes. Part 24 of our Devil G, our second full episode dedicated to Shiratori's route. Holy fuck. We're continuing off the fucking train wreck that was last episode. Oh god, that was emotional. That was actually our longest fucking episode.
I know, yeah.
Last one.
Part of it was because we spent so much time at the beginning talking about, you know, stuff I've been doing and what all happened, you know, in my absence.
Yeah, and then
like, literally, it was about an hour. Yeah. Then we just kept getting, you know, deeper and deeper into the night, and it's like, I want to sleep, but at the same time, I can't stop.
Time skip, fucking Yuki's back.
That was nuts. That was
Yuki's
nuts
disappeared,
last episode.
Yuki's appeared again. Jesus, like, fucking hell. No. Fuck. Not sure if you can hear him.
I can kind of hear him.
Yeah. The only thing about this is, like, I might, like, actually run... Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. But
what happened?
New window. It's, like, being trippy as. I might, like, run just the regular stream in the background. Pause it, just so, like, I can check the amount of viewers. Hello, Dan.
How are ya?
The man.
Yep. Oh, man.
Like fucking... Oh, mate, I can F11 the chat.
Beautiful.
I've learned all powers.
Yep, Caleb has learned about popping out the YouTube chat tonight. So he's having a lot of fun with that.
My portrait monitor can now be used to its full potential.
Yes! That is perfect for a portrait monitor. Just put in the chat there. So how is everyone's Monday going? Because mine was pretty laid back. I mean, I just messed around with my new checkpoint mix on Novel AI some more, because I've been kind of addicted to that lately. And I did some laundry, and I went out and bought a new box cutter for work, because mine lost a screw on the belt clip last night, and I didn't realize it until I was getting ready to leave, and I'm just like, fuck. Because, you know, now it's not going to stay on my belt, you know, no matter what I do. With one screw, the thing's just rocking all over the place. It's terrible. But the thing is, you know, that box cutter that I've been using, it's been a real piece of shit since I bought it. Just, it's either, you know, too tight where I put it, or too loose. You know, the screws don't stay put.
Oi,
one of the washers
just because you
fell out,
can't
so
shoot
the
my bloody
screws-
speaker wires doesn't mean you can shoot my monitor. Yeah, get back on the top of your cage.
And yeah,
you
just,
little
it was a
fuck.
real pain in the ass, so I just decided, nah.
I just sent you
I'm just gonna get a new one. Oh wait, what did you send
I just
me?
sent you. I sent you what like the setup looks like. Hey, no chewing the monitor. I will put you back.
Tiny, what are you doing? Dan, you are still waiting for test results, huh? I hope you get them soon, and hopefully it's the result you were hoping for. Cause yeah, never fun waiting for test results.
Come on, don't make a fuss.
So I'm going through some stuff in the servers I'm a part of, and the last one I usually go to, Hibernation. Somebody made something based on a song that Nate Wants to Battle made that I like.
Otherwise, no, don't do that.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna pull a Sayori. I expected this more than 50 correct answers. Okay,
Come on,
out of how many? But yeah, let me go into my overlay.
If it's out of
and,
100, then that's at least a pass.
Yeah, that's at least half.
Mm.
Alright, let me switch the window over to Discord here on the Hibernation server, because this artwork's actually really cool. Yeah, it's based on, I think loosely based on Nate Wants to Battle's song, Delete Me. I actually quite like that one. Loosely based on Nate Wants I actually quite like he says it's like the most basic thing ever, but yeah, cool stuff, JSV. He says it's like the most...
Nice artwork.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. Like I said, he says it's kind of basic, but I like it. Okay, so it is out of 100, Dan. Well, I hope it turns out. Hope it turns out well for you.
Alright, well, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Yep, I'm just about ready. I'm gonna check out what you sent me here. Thing is, I have no idea how good the others did. If the others did better than me, I go down to a classroom with slower teaching quality, and that isn't convenient for me at all. Yeah. Ugh, that sounds frustrating. So I hope it turns out well for you.
That's the biggest issue with, like, classrooms is catering.
Uh-huh.
Like,
yeah.
people that aren't good get the incompetent teachers.
Yeah, it's just really shit.
Yeah, my homeroom teacher in high school, it was, like, barely able to manage, like, when things got stressful, she just got loud and it just got more fucked.
Oh, yeah.
It was either lecturing or just
that's not the sign
yelling
of a good
for
teacher.
no particular reason. And my partner's little brother is dealing with the same teacher, and it's just like, yeah.
I feel bad for him. That's just no fun. Yeah, my sisters had been dealing with a irritating teacher in one of her classes I should say this was last semester. Yeah, my sister. But yeah,
Fuck, I
was hearing about some of the
mate.
kind of shit the guy was doing, and I'm just like, how does this guy still have a job? Because it's just one of those people that makes you wonder. You know, they're one of those people that make you wonder how they keep their job.
Oh yeah,
And believe me, I know about people like that from my job. Because some of the people that we have had over the almost 5 years that I've been there now, just Oh my god, they show no work ethic, no care for what they're doing, and it's just like, why are you even here? If you're not gonna try, at least somewhat. If you're not gonna even somewhat try, why are you here? Why are you wasting our time? Because we are, investing both time and money into training you to do this. So it's like, if you're not gonna take it seriously and you're just gonna fuck off and do whatever, and just expect us to put up with it, like, no, that's not how this works.
Mate, I've got to say, the
so
stream overlay, like, sorry to interrupt, I've got another point to add with your thing, but fuck, the stream overlay looks good with a game there.
Yeah. You
Really
did a real good job with it. Because let's not forget, you're the one that made it.
Mate, remember,
I really like what you did
game
with it.
Window?
Yeah. Got the chat there. Got the game window here. Got my hotkeys set up.
We can hide the game window.
Yep, I can hide it as need be. I'm gonna try not to use the chat one too much, because every time I press it, it resets it. Yeah, it resets the chat. I haven't looked into what was going on with it last time. I tried adjusting the size a little bit, but then it either looked off or it didn't really solve the issue. I need to see if I can figure out a way, to have chat messages, just stop at a certain point, or maybe get it, enable the option that makes them disappear after a time.
Yeah,
but that might mean switching over to a Chromium-based browser. Because if I did just use a Chromium-based browser only for streaming, then I would have a lot more options with what I could do with my chat. Because
as much as for me, I've
that's
been
the browser I've been
while.
hearing a lot about lately. It
seems
I know everybody I watch is getting sponsored by Opera. Yeah,
I just use the regular Opera, which that's pretty consistent. It's I'm just gonna be honest. Besides little nifty features here and there, it's generally just a Chromium-based browser with a bit of extra features, which it takes a little bit to adjust to the little bit of change, but in the end, it has its own built-in ad block and a VPN, which you can easily set up. There's a decent feature that you can share information between, if you have the browser on your phone and on your thing, you can send a link there and then access it on your computer. There's quick things, they're little features, but you adjust to them, it's pretty easy to adjust browser.
Yep, and I said, I would really only use it for streaming, because Firefox is my main browser, but the downfall of that is that, it being, the only non-Chromium based browser, devs who make extensions for, Chromium based browsers have a hard time with it. Couldn't you use Twitch to do streaming? I just don't want to use Twitch. That's not, an issue of browser. That's, I'm talking about my chat plugin, because my chat plugin that I'm using has a lot more features on Chromium-based browsers, but I use Firefox, which is not Chromium-based. And because of that, it has it is a far more basic version than what you have on Chromium-based browsers. There's so much cool shit you can do with it on a Chromium-based browser. So I might have, a Chromium-based browser that's not my main one, just to use for streaming. So I can have those additional features.
Besides that,
Firefox is always going to be my main browser. And as far as Twitch, I'm not going to use Twitch just because they are unbelievably moronic, especially with some of the recent stuff I've been hearing from people like Mudahar on what's going on with Twitch. Just it has just never sounded appealing to me to stream on Twitch.
The point I wanted to make about the incompetent workers that you were mentioning before, how you were saying even some other workers you didn't know why they still have their jobs.
Yep.
Fuck. Working in where I do, fuck like, we have to follow by a policy regarding thieves, and we have to follow like our let it go policy, and like, fucking hell, this dumb bitch, right?
Yep.
We had to, like, someone stole like a bottle of wine. It's like a fucking like $10 bottle of wine. Who gives a fuck? But pretty much our policy is to capture the evidence, report it to the authorities, and that's it. So she decided, like, this casual ride decided to run fucking out there after him, and then proceed to fucking like try to get the security guard to like get him, and then it's just like spends fucking half an hour while I've got 12 customers in this fucking little store by myself, while she's chatting up the security guard about it, and I'm like, fucking useless. Like, for one, it's not your fucking job.
Yeah, exactly.
2, none of this shit belongs to you. So, why the fuck are you feeling so bad about it? And then it's just like, when I was just reporting and doing my actual job, like, for having the reporting of it, it's just like, oh, where can you mention that, like, what I did? And I just decided to give a snarky comment, like, yeah, do you want me to mention that you broke our fucking policy by running out after them?
Yeah, it's like, sure, I get it. That is the kind of thing I would expect to see. You know,
like,
that's the kind of thing I would expect to be commonplace like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
When the attitude towards this was, you know, really, really different.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But, like, who cares if you spotted them? Like,
yeah, especially if
matter?
It's, you know, for something that's not, you know, that expensive.
Yeah, but it's just like, what difference is it going to make if it's reported regardless?
Yeah, because that is just petty theft.
Yeah, and
it's a little different when you have
to deal with 12 customers, like, by myself, like, and I'm like, fuck's sake, that's not your fucking job.
Yep.
Get in here.
Yep, it's like, on one hand,
I
understand, you know, your intentions. You have pure intentions, but it's just, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and in the end, it's not your fucking job.
Yeah,
your job is to be in a store. You're not even meant to leave the counter if there's an incident.
Yeah. It's a little different when you're at a grocery store and someone has hundreds of dollars of meat in their car and just tries to run out with it. Because that is something that has happened in stores around where I live. We'll get people like that, and it's like, no. Just no. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that upsets me.
Yeah, but we have a lot of, like, fucking drunkards coming in because, like, we're a bottle shop. So
I
have to refuse service.
I mean, this
was hilarious, right? This just happened yesterday. I was fucking tired. I already was on the phone with the police because of a tip-off that we got, so I had to update him because some little 15-year-old stole a fucking bottle of Johnny Red. But
great.
Fucking these two fucking, like, teenagers, one of them had ID on them, but the other one didn't. And, like, because common sense, I asked both of them. And it's just like, but I have ID. And I'm just like, but she doesn't. Like,
it's like, it's one of those situations where it's like, yes, I understand you do, but I'm not asking you. I am asking you.
Yeah, but it's just like, but it's just for me today, but it's just like,
doesn't matter.
You both came in, so I know you both are together. So, unless I can see a valid ID from her, I can't serve either of you today.
It's like, do you not understand
the penalty
our
for
policy?
secondary supply exceeds $19,000. So I'd rather the awkward conversation rather than that fine.
Because you want to do that.
In the end, like, he was trying to make as many, like, because, like, it's clear that they were young, like, really fucking young.
And they didn't understand that.
He's around that age, he's barely 18, then she's probably the same, if not 17.
Yep.
And he basically straight up, but she hasn't got ID, and it's just like, are you seriously telling me the person that you came in with, you're telling me she doesn't have ID?
Yeah,
and I'm
like,
just
Jesus,
like,
man.
are you fucking... like, the hardest part of my job is not treating the customer like they're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I was just like
that is something.
So I switched into work mode because that's how I do it. I have to refuse service if they do not provide their ID. And I said to him, I apologize, but I am obligated to comply with our ID 25 policy. So, like, and he was just like, oh, what if I come back later? It's just like, I'm sorry, but, like, you can come back later, but I know you two came together. So unless she comes back with a valid form of ID, I cannot serve you today.
It's like, that's just how it is.
You serve to a few people, and it's just like I know you are together, so you two are going to be drinking together. You came in together, and like, so it's just like, no, that's our policy. Like, I'm not going to serve either of you unless you both come back with valid forms of identification.
Yeah, it's like, I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
Because like, I'm not fucking going there, because we have a lot of, because my store, like, I work in multiple because I work for a franchise.
Yep,
so
you've told me you kind of bounce around.
Usually in our store, we're really consistent with harding people. So like, even Woolly staff, like, we had a bunch of people come in from the Woolly staff with one of the ladies there just saying, don't sell stuff in here, and stuff that's here cannot be sold in there to breach. And I like pointed out that liquor licensing laws, that even if it's non-alcoholic products, they cannot be served in this store because that's a breach of liquor licensing, since it is a liquor licensed establishment. So it's just like, generally no one under 17 can buy anything from that store, even if it's a bag of ice. And
it's like, it doesn't matter if it's not alcohol, you know, it's
and she was saying to him, like, this store's pretty, like, BWS is pretty good because I'll, like, instantly card you at the door, like, if they think that you're around, like, you're under 25, and it's just like, I do that.
Yep.
So, like, and we pass mystery shoppers with flying colors because, like, we provide great customer service and make sure we check their IDs. But yeah, anyway, that's enough of me pointing out why fucking idiots don't carry their fucking ID on them, even though they fucking look young and they're walking into a bottle shop. Idiots.
I know all about that kind of idiocy from my own retail shop.
The day
Believe
before,
me.
I had to refuse service to someone. It's just like, oh, I lost my wallet, like, it was stolen. Like, I apologize, but I'm obligated to comply with our ID 25 policy. I can't serve you today.
It's like, gee, that sucks.
I'm sorry
but,
about that.
The policy is the policy. I can't make exceptions.
I can't serve you. That's simple as that. And he was just like fucking swearing under his breath as he left, and I was just like, have a good day.
Yep.
Like, I have to deal with fucking a lot of shit. Like, people, like, it's fucking dumb. I've had someone tell me to get my eyes checked and everything, and it's just like, fucking bitch.
Yep. I think one of my favorite calls I ever heard about at my job is somebody wanted to return a cut of meat that they got from our meat department because they cooked it wrong. It's like, I'm sorry, but that is your own damn fault. You're the one that didn't know. Yeah, exactly. You're the one that didn't know how to cook it. That's on you, bro. We are not responsible for your lack of knowledge on how to cook a steak.
It's not our fault that you are incompetent.
Exactly. Oh, that was just one of the dumbest calls I ever heard about.
You don't fucking ask for a refund from the prostitute because you're impotent.
Yes! Thank you! My god. I think that's a good note to end on. Let's get into where we were last time. We've been going for a little while now. Kind of like the last episode. Okay, yep.
Oh, yep. Here's back into the thick of it.
Yep. Once more into the breach. The pair of sisters were so different. It was difficult to call them.
Is this
pair.
my line? Because it's Shiratori?
Yeah, I think this is Yuki actually.
Alright,
Look at that. Look at those eyes.
Yeah. But it also has the silhouette of Yuki in the background, so that's like, I don't know, we'll just do it anyway. Yeah.
Alright, you're up.
The pair of sisters were so different. It was difficult to call them a pair. However, these differences merely sparked admiration and a touch of envy in Mizuha. Unlike her, Yuki could express herself masterfully. Mizuha had always wished from the bottom of her heart to be more like her sister.
Yeah, that's something we learned about last time, that Shiratori, because of, the way she was raised, she is not really good at interacting with people.
Yeah. Shiratori and Mizuha had always seen Tokita Yuki as a strong, reliable, self-affirming entity. One that had been with her in some way as long as she could remember. If she just followed her sister, she just did as her sister said, she wouldn't have to think about anything. That's why that day, the morning before Yuki disappeared, she had failed to realize what was about to happen. Even now, these many years later, the events of that morning still hung heavy on her heart.
Yeah, that's right. I'm curious if we'll find out.
What's wrong, what do you need at this hour? Mizuha had sneaked out of the house the moment Yuki called her out. The sun was still yet to rise. Fuck, the dialogue in this game is amazing. Sorry, Mizuha. Will your dad scold you? Or I wouldn't worry about it. It'll be fine.
Sure.
In actuality, the fear had nearly burst her heart each time she twisted one of the many squeaky doorknobs between her bedroom and the front gate.
Wow.
Let's go then.
Yeah, it reminds me of...
Oh? Where?
Yeah, it reminds me of when I was like 12 or 13 years old, in middle school.
Sneaking out? Where were you sneaking out?
For me, it was, going down to the basement to play PlayStation on the weekends really early in the morning.
I thought it was to, like, hang out with girls or something, but you're a gamer.
I was never really doing that kind of thing in high school.
Yeah, exactly.
I never really... Yeah, I never really sought out a relationship in high school. I just wasn't focused on that.
Oh, fair enough. Well, Zach, yeah, we are a bit early.
We are, Zach, yep. Getting it started early tonight.
Yes. Lisa didn't fail to notice that Boston bag in her sister's hand. Isn't it obvious? Look at all the snow out here. Following Yuki's glaze, she looked up at the pitch-black sky. What does the snow have to do with anything?
Yeah, where are you going with this?
Do you want to build a snowman?
I'm just reminded of the little image we got last time of this. When they did this when they were younger. Oh my god, that was so cute. Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me pull that up. I'm finding that because that was amazing. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Zach, I don't know if you were here for this last time when we got to this moment. Yeah, let's see. Let me chuck this in my browser. I still need to chuck it into Wallpaper Engine to see what I can do with it. Because I would have fun turning that into a animated wallpaper. But yeah, Zach, check this out. That's the screenshot we got last time. Absolutely adorable. I love it.
It's a snowman.
Yes, yes. I especially love the little ear buffs. I didn't even look at that last time.
This motherfucker is mocking the snowman.
Gotta go get some fireworks for the 4th since we declared independence against the South. Yep. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty rainy where I live tomorrow, so I'll be curious what the weather looks like around the time we would normally be shooting off fireworks.
Sure. Let's. Where? There isn't much snow here, but there probably is up on that hill in the Eastern District. Alright. You lead, I follow. Lisa acted like a spoiled little girl for a moment as she grabbed her sister's arm. What am I gonna do with you? Yuki said in a ticklish tone as she led Misa by the hand. Out of context, you think this would be some Yuri plot?
Oh. Potentially.
Yeah. Can't believe we're gonna make a snowman.
I sense sinister
God.
intentions.
Is this snow nostalgic? I can't wait. I said that in Yuki's voice, fuck. What I'm gonna do with you, her sister repeated. Her tone was more sad than excited this time around. It's just like, it's just making us feel bad for the intention.
Uh-huh, yeah.
However, Mizuho was too busy rejoicing to pay it heed.
Like, I should be excited to see this right now, but because of that look she gave with this
strike with your
silence,
electric.
I'm just like, no. Where are you going with this?
God damn. Alright. They hailed a taxi and Yuki told the driver their destination. By the time the eastern sky had begun to illuminate with the fires of dawn, they had neared the hilly region they were heading for. The gravel road shook the taxi wildly.
Yep. I know all about that.
Misa gazed out the milky white snow landscape, distracted entirely from the sister sitting next to her. They got out near the deserted park and Misa immediately began to gather up snow. She diligently rolled snowballs fit for a snowman's body and head. She sought out branches and stabbed them into the body to create arms. She placed a bucket from the park's bathroom on its head and decided her adorable snowman was finished. Oh, come on!
That's amazing.
Now that would be a background worthy for a wallpaper engine.
One step ahead of ya. Yoink. One nice thing with one nice thing with the Windows 11 snipping tool is that as soon as I make a snip, it makes a save of the image. I don't have to manually save it. That's just
nice.
if I want to rename it. So that's a nice feature. Anyway,
in the end, you can just rename the file.
Oh
like
yeah. That's what I've been doing for my thumbnails.
Nice. No thanks to you, Nissan. You didn't do anything. Didn't I?
She's the one who brought you here, so I would argue that.
Yeah, you've always been like that. Jeez, you're such a lazy bones. They both look up to the sky. The sun peeks down between the clouds. At some point, the snow had stopped. You gave him the scarf, huh? Yeah, should I not have? I'm a bit jealous.
I think it was a good offer.
I'm sorry, I'll take it back. Just kidding. Just don't forget it when we go to leave. Yuki had a strangely insistent tone, but it didn't faze Mizuha.
I'm pretty sure that's because it has some significance to her.
Yeah, and I think she knows she's going to leave. Hey, yeah. Mizuha. What? Nisa?
Here we go.
She glanced at her sister. Yuki was staring off into the sky with a tranquil expression. Talk with Dad. Dad? My dad? Yeah, it's sad, a father with two daughters that never speak to him.
Yeah?
That was unexpected.
Quite the shift in tone.
Misa knows that Yuki is far from fond of her father. She would frequently speak ill of him, her eyes blazing with some terrifying emotion. Those eyes were now meekly staring into the blue sky, still fixed there. Right. He's my father too, isn't he? Misa decided not to think too hard on it. Thinking is hard.
Uh-huh.
This was her brilliant older sister, after all. It'd be best not to obediently comply. Best to just obediently comply with her. Alright, Nissan, I'll do it. Zyakun said the same thing yesterday. Oh, really? He said bad guys are usually bad for a reason. He thought I should talk to him more too. Sounds so very like him. Then I'm no longer... What? Nothing. Let's go.
No longer needed?
Yeah, already? Your family will be waking up soon, won't they? Oh yeah, good thinking, Nissan. Miso was reluctant to part with the snowman. She patted its head a few times and said goodbye. She took back the scarf, hugging it a bit before putting it away. Miso didn't notice anything particular at all. Peculiar. She merely thought that Yuki was wistfully gazing at the snowman. Yuki's eyes, of course, were actually fixed on her younger sister. Stop here for a moment, if you would, sir. Yuki suddenly spoke up as a taxi approached a subway station in the Eastern District. What is it, Nissan? We're not at your house yet. You just continue on your way home. I've got a little business to attend to. Business? Can't I come? If you don't hurry home, your father's gonna be livid.
So this must be the last time that she saw Yuki.
Yeah, but it was only that now that Misa began to get a bad feeling about this. Hey, Nissan, there's something else I wanted to ask you about as Zyakun. Sorry, but it'll have to wait until next time. When will next time be? Who knows? It depends. In any case, you've got nothing to worry about when it comes to Zyakun. I'm still worried. Oh, whatever will I do with you? Alright, I'll wait for you to call. Call me when you get the time. And she never called.
Uh-huh, and now it's been a few years.
She struggled with the desire to add as soon as you can, but failed to do so. She was perpetually unable to speak her mind, even when speaking with her blood sister. Well then, allow me to give you some advice. Yuki swung her legs out of the taxi door, rested her feet on the curb outside, and turned back to face Mizuha. The youngest sister's eyes were sparkling. Try to understand people better and move them with words. Mizuha didn't understand her in the least.
As I would expect.
The uneasiness washing over her, drowning her, nearly brought her to tears. She had come to understand the woman before her. She had used the right words. Would she have been able to stop her sister? Indeed, that was likely the case. However, it was too much to ask of the Mizuha sitting in that taxi. Her sister stood up, closed the door behind her, and walked off somewhere. The snowman they had gone to the trouble of making melted away within a few days.
Ouch.
There was no word from Yuki. Misa had called many times, but she never heard as much of it as a ring. She just kept waiting for her sister. Fortunately, she didn't even know where to wait. She stood idly on the school roof or in front of their house's gate, rubbing the cold and anxiety from her shoulders for hours on end. Mizuha, what are you doing? Her father confronted her about her behavior, no longer able to sit by and watch. The night was frigid enough for his question to visibly disperse into a white mist in the air.
Uh-huh.
Mizuha sat up, curled up on the curb in front of her house. Do you have any idea what time it is? The strong smell of alcohol in his breath almost drowned out the faint scent of perfume lingering about him. Director Shiratori approached Mizuha, the gin blossoms on his face, a full shade redder with frustration and anger. Yuki again, huh? You playing around with Yuki again? No, she answered, looking her father in the eye. I'm waiting for her. Are you planning on going out with her at this hour? Go to bed already. No, but I'm really waiting for her. She couldn't explain well. She didn't want to say that her elder sister had disappeared. To admit that would make her all alone again.
Oh, it hurts to read. I feel so bad
Mizuha's
for her.
father glared at her, disgruntled. Listen, Yuki's mother stole from the company. That's why I threw them out. Do you have a problem with that? She had already been told this story a few times already. Each time, Mizuha's heart became more and more hollow. She was too scared of her drunk father to say anything. I'm sorry, he said. Her heart whispered an apology as fate routed out the last of her feelings.
What's up, Cerberus? Yeah, it has. How have you been, mate?
Her father's verbal barrage against her sister continued endlessly. Good.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're good, cause I actually feel so bad for Shiratori right now. Like part of it is the ceiling fan and the fan I've got blown against me right now because it's like fucking 96 degrees or something outside right now. But my god, this is so sad. Just
Yep, father's consider continued endlessly.
Yep. That loneliness she must feel without Yuki, like I feel that.
Fuck.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess now we're back to a few years later.
People are most easily persuaded when trying to sate their appetite. Oh.
What happened to your Steam, Cerberus? You might need me to hack my Steam and uninstall it. Oh, to get you to start making DDLC content? No, I'll let you decide when you want to start doing that. Cause that's your channel, man. That's your decision. I am looking forward to seeing what you end up picking as the first mod you want to play. Because like he's told me he's been thinking long and hard about what he wants to do first for like his first mod, and I'm like, don't overthink it, okay? Like the level of thought. Yeah, the level of thought I put into what mod I would play first on the channel, and I decided I want to start making playthroughs of, mods for this game. What do I pick first? Oh, this one had a demo released on my birthday. Boom, I picked this one. Like, that was it. That's all I did. I knew nothing else about the mod other than what it said on the page and the day it was released.
Yeah, Purist is a pretty decent choice.
I've never played it myself, but it was one of the first mods I ever watched.
Well, since we played it, we won't say anything, but yeah. Alright. Let's continue.
Yep. I think we are still in the eyes of Shiratori here.
Yeah, we are. She has changed.
Yes. Because now we're back to being a few years ahead.
often chose to meet her father with her father for meals.
Mm-hmm.
Are you listening?
Clever girl.
She asked her slouching father for confirmation as he sipped a cup of tea. Yeah, I'm listening. Right. So you became the head of your department? That's great, Mizuha. He clumsily strung words into pathetic sentences. Her father had been utterly demoralized for the few months now. The business world, the media, and everyone else have called him a loser since his company failed.
Yeah, that's right. The whole thing with the Shiratori construction company.
Mm.
The scandalous shit he got up to.
Even his mistress refuses to hold relations with him.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Her
Misa's mother calls it karma.
Yup, that's one of my favorite things. Especially when it comes to, shitty decisions like this.
Yeah.
Like I talked about the last time we did one of these streams, that idiot trying to blow through the stop sign coming out of the gas station across the street from where I work. Or no, that was on a different stream, I think. But either way, I think that was during the Emerald Affection stream, actually. Like, I drew up a little diagram in MS Paint and everything. Because it's like, we've got our parking lot, and then, there's a four-way intersection where through traffic doesn't stop. And there's a gas station across the street from us, and a roundabout to the right coming out of our parking lot. And there's a neighborhood back there. So it's like, when you're coming out of the gas station, you need to be looking for people coming out of that neighborhood. And the thing that frustrates me about that intersection is so many people coming out of that gas station, they either don't see the sign or they just blow right through it because they don't want to wait for people making a left turn out of our parking lot, even though, we have, if we get there first, we have the right of way. That's just how it works, right? That's how it's supposed to work. So yeah. I said months ago, seeing somebody do it, someday, somebody is going to cause a wreck trying to blow through that intersection and getting, rammed by, and, get themselves rammed by somebody coming out of that roundabout. And last week, that's exactly what happened. I was fucking celebrating. Because I'm like, yes! I fucking called it! You deserve it! You deserve everything that's coming to you. My god. That driver. Oh my god. I have no sympathy for... the guy who tried to blow through that stop sign. I have no sympathy for him. He had it coming.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Yep.
You were quick to be promoted. Not that I'd expect any less from my... Her father cupped himself off as if brooding over something.
Oh, Jesus. Speaking of idiots on the road, some guy stole my older brother's bike while he was at work and drove off with it yesterday. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's frustrating.
From my daughter. Is she ashamed, Mizuha wondered? I happily had been hit with the realization that he was never fatherly to her. When's the next time I'll see you?
Sounds like he doesn't want to think about her and he's trying to hurry her out.
He lifts his eyes to Mizuha, his nose still pointed to the ground in depression. He appeared to be gauging her reaction. Let's see, how does the day after tomorrow sound? I'm fine anytime. Her father's face suddenly lit up. I think it's more that, he realizes that she's surpassed him.
Uh-huh.
And that she did it on her own.
Yup. So she's taking on Yuki's lessons.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just look at that Just look at that smile. She knows
Feels
exactly what
empty.
she's doing. I like it.
Yep. I shouldn't hold a grudge. Mizuha's heart reflected on the situation as she picked a grain of rice off her father's face. You've got a strangely cute side to you, Dad. Tears welled up in her father's eyes. Mizuha felt as she had seen something awkward and looked away.
My, how the tables have turned.
Mm.
Alright, and we're back with our boy now.
Yep.
That was a nice opening to the section of Shiratori's route we're heading into. And Cerberus, I hope they're able to figure out who the guy is soon that stole your brother's bike. If they got cam footage of the guy, they should be able to track him down. Especially if they, have anything of his face to work with. Hoping something comes through with that. I arranged to meet with Mizuha on one of her days off. Oh, I need to click back in the game window.
Yep.
She's been pouring all her energy into her work without so much as a single vacation. Hey, sounds like me. I go on like 1 or 2 vacations a year, and then I'm just working the rest of the year.
Yeah.
So I've been lucky to see her even once a week.
Joe, who's late this time, Zycoon?
Sorry, I'll buy you a drink to make up for it. Wait, didn't you just say you were the one waiting for her, though? Oh, wait, we must have been approaching. Because all he said was he had arranged. He didn't say he was waiting.
Yeah. If you insist.
I wouldn't quite say I insisted. We link arms and walk through the tranquil park.
Sorry, it's a business call.
Okay.
May I?
She even asked my permission. She hasn't always been so considerate. Yeah, she's really matured.
Yeah.
In those few years. I'm proud of her. I nod and Mizuha opens her cell. She bore a dignified expression. Mizuha's gallant answering of the telephone was almost reminiscent of Tokita.
I see. Most excellent. They must be thrilled as well. No. If there are men and women on my production line, each and every one of them knows what they're doing. It's them you should be thanking. A celebratory drink on you. Can we do it another time? I'm on a date with my boyfriend right now. Yes, some other time, thanks. Have a pleasant evening.
She cut the call, laughing. You're awfully dignified, huh?
You think?
Do you have people working under you?
5 fresh employees who joined this year. They're all very hard workers.
You seem to be fairly well respected.
I hope so.
She looks down with a languid expression.
What? Jealous?
You wish.
Don't worry. There's no one in this world who could compete with you.
Ring! I got embarrassed and looked away from Mizuha. Really picked up away with words. She knows exactly how to pull my strings.
You're just weak against straight balls.
You're a witch, you know that?
But it's true.
Damn it! She whispers to me as she nuzzles into my chest. However, our embrace didn't last long. It's alright. You don't have to pretend to be strong around me. Mizuha shook her head.
Come on, let's go shopping.
She walked in front of me again. Off we go. Seems Katakura was suspected of burning down Tokita's house. Mizuha and I drink sake at the usual bar. Sounds like they're talking about what happened to Tokita again. So I remember last time they talked about hiring a private investigator to look into it, and even they haven't
Someone
been able to
burned
find
down her
anything.
house?
I don't know if that came up last time.
I don't think so.
No, that's new information.
The last episode is still pretty fresh in my mind.
Yeah. I just remember they were talking about it quite a bit, the last time they were here.
I know, like, a car was set on fire, but not a house.
Yeah, I heard about the car.
Yeah.
But there was nothing mentioned about a house. That's new.
That's true. It's not surprising he met his demise.
Tokita should have reported it to the police.
You know how she is. She probably wanted to take her revenge with her own two hands.
Yeah, that sounds like Tokita, alright.
Mm.
How stupid.
Indeed it is.
Mizuha looked down to the ground.
Hindsight is 20/20, as they say.
Yep, the thing every YouTuber was saying in 2020. What happened, Cerberus? Yeah, that was a thing that happened last episode.
It was rare, but every once in a while I think Nissan looked to be brooding over something.
She did?
You didn't notice either?
No, I did. The last time I saw Tokita, the time she pleaded with me in this very bar, I felt the same aura. The night she entrusted Mizuha to me. Oh. I'm not sure I want to know what that mod's about, Cerberus. Looking back now, maybe she did act strange at times. Yeah, she did seem to be on edge the last time we saw her in, like, the present day.
You don't have any specific recollections?
Sorry, you know me and my bad memory. Oh, that I do.
Release recollection.
My memory is very
yes, I just made
selective.
a Sword Art Online reference.
Mizuha also seemed to be brooding over something.
I should have tried to understand Nissan better. No shit. I always relied on her, but she never had anyone to rely on.
Yeah, she was always very self-reliant in that way. Mizuha then suddenly gazed at me.
Do you love me?
Yeah. I nodded without hesitation.
Thanks. Can I stay at your place tonight?
What an out-of-nowhere question. We finish our drinks and leave the
Eggs?
bar. Yeah, it makes me wonder. It's not often you ask to stay over. Wasn't gonna say anything about it, just thought it was weird. Like, I know about a very similar named mod, Infinity Pens. I need to find a roundabout way of getting that one, because it's not on the DDMC.
I don't think it ever had a release.
Yeah, I'll have to look into finding a way to get it then. If I can even get my hands on it.
10 grand on a mod.
I know, yeah, that's the part that interests me, just how much money was thrown at it. Because it's like, my god.
No, it was over a few $1,000 from what I know. Which, at that point, make a fucking visual novel.
Yeah, it's like, why are you making a mod at that point? Just make it, a full-blown game. Get some return on investment, at least.
Yeah, but with the quality of the shit, I think he was fucking, like... That guy was cheated. Out of, like, lots of money.
Yeah, I'd have to see what it looks like.
It's
I haven't seen anything related to it. Because I've been waiting, to do, like, my own playthrough of it.
Pretty much... like an incompetent developer with too much money, like always going on mental tantrums and shit, blaming the community, and it's just like, fuck, man.
Yeah,
like,
that's not the way to go about things.
And I think like he paid so much money on just crap commissions. I think they at that point fucking just cheated him on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much. From all I've heard of it, is he was just clowned on. I think even Abyssal did some work, commissioned some songs or something.
I see.
Too with, but it's just like, fucking hell. Like, with money in our fucking team, everything's fucking recorded, everything's done. I know what generally things are priced, and we like to have most things done in house.
Oh yeah.
Like, we're trying to make money, not fucking spend it.
Yeah. And I know they say sometimes you have to spend a little money to earn money, but yeah,
that's what, spend it on a free project that's really only gonna get you clout at best.
Exactly. It's like, what is the logic here?
Yeah, because I know, like, we've spent $900 on Pit Pursuit.
And it's like, I've spent, you know, a lot of money on the equipment that I use to do what I do, and, you know, I don't seek to make money.
Yeah.
But that's because that's because it's a hobby thing for me.
Well, for us, like, it's because it's not finished, also.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't released anything. We've been keeping quiet about most of it because, like, that's how it fucking works.
Yeah. And for
Like,
me, this is just kind of a hobby thing, you know. I don't really care to get, you know, any money for what I'm doing, because that's just,
yeah.
It wouldn't be enough, you know, to make back, you know, enough to justify it doing it full time. So I'm like, okay, this is just gonna be something I do on the side for fun, and then I have, you know, my main job, like a lot of people do with their hobbies.
That's pretty much me. I've got my job that makes me money that can satiate my alcoholism. And my narcissistic and superficial girlfriend who likes pineapple juice.
Ah, I see.
So I have to get her a lot of pineapple juice because she likes pineapple juice.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've had pineapple juice. I've been getting a lot of, like, grape juice and apple juice to drink while I'm working on overnights lately.
What about black currant juice?
Haven't had that.
Apple and black currant? Perfection.
I'm not sure we have that. I'd have to have a look.
Anyway, black currant is fucking lovely, right?
Alright. No trouble at all. You can stay over every day.
She sighed. You've changed somewhat, as I can.
Is that so?
You've calmed down. You were more aggressive before. That was because he was dealing with a partially psychotic alter ego that was had the fucking criminal underworld in the palm of his hands.
I guess you defanged me. Meant it as one of my usual jokes, but
yeah, I'm sorry.
no, don't feel bad about it. Are you alright? You're acting different from usual.
Yeah, Tiny, she's got to calm down. Yeah, but as I can.
Call me Kyousuke. I speak decisively and Mizu's eyes shoot open.
No, I can't be like that. Not again.
You know my limit now, though, right?
Nah.
She bit her lip.
I can't remember what happened last time. Caused you so much trouble when you fell ill with pneumonia. Fuck, what the hell?
It's not what happened. Well, was this that time they were gonna go do something? Like,
yeah,
go
I don't know.
look at the stars on the school roof with a telescope or something?
What
Is
gets
that what they're talking about?
viral lung infection?
I don't remember.
They need the cure-all super drug made from stone. The cure-all sulfur drug. Get excited. Sorry, boys. I decided to make a Dr. Stone reference because, like, part of the arc of the first season was like in the stone world, like they had to basically from scratch make fucking pretty much antibiotics. Like from like literally nothing. So like trees, iron, so they had to make electricity, like and that, and like their final goal was to pretty much cure Ruri from a mysterious illness which was discovered to be pneumonia. Which in that era would be a death sentence.
Yeah.
Alright. You're lying, I was awful to you back then. My mood was all over the place. I acted like a spoiled child one moment, then turned into a fire-breathing fury the next.
I think back on that day. Back before the young girl I first dated began to wear suits.
Oh no.
It was a night so cold I felt my lungs might freeze over.
Oh.
That's cute.
It was such a great movie, Kyousuke-kun.
It was a year after Mizuha and I first made love.
Your room always smells so nice.
Laughing in full sweet little girl mode, she hugged me randomly, as if it were a natural thing to do.
What's wrong? Why are you sweating? Are you nervous because you love me so much? I'm dying!
She smiled mischievously as she teased me. Okay. He will be back. So, DDLC New Eyes. I feel like I've heard of that mod before. Why does that sound familiar to me? Hold up. I'm going to the mod list. Yeah, is this the one I'm thinking of? Yep, that is the one I'm thinking of. What happened? Caleb is doing something. He will be right back. Let me switch the game window over while we're waiting here. Cause, yeah, Cerberus. The mod that you were thinking about playing. Yeah, I know what one you're talking about. It's the mod where you play through Yuri's perspective. Yeah, let me know what you think, because I've heard good things about the Mario movie. So yeah, this is the mod I was thinking of. I remember when I first started playing mods, this was one of the first mods I considered, but kind of like Summer Hope, it just fell way out of
Summer Hope.
relevance.
What's going on? I hear Summer Hope. What's going on?
Oh, Cerberus brought up a mod he's thinking about playing, New Eyes, and I was like, bro, back when I first started playing mods, that was one of the first mods I thought about playing.
Rewrite's not a bad, like, Rewrite's pretty okay, like,
No, New Eyes.
I was saying
yeah, where you play
else.
through Yuri's perspective.
Oh, yeah. I think the top mods that I've ever played in the last couple of years I would argue, like, Cerberus, if you're still here, what is your opinion about darker mods? Like, are you okay with something that can have a touch of the grotesque side? Because if you are, there is the suggestion of probably one of the best darker themed mods I've ever seen, and it's borderline psychotic. I'm pretty sure you boys have heard of it, Amorph-RT.
Oh yeah, that's been on my to-do list for a while now.
Yeah,
like I have that installed. I'm pretty sure, actually.
The fuck? My soundbar's turning on.
Uh-oh.
It's kidding me. But it's pretty much a darker take, and it has a very darker tone with religious aspects, which it's to the borderline point disturbing. But everyone just thinks of it because of its graphic CG, but I fucking think the build-up to that point was amazing.
Uh-huh.
Like, the point was the build-up, the progression of basically progression into madness. So like it starts off as a kind of like a redo kind of thing, like I'm back, I'm gonna do it, and then just it keeps repeating. And beyond that, I'm not gonna spoil much more, but pretty much it is one of the best darker themed mods I've ever played, because it basically like tinges into madness.
Yep, I remember grabbing it from a post titled "Do Not Play This Mod" a few years ago.
Yeah, like everyone bitches just because of its graphic CG, but granted, like that's just basically the climactic point, which I reckon the build-up is the best part of it.
Uh-huh.
How chilling it is.
Yeah, and like I understand that people, take issue with it, but I'm still curious about it.
Yeah, like if you fucking played Lead Pipe, then like this will be.
Oh yeah, I've played Lead Pipe.
Like Amorph-RT is like chilling. Like after you finish it, like you will be like scared. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Yep, let's.
Hey,
lighten the mood.
Hey, kiss me.
That came out of nowhere.
I don't know. Kiss me, kisses. It's just the two of us, okay? All right. Hey, Kyousuke. Kiss me. I need more kisses. Hug me.
My goodness.
They know how to write girlfriends, because that is so true. They just have that in like the hug me face.
Not right now.
Yeah. Why?
Sorry.
You're horrible. Why?
He sounds tired.
That's not what you promised. You said just don't do it in public. No one's around. What's wrong with you?
Oh, just.
What's the problem? What's your freaking problem, huh? Well, you're always like that. If you have something to say, say it. I tell you everything. I'm completely open to you. What the hell am I doing wrong? Why you freaking tell me?
She shoved my chest. As soon as she did so, my legs gave way and I lost consciousness.
I ended up sending you to the hospital for 3 days.
Jesus, what the hell did he hit on the way down? Jesus Christ, girl! What the hell did you do to my boy?
Are you sure it was pneumonia or
yeah. Are we still sure it was ammonia? Because I feel like there might be a little blunt force trauma in there.
Maybe a couple of cracked ribs.
He didn't send me anywhere. I just caught a cold. Whatever, bro!
I'm just imagining just like I'm just imagining that, like, she was just, like, freaking out. It's like, I killed him!
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and meanwhile, he is just in fucking, cope mode. He's like,
Yeah,
it was just an
like,
ammonia.
He ragdolled him to the floor.
And he's just like, it was an ammonia. And it's like, fucking cope, bro.
Yeah. The doctor said otherwise. He suggested you were weak because of stress.
Well, what do you expect? Gonzo is practically beating me over the head every day.
Misa's like, I'm sorry for everything.
It's fine. Come here. Oh, here we go. Pulled her over, and Mizuha rests in my arms with a confused expression. Oh, hey! Think this is
We
the moment
recognize
from the
this.
thumbnail. We finally made it! I've been wondering when we were gonna reach this moment.
Oh, the music.
I love it. Hold up. I need to turn on OBS. I'm gonna turn it up.
Oh.
There. Let me know if it's too loud. She began with a sigh.
If I was ever gonna learn piano, it would definitely be this theme, the Close Your Eyes.
I think it is your line.
I thought I could just throw whatever emotions I liked onto the people I love and be forgiven.
Mizuha didn't have a single person to talk to until Tokita returned to her.
I went too far. I thought no matter what I did, you wouldn't hate me. You were far too kind. In the end, it's doing nothing but treating you like an object. Somewhere along the line, I just forgot you were a human being.
There was a time I tried to treat her like an object, too. I'm so glad I changed my mind that day 3 years ago.
I'm willing to put up with me all this time.
Put up with you?
Stuck with me for years, haven't you?
Don't be silly. I'm with you because I want to be with you. Oh, tears welled up in her eyes.
Cause you pity me, right?
What?
You dated me, you made love to me because you felt sorry for me, is that right?
I was a bit lost for words, not knowing how to answer.
Because Nissan entrusted me to you before she left.
So she knew that much?
The bartender told me about it once. The day before Nissan disappeared, she begged you to take care of me.
Mizuha's dignified voice deteriorated into sobs. Before she truly began to cry, I decided on my answer. You don't date someone for over 3 years out of nothing but pity. I wasn't gonna lie.
I know.
I tried to keep her tears at bay, but despite my efforts, they were soon running down her cheeks.
I know, and it makes me so happy and so sorry.
It's alright, sweetheart. Just calm down.
I was scared I couldn't do anything on my own, so I wanted someone to depend on. That person just happened to be you.
And I'm so happy you chose me. So come on, there's no need to cry.
I didn't know you had a fever. I didn't even care enough to think about it. That's exactly why I'll never find out what was troubling Nissan.
She just kept repeating, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I run my fingers through her hair, gently petting her. You've asked me about a lot of things since those days. To the best of my knowledge, I've told you everything. You even made me comfortable enough to talk about when I lived in that run-down shack in Hokkaido. She gave a little nod. Having someone to confide in is important to me, too. You're the only person in the world I can be completely honest with. She started to quiver a bit.
Thank you.
This time she repeats thank you about 5 times. After that, we needed no more words. I gently wipe her tears away. We embrace each other, then head to the bed. I gently push Mizuha down onto it. Do you mind? She shook her head.
I want you to.
Then call me Kyousuke. Use a commanding tone, which Mizuha seems to find somewhat strange.
Why? Why does it matter what I call you?
I was just thinking. Words really are important.
Yeah, Nissan used to say that too.
Then she closes her eyes.
Yes, Geku.
Before I fall asleep, I make a decision. There's something I need to talk to Mizuha about. The tables have turned, haven't they? Hey, that's my line.
What's going on?
Yeah, what kind of decision are you talking about?
The past 2 days seem to have taken their toll on Mizuha's father. Oh, God, I want to learn this.
It's good.
Fuck yeah. With flaccid jowls, an ever-shrinking frame and an utter lack of confidence, he slowly but surely shovels food into his mouth.
There we go.
Oh, God. Eventually looks up, suddenly filled with resignation. I give up, Mizuha. The brand new bottle next to him was just so out of his reach.
Uh-oh.
In his place was an open packet of what looked to be stomach medicine. Give up? No. On you. Not on you, on me. He clarified in a hoarse voice. What do you mean? This is all my fault. He massaged his temples a bit as he narrowed his eyes in pain. It's all my fault, Mizuha. Before her was the ruins of an evil man he once was. The man who drove his mistress and the daughter out of his home. The man who embezzled funds from a school's construction project was now laying defeated. In the end, he was found out and he was forced to live a life in perpetual harsh disfavor. Even Hashimoto, the boy who'd taken Mizuha captive in the school, still seemed to hold her father's actions against him.
Yeah, that kind of stuff carries.
The broken man's eyes light up, his face stiffened, and he groans. I was an illegitimate child too. I see. Do you mind if I tell you my story? Of course not. With a face that seemed about to burst into tears at any moment, he laid bare the pain of his youth. He told her that his foster parents had been worthless, terrible people. He said that his biological father had run away with another woman when he was just a baby.
Oof.
The mother he was left with, the last person he could rely on, then abandoned him as well. They had been eating at a ramen stall in Osaka, and the next thing he knew, she had disappeared forever. Suggested that the incident might have been the reason he avoided eating with his family.
Jesus.
At the conclusion of his story, he heaved a heavy sigh and stared at his daughter. Lisa knew he failed to find any sympathy in her eyes. She just kept silent.
Yep.
Silence can sometimes be more effective than words. It packs a powerful punch, especially when used against someone's weakest points.
Because they're expecting you to, say something. Expecting you to chime in.
The silence Mizuha planted was at last broken by the words she had waited to hear for so long. I want to apologize to Yuki. The fingertips on his temples now dug their nails sharply into his head and his whole body trembled. "I want to apologize. Let me apologize to her," he groaned. He took on a position that seemed more akin to prayer than anything else. "But Nissan isn't here anymore, Dad." He buried his face in his hands and then stopped moving. "However, I'm here." Her father's lingering trembles instantly ceased. The moment Misa had been aiming for had arrived. She mustn't miss his chance to say everything she wanted him to hear. "I have no right to blame you, Dad. I hurt Nissan too. I grew up in comfort, collecting stuffed animals while she lived in poverty. I still live more comfortably than she must right now. I never once tried to understand her troubles, being perfectly content with allowing her to help me every day after day. You may have been the one branded as evil, but I was far worse. I depended on such a vulnerable young woman. I forced her to spoil me day after day as everyone else in my life had up until that point. If you should be blamed, then I should too. Once many years ago, back when Kyousuke had still shut off his heart, I went to his room. If he hadn't had a change of heart, I would have probably allowed myself to be raped. That was how worthless I was as a human being. If I hadn't been wrapped in kindness from both him and Nissan, I wouldn't have been able to continue on. It felt so good, but it was nothing but being sheltered. People tend to say that if you can't get through life alone, but if you don't at least make an effort to live independently, you open yourself up to evil such as dependency and sycophancy. Fucker. I don't figure what the
I don't actually know.
Let's have a look. Let's have a
sycophancy.
Let's.
I'm actually not sure what that means.
Let's have a look. Sycophancy. Obsequious behavior towards someone important in order to gain advantage. So, sycophancy, yeah. Insincere flattery to basically, like, gain praise, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, pendant sycophancy. It took me so long to learn something so obvious. Lisa took a deep breath after a long speech.
Yeah, that was one hell of a speech. Jesus Christ.
Now that's a line.
That is a fucking line right there. Possibly the longest I've seen up to this point.
You go, girl.
Oh, yeah.
She herself couldn't believe how fluently she spoke. Misa considered it as a gift from her sister. "I'm sorry."
And that's all you have to say in response.
Okita Yuki was reflected in her father's eyes. The night her father broke down in tears, Kyousuke called Mizuho and arranged to meet with her. "What is it? Isn't it a little late for a date?"
I was hoping we could do a little stargazing.
Kyousuke shrugged his shoulders. If that had been a joke, she didn't understand it. The sky was blanketed by dark grey clouds and a dry snow. What is this really about?
Well, there's a restaurant around here that's still open, you see?
Suddenly dawned on her. It wasn't rare for him to wear a suit, but this was the first time she'd ever seen him wear a bow tie. She had also never seen him carry a bag like the one he held in his left hand. Hesitantly, but in a light-hearted, joking tone, she said, "Still too early to propose?"
You figured me out.
He said, laughing calmly. The jokes are as bad as ever. Her pulse sped up and her lips went stiff. Kyousuke's grin only grew wider.
See? Now that's the kind of thing that makes me want the old you back.
What do you mean?
You just completely ruined the mood. You used to keep quiet, even when you knew what I was about to do.
You're joking, right?
Oh god.
She laughed timidly, but his face sharpened in sincerity.
Not in the least. It's what I want to do. As long as I get to do it with you.
He spoke in a low monotone. It was a voice he used when dealing with the Izai Corporation business. In other words, Kyousuke was nervous. Misa, cornered, could do nothing but spout words of rejection. Did you think I'd just accept?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it would be something like that, Zach. Yes, Cerberus has switched back to the PC.
Nice. Alright. Wait, he screamed, the alarm ringing in her head. Think about it, it's still too early. For some reason, she grew cross. I need to focus on work. If I get married at this age, I'll just be a burden to everyone around me.
Oh.
Her mouth refused to stop there. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not so sure I'm even right for you. At some point, Mizuho's face had reverted to the one she wore back in her high school days. I've caused you a lot of trouble. She didn't even know how to react to her beloved Kyousuke, so she tried to get his attention by acting cold. I may have asked you to marry me during our first time, but you don't have to feel obligated to. Kyousuke just quietly stared at Mizuho as she panicked. The snow falling on Kyousuke's long bangs filled her chest full of sorrow. Sorry, I'm going home. She turns her back to Kyousuke as if to run away. He calls out to her. His gentle arms reach out to her. When those arms embrace her, she can't help but want to bear his feelings to him, to depend on him thoroughly.
What's up, Oreo?
Yeah.
And I've actually played Doki Doki Mercy. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have it installed. On my computer still. Let me see. Yep, there it is. I've got the folder for Mercy right here. I've still got it. I only took one screenshot during the playthrough. Yeah, that's right. It was of the screen you see before you get into the game. Just readjusting to being back in Texas. I bet. How'd the drive go? Because you messaged me earlier saying you got back, but yeah. How was the drive, man?
The gods have spoken.
The DDLC mod gods? Oh, what did you find? What did you find?
She doesn't remember where she ran off to after that. All she remembers is jumping onto a subway train and heading home.
Mm-hmm.
Not to her one-bedroom apartment in the Western District, but to her parents' home where her father is. I heard him.
Yeah, that's not a bad one to start with. That was one of the very first ones I ever did. Back when I didn't know how to title mod episodes.
Her heavy footsteps wander through the town as a winter silence envelops it. Her cell phone had been ringing incessantly ever since she bolted away from Kyousuke. She hasn't been able to muster the courage to answer it yet. Huh?
I'm reading Oreo's message here. Was good at first,
Yeah,
got lost, and Google Maps was even more lost than I was. That is the worst thing that can happen. Oh my god. Because I don't know if you're good at navigating, but I am absolute shit at navigating places I've never been. Like, as long as I know what streets to look for, I at least have something to look for, or if I have, like, some kind of landmark. Because I'm not good at really remembering street names and stuff. So I usually go by, like, okay, am I at, have I seen, this, gas station sign or restaurant sign or something? That's how I know where I'm in the right place. I see you rolling your eyes up there. That's how I navigate, okay? So, yeah, if I'm ever, driving out somewhere I've never been and the GPS doesn't know where I am, well, how the hell do you expect me to know where I am? If you don't know where I am, how am I supposed to know where I am? So, yeah, I feel that, man.
Let's continue.
So it sounds like you got reminded about city driving once you got to Houston. Yeah, city driving sucks.
Her house had come into view before she even realized she was nearing it. The gate was covered with snow. Perhaps what she only saw was only a hallucination.
I don't know.
Perhaps the figure was real. In any case, she was staring at Misa's family home. It was gazing straight at the window of what was once Misa's room.
Ominous.
She subconsciously straightened herself up.
Holy shit.
Nissan?
The fated meeting. Years in the making?
Yeah.
At least it wasn't in downtown, bumper to bumper like a Los Angeles interstate. I bet, yeah. Bumper to bumper traffic is the worst.
Tokita Yuki was standing there on the street. She was wearing the same red coat and blank pantsuit she wore the last time Misa saw her. What were you doing all this time, Misa? It's well past your curfew. Her long, black, almost transparently thin hair was fluttering in the wind. You came back? Her sister shook her head, neither in denial nor confirmation. Confused, Misa looked for what to say next. What to say?
What to say.
Did you know I'm dating a Zycon? Congratulations, you two suit each other. Your advice worked. Thanks, Nissan. Yuki nodded, as if strengthening her resolve, said, Don't you want to know what I've been doing all this time?
I do. Also, he said people don't know how to drive in the new place you're in. Yeah. Yeah, I know about that. Was driving into work last night, and seems like I've been seeing this more and more lately. When people get into the left turn lane, but then realize, oh wait, I want to go right. And so they just cut across to the, lane that you used to either go straight or to turn right. And then they just go as if they didn't, it was just nothing else happened. It's like, bruh. People gotta figure their shit out before they commit to a lane. It's like, I understand if you're not familiar with the area.
Robertson, I swear. I want to understand you, Nissan. And hi, Zach. Misa drew in close enough to touch her sister.
Moment of truth.
The illusion had legs. It wasn't a ghost. It just reminds me of, like, Megamind. Speak.
Oh, I've referenced that moment so many times whenever I see something like this. Oh my god, I love that movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Her sister really had come back.
Just just like patting her sister. Speak, apparition. I need to watch that movie again. Oh my god. Oh, it's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, dude, I already knew what your name was anyway, Zach.
Yep, Zach's back.
Yep. I went to see the sea.
That is what she told us.
That's a fun sentence. The sea?
Yep.
It was a long, long trip out of the country. The ocean was wide and clear, and the waves sparkled like jewels. You should have seen it. I took my mother's memento with me and walked across the beach with her.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I quoted you for a fucking invoice for a background. Of course I've got your full name and information. Dumbass. not to be rude, but you literally gave it to me as like that was something that needed to be on the invoice I gave you. As much as like you never actually decided to go forward with it, like I still have that information written down.
Yeah. It's called record keeping.
Yeah, and like, what are you trying to say? Actually, I do have your middle name. It starts with J.
Just getting a sip of water.
Alright, yep. I took my mother's memento with me and walked across the beach with her. I think I remember... So, what, you have 3 names or 4 names? First, last name. 4 names. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Watching your best
Well,
friend stream while spanking the monkey is the only thing a real friend would do.
Fair enough. Well, fair enough. I only have 3, but like I know 3 of your names, so yeah. To me, that's a full name. 3 names. I'm not accustomed to 5.
Yep. 3's enough for me.
But yeah, you gave me this much information when you wrote an invoice. So, yeah, and that's enough to have legal standing with the thing anyway. So, like 3, I think of 3 names is considered a full name. 2 names enough to be the invoice to be barely valid, but yeah. Anyway, let's get back off to business and alright. With your mother, Misa muttered, her chest filled with loneliness. That's why you've been missing for nearly 3 years. Because now I remember she wanted to take her mum to the sea, so I guess she actually did that.
Yeah, I remember her saying that last episode.
Yeah, I don't know why we never thought of that. Her sister answered bluntly. Yeah, sorry for not contacting you the whole time.
Well, I mean, the way she disappeared made it suggest it was something else entirely that was going on. I think that's why that kind of just got lost in the
Yeah. Who knows, because she might still be hiding something. It is Yuki.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, this is Yuki we're talking about here, so
yeah.
you never be too sure with Yuki. You never know with this character.
Yeah. I see, Misa says, hanging her head down. She's lying. Misa is not a little girl anymore. She may not have known of her sister's past, but that answer was obviously not right. Her sister's skin was too white to have been strolling along beaches for years. Above all, Takeda Yuki wasn't cold-hearted enough to go on a trip to mourn her mother without so much as contacting Mizuha. Perhaps she really was traveling abroad.
Yeah, who's to say? Because, what are we supposed to say to her? Prove it?
Yeah.
Yep, she's been gone for 3 years. Only she knows where the hell she's been.
She may not have even visited the sea. Nevertheless, Mizuha knew. Her sister had killed someone and spent the past 3 years running away from the police.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Because there was like a whole investigation and things, went cold.
Yeah. Yeah. If she had contacted Misa, she knew her foolish little sister would have told the police of her whereabouts.
Oh, yeah.
She must have decided to come back because the investigation has progressed to a point where she's cornered with no escape. Takeda Yuki had come back to hand herself in. After looking more closely, Misa noticed Yuki was thinner than last time she saw her.
Oof.
Her hair looked dried out. She's a lot more attentive now.
Yup.
The vast strength hiding behind her gentle smile had all but dissipated. She was shocked. Her sister had indeed killed someone. Her sister, who talked so much about power behind words, gave into violence and set fire to a car.
Oof.
She left Misa behind and lived a life in order to protect herself.
Yep, life on the run. Oreo says, imagine if someone found the cure to cancer, but the cure caused people to become more bigoted towards one another.
Well then nothing really would change then.
Oh, wow. How optimistic of you.
Oh yeah. People are dicks to start with, so it's fucking shocking how much random assholes can be.
Yeah, I mean, trust me,
Just
I know
out of
all
nowhere.
about that from retail.
Yeah, retail you understand.
Yep. You meet some of the worst of humanity working in retail, so yeah, if you've ever worked in retail, you understand.
Yeah. How, I get a special level of degeneracy since I sell alcohol to people, so we get that concentrated.
Yep.
Because retail and alcohol is so much worse.
I can believe it. We've got a alcohol shop connected to our store, and I don't really go in there much, but if I ask the guys there that work there for some stories, I'm sure they could tell me some horror stories.
Oh yeah. The sea, you said? That's great. Mum must have really been pleased. She wanted to say the little girl her sister loved so dearly. Misa, Yuki's eyes gorged in an unfamiliar color, but the shine in her eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything was still there. She opened and closed her mouth repeatedly as if trying to say something and then changing her mind. Then suddenly she let it all out.
Here we go. Hold on to your butts.
I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time. Misa was happy enough just to hear those words. People would soon scorn Yuki as a cowardly murderer. They wouldn't care to understand her reasons. But no matter what society did to her sister, Misa swore to never blame Yuki. The crybaby Misa surfaced for a moment. Oh, the music! She sobbed a bit into her suit sleeve.
When am I gonna start OnlyFans? Keep dreaming.
Yeah, it'll just be we'll just be paying a subscription to, we'll be paying a $30 subscription for a 30-minute video of you stroking your beard.
Oh my god. Oh. If I ever get to that point in my life, hook me up with a therapist, goddammit, because there's something wrong. Straight up.
Yeah. Before the tears could cloud her vision of her sister's face, she couldn't help but whine a little. Did you know that I'm working these days? I'm the head of my department and I manage a team. I'm the most successful person in my age group. Amazing, right? Yuki looked at Mizuha's attire. That's great. I barely recognize you. Bitch breaking an ASMR. You can hear the little gristle in there.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear it. I'm doing it right now.
You like me stroking my beard, don't you, you dirty whore?
Yeah, I'd want to clean it up a little more before I did like a photo with it. Cause I like to go for that scruffy look. You know what I mean? That's what I like to do with mine.
I shaved recently, just
like I kind of just let it. I just kind of let it do what it does, and just kind of keep it hydrated and not much else. Like I just make sure it stays hydrated, and that's that.
I shaved and it's already coming back.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's me, dude. That's been me ever since. That's been me for almost 10 years. I've been able to grow a beard like I have ever since I was 16 years old. So I know all about that. It does not take long to come back.
He actually proposed to me just a little while ago. I hadn't even thought of marriage yet. That means he loves me even more than I love you, doesn't it? Oh, you did well to enslave that boy. He's head over heels for me, so I'm not alone anymore. You don't have to apologize. It's all thanks to you that I'm happy now. Lisa didn't want to burn her sister. She wore a pained expression on her face, but her eyes were filled with a soft gentleness. Know what else? You won't believe it, but I got Dad to apologize. Apologize? You got that guy to apologize? He was crying. He was begging to apologize to you too. How did you manage that? I just followed your advice and talked to him and beat him with words. For a moment, Yuki looked overcome. She quickly held back her overflowing emotions and shut her mouth. Mizuha, I'm not the person you... Mizuha shook her head strongly as she wailed.
Oh boy.
Part of her brain that was still calm warned her sister was going to leave again. The joy from her reunion with her sister rebounded into deep sadness.
Oh boy.
I can't match you, Nissan. All this time I've tried to be like you. I've copied your gestures, your tone. I'm too dependent, so I couldn't form my own personality. Did nothing but follow in your footsteps. I failed in my responsibility to protect you. That's not your responsibility. We're sisters, remember? We should both support each other. I was always being the needy one, and for that I'm sorry. Fine, it's fine, Misa. It's not your fault because... A teardrop poured down Yuki's slim chin. Misa interrupted her sister's words. Something she never would have thought of doing before. I'm sorry, Nisa, and it took me forever, but I finally understood. Life had been tough on you too. You had troubles you couldn't reveal to anyone. You suffered, and then you left. I'm sorry, I failed to realize that you were the one who was all alone. There's no reason to abandon you, I just ran away, and then when I thought there was nothing else I could do, I pushed Kyousuke onto you, Kyousuke. Thanks to that, he seems to have really fallen for me. Tears washed over Mizuha's smile. Yuki had begged Kyousuke to the very end for Mizuha's sake. Will you marry him then? Her sister asked. I will, she thought. Mizuha couldn't imagine anyone forgiving her weakness other than that kind, strong man. Just as she opened her mouth to answer, her sister said, You don't even have to say anything. It's written all over your face. I'm no match for you, Nissan. Congratulations. Give him my regards. Her sister was about to leave again. Misa forced a smile. Thank you, Nissan. Thank you. Will she ever return? Misa had no idea. Sorry, Misa, and thank you. The snow piles up. The sister's silhouette blurs into the distance. Lisa's heart comes to a decision. If her sister ever returns, she'll drag her out under the winter sky to make another snowman.
Aw, cute. That was nice. Oh?
Bring
Oh.
the next year.
Here we go.
Oh, your turn, sorry.
Mizuha doesn't talk about her sister all the time like she used to. Yeah, she finally got the closure she needed, I guess. But surely she hasn't forgotten her. Tokita Yuki's name caused quite a sensation last winter. However, Mizuha refused to falter. Despite being constantly slandered with talk of her rotten father and sister, she visited Tokita in prison. So, yeah, it looks like...
She turned herself in.
Yeah, so it looks like Mizuha's instincts were dead on.
Yep.
She came to a firm decision after one such encounter. She decided to be happy for her sister's sake as well.
Aww.
Wedding day! Oh boy. That suits you. Can we just admire that? Look at that.
You think?
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen you wear something so frilly.
I could get used to this.
Well, normally you're only supposed to wear that once in your lifetime.
And then let's work together to make sure I don't have to wear it again.
Yeah. Together. Mizuha isn't alone anymore. She's not the little girl sitting in the corner of the classroom anymore.
It's almost showtime.
Her hand in mine stiffened a little.
Hey, Kyousuke-kun.
What?
Do you like snowmen?
Not really.
Just say you like them.
Okay, I like them.
Next time you make a snowman, you can join us.
Oh, great. You're planning to make me do all the work, aren't you?
Oh, how did you figure me out?
Looks like I still haven't disciplined you enough yet.
Try it if you can.
Oh my god! Alright, close your eyes.
Yeah, wait, the curtain's about to rise.
That's the point. You really are weak against these things.
Oh, everyone will see.
Yeah, the Yakuza bunch will be howling. I forcefully near Mizuha's lips.
I get it. Do you love me?
Yeah,
Then will you marry me?
that's a good one.
Just let me say one thing.
I couldn't wait any longer. Clapping and cheers welled up from the other side of the curtain.
You know.
I shut up her loud mouth. May sound rude, but I don't need to hear those words to know what she was trying to say. A melting sensation floods my heart through my lips as I imagine our future together. Naturally, Tokita is there too.
Hey, quit it.
Her shoulders tremble slightly. Ever the adorable young girl.
Hey, let me say it.
Yeah. Mizuha only wanted to say one thing.
Thank you.
So, is that all? Ooh! Ooh! Wow. Yeah, that's a big difference.
Ooh.
Man,
Ooh.
And the opening theme changed a lot from completing the route.
Damn.
Wow.
Holy shit, it just power.
Yeah. Can't wait to see what it sounds like when we finish Usami's route now.
Fuck. Are we seriously there?
Yeah.
Holy
Shiratori's route's done. There's only one more to
Boys.
go.
The promised route.
Yeah.
The true ending.
Yep, the promised land. It's what you've been waiting for the whole time.
Yep, the true route. That's
what it's all about.
Route.
Woo, yeah.
Woo.
Exactly, Zach. Woo.
Usami Haru's route.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that.
Curious how long it'll be until we get there.
Fuck. Oh, that music though.
What a way to cap it off. Alright, now it's your call if you want to keep going or if you want to...
We've only been doing this for 2 hours, so I think we've got plenty of time. Since we started early, I'm good to go.
Yeah. Alright then. We will get back to where we were and...
Didn't have to look it up on Google.
Yeah.
No, we're doing this old-fashioned way. Fuck. That sound.
Let's see. No. I think I just have to go from here.
Yeah, we have to. You remember the old style of skip?
Oh yeah.
Alright.
So now we're all the way back at the
I've got the
beginning.
choices up.
We're gonna jump ahead to where we were previously.
Can you make sure that skip unread text is off? Just in case. Skip red text. Yep. Yep.
Auto skip
don't do
red
that.
text.
Don't do that.
Yep.
Don't click that. So, alright, we're ready?
Cancel skip at decisions. Yep. That's where we're at. So we're gonna we're gonna skip ahead for a bit. And with my my computer, yeah, this is gonna go fast.
Something about canon.
Like, my god, we are flying through all this shit.
We'll find the penguin soon.
Yep, I still got the screenshot. I might have to pull that screenshot off the old drive.
Sure it was.
Yeah, we went past it so fast.
Don't be so dramatic.
Yeah, we went past it so fast. Oh. I'll pull it back up for this. I'll pull it back up for this. We're back around to the opening. That music goes so hard.
Woo!
God, having seen so much of what they show in the intro now, just it hits different.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so now we're at next chapter.
Oh, yeah. That music.
Okay, so I'm gonna show like what my skip looks like for a brief second. So,
yeah,
full
fucking
disclosure, epilepsy warning. If you're prone to seizures, just look away from the screen for a moment. Like,
yeah.
look at this.
Make up a reasonable excuse.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, look at how fast this goes. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yep, Tsubaki's route, Mr. Horse.
That's nuts. Yeah, the
I don't
fucking,
like this woman.
fucking Mr. Horse stuff. God damn it.
Oh, God.
Good lord, that was nuts. And I don't know what they're saying. No, but I can still enjoy the instrumental.
Yeah, she's asking me for help. Yep.
Like I remember back when I was in high school and I was doing a Spanish class for a couple of years. Like, we would sometimes listen to foreign music, and it's like, I have no idea what you're saying, but this shit slaps.
Yeah, get involved with Tsubaki and her family. Expose Aichi's lies.
Yep, so now we're just getting back to where we were.
Yep.
To get to the quote-unquote true route.
Yes. Ditch. Flattering. Keep going.
Yep. That's why I turned the music down on my overlay too.
Yeah, ditch her while I can. Now we're going to move on to chapter 3.
Yep, now we're back at the menu. Diving into chapter 3
Playing
now.
title, The Devil. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to go to the bathroom and grab a drink.
Okay. So while we're waiting for him to get back, let me go to my game window. We'll play a little Pong with Monica or something while we're waiting. I actually haven't... I was thinking about hopping in the server and playing chess with Monica last night, but then I got a little too engrossed looking at the weird shit you can find on Etsy when you search DDLC stuff. Like, holy shit. You're that one guy that drains a whole river for some gravel and sand. Imagine if there was a Star Wars themed visual novel collab. I mean, I'm not aware of such a thing, but if there is one, why isn't the Monica the technical difficulty screen?
I can't believe we're...
Because this is the technical difficulty screen.
Cyril's is back. Oh,
yep,
he's here.
And I bonked the chat button.
Yeah. What have you done?
I can still see y'all's messages, they just don't appear on the overlay.
How'd you do that?
Because I reset the overlay.
Ah, okay, it's good now.
Alright.
The overlay's okay.
Change that back. Alright, there we go, yep. Now we're gonna start going through chapter 3. Bear with us as we get back to where we are in the story.
But man, we're at the final stretch.
I know.
Can you believe it?
It's finally happening. After 24 episodes, it's finally happening.
Yep, the true route and the true ending.
Yep.
I can't say no to her.
I actually got to enjoy the music for a second. Oh, why isn't the Monica the technical difficulty screen like the default one? Like I said, because this is the technical difficulty screen. Because that is seeded into the overlay. And if I want to change it, that is not so easy. Because yeah, if I hide like the main overlay TM, that's what it looks like. A little behind the scenes. This is multi-layered. There are layers to this overlay. As Shrek would say, like an onion, it has layers. One thing I do want to try and set up with the overlay, though, is some kind of like, I need to find a GIF of like TV static. I want to figure out a way to like have a hotkey bind it so that I like tap it. It like gives you, you know, the window has some static for a moment, and then it switches to like the Monty Cam. That's what I want to do. I think after we're done with this, I might try to figure that out. Because I might know a way if you can do it. If I can hook things up the way I want to. If I can hook up like a chain to one keybind. Like, that would be cool. If I could do something like that. I don't know if that's something you can do, but I would be down to sit down and try to figure it out. I have the static thing. It's a stinger transition. Yeah, but I don't want it for, like, the whole screen. You know, I want it to just be for the game window. Like, I wouldn't want it to be, you know, the whole scene. Although that might be what I have to do in order to make something like that work. Just have 2 copies of the overlay. But that would be a lot more complicated. Like I said, I'd have to look into it. Figure out just how you would do something like that. Because it's one of those things where it's like, I have the vision for exactly, you know, how I would want it to look like on the overlay. It's just a matter of programming it. Yep, that's one thing I know you have over me with OBS. I don't really mess around with transitions and stuff. I like to just keep things simple on the same overlay. I don't like to overcomplicate things, as you know. So, yeah. Oh. Yep, I know that's more typical stuff that a lot of streamers have, but I guess I've just built different. Like I said, I like to keep things simple. I don't like to overcomplicate. Oh, I'm starting to wonder if we lost Caleb here. Because it says he's offline on Discord. I wonder if his internet died or something. Yours is more suited to your style. Mine is just all out because yes. And yeah, I totally get that. Like, if that's how you want to build it, then, you know, by all means, that's your overlay. Well. I'm waiting to hear back from him because, you know, I don't have the guide that he has to know what choices we're making. I have yet to actually use it. What, like the BRB stuff, you mean? So I think while we're waiting, I'm pull up the money cam here. The actual overlay. I mainly do my recording scene. Oh, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. Well, this is something I was thinking about doing last night. So yeah, while we're waiting for him to get back, we're gonna take a break and I guess play some chess or something, or some hangman. I'll let you guys decide. Should we play chess against Monica or hangman? Because I'm down for either one. Uno? You want to do Uno? You want to do Anu? You want to do Uno? We probably wouldn't be able to finish a full game. Let's get a poll going in chat. What game? Okay. Well, what should we play with Monica to pass the time for a bit? It's 10:30-ish right now, so if I don't hear anything in like the next 10 minutes, if I don't hear anything by like quarter to the top of the hour, then we'll just come back to this next time. Uno 420 mode because yes. Okay, yep, I heard back from Caleb here. He said internet killed itself. Oof. Yep, I know all about that. Our router, I swear, does that like every day. Like late at night. I actually like my skin being burned. It's kind of warm and cozy. Very bizarre, but okay. Who am I to judge? You know what I'm saying? Who am I to judge, man? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. Not at all. He says he's activating his backup plan. It's cold up here at night. Shut it. Oh no, I totally get it. Like, I mean, it sometimes is where I'm at. Probably not tonight though, cause like fuck, it's been mid-90s all day. Hate it. All right, well. Looks like a little bit of Uno it is. Everybody else has just got it on in the background. So Zach looks like you're gonna get a little bit of Uno. It's a good thing I've got 420 rules set as my default, so... I have not changed mine from the default since the last time I updated this, so I don't have my custom one. Let's see. Alright, she plays first. No? No battle straight from the get-go? Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, do you now? Well, I choose red. Damn it. That's too bad. I only have the one. I had to get that now. Alright, we'll start a reverse war. It's actually a good chance for me to get rid of some cards. Try to play a little bit of catch-up. And I'm going to do that so I can get rid of even more. What a sequence. I'm impressed you did not have any of those. Oh, I know you can. I just didn't have one. I've done that to her. I don't think I want to start another +2 war. Not yet. I need to try to close the gap a little more. Okay. A 4. I don't have a 4. I do have that. Someone made Monica pick up +50 cards. Oh my god. The brutality. Jesus. Alright. Wrong time, hun. Wrong time. Wrong time to play one of them. How the tables have turned. Oof, but you do have that. What did she say? Red? Fatality. Yeah? I guess I'm gonna go with blue. To get rid of that. Ooh. Decisions. No, get rid of the one blue that I have. Do I get rid of the one blue that I have, or do I go for this without even playing the one blue that I have? I kind of want to do this. Oh, and you have a red 8. Ouch, bro. I'm going to try to hang on to that wild card. Caleb says he's trying to join back in a bit, so we'll keep waiting. Don't have a 3. I'm starting to fall a little bit behind, so we'll play it now. Start with blue, I guess. Oh! Yeah, you see why I wanted to hang on to that. Ha! How many of those wilds do you have? Hello! Yoink. And you had a blue. Okay. Not bad. Oh yeah, we'll do another round. Until we can get Caleb back. Oops, let's try again. Oh, come on. That would have been fun to start with. Be logical or draw 25. Ha! Well, the thing is, I don't even have a single wild to play, and I barely have any reds out of everything in my hand. Not so fast. I can't believe you didn't have another one. That's not like you. Imagine Ben goes full Institute and makes a Monica synth. Imagine in the future you can do custom wildcards. Oh, yes. No, you will skip this turn. No, I disagree. Let's get rid of my reds. Oh, I can get rid of the one yellow that I have. Oh, thank you. Where are your utility cards? Now you know my pain whenever I get a hand like yours. They need apples to apples or cards against humanity with Monica. Oh my god, if that ever becomes a thing. That is pure content right there. That is pure content. Ah. Oh. Nope. Oh, and he's back. And he's back.
Can't. Fuck.
Internet. Went kaboom, huh?
Yeah, my Ethernet system went back, so I had to basically restart my computer just so my phone could accept a tethering connection from my phone's Wi-Fi. Because it's not that the Wi-Fi goes down, it's just my computer's ability to actually have it goes down. Because you know the fuck thing? My computer never came with an internal Wi-Fi card, so it's Ethernet or nothing. And sometimes during the day, it will just kill itself for like an hour. And in no other way will normal Ethernet connect to it. And that means every bit of the Ethernet just dies. And that might just be an issue with, because I've got a power line extender, but usually it works, but then it doesn't. And it was a conveniently horrible time, because instantly when chat got disconnected, I knew what was coming. But I got my backup plan, and can any of you hear me clearly?
I think they can. I still have my Discord audio hooked up to yours.
Alright, so...
Yep, we should be good
you hear me
to
clearly?
get back into things.
Yeah, because now my Ethernet is tethered off my phone.
Alright, hon. We'll finish this game later. Oh, she's asking me what it's like to live where I am. Depends on the time of year, hon. We'll talk about that later, okay? Let's flip the window back. Hey, there we go. Yeah, that's where we got up to.
Can you turn on the Discord thing again, please?
Yep, will do. Now that we are
sorry,
back in
I am
business.
sorry. I just have no control in it, and it was a horrible timing for it to happen.
Yeah, well, hey, at least it happened while we were trying to get back up to where we were.
I'll go ahead and lie down.
Okay. Back to skipping. I'm not gonna show the screen because, yeah, frankly, the skip speed is ridiculous, and I don't want to give anybody a seizure.
Yeah.
It's not what we're here to do. Because seriously, when you have a ton of background scrolling really fast during certain moments, like, yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah. My internet's a little on the touch of the slower side, but it should be alright. I haven't got much delay. No doubt about it.
Yep. That scene with Mephistopheles.
I remember the part where it's just like, I think in, her round, it's just like Mephistopheles was beaten to death.
Yeah, that was just really casually dropped in that one scene. I remember, like, that hard stopped us from it, because we're just like, what? Like, that was just, it was just the most casual, you know, off-screen kill I've ever seen.
Yep, Mephistopheles is dead, you're gonna have to accept that. Ooh, look, ice skate.
Right? It was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous.
Well, sorry about that, boys. Let's get back into it. I'll avoid the subject. And then we're moving on to chapter 4. Oh god, I'm getting giddy.
I know, you've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Alright, we're at the next chapter.
Let's do this.
Jumping in. Oh, yep, I remember that.
Yeah.
Arriving at the next chapter.
Let's do this.
Here we go.
Yep, Yuki shows up. Dun, 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 dun. It's certainly possible.
Mm-hmm. Roll Daiichi.
I should probably walk her home.
I'm gonna kidnap Zack and make him watch the ones with Natsuki. Oh god. Why? You said...
He messaged me.
You said top?
Zack. What is he messaging me? Oh, hold on. He sent me a clip. I need to look at this.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Mephistopheles dead. You're gonna have to accept that. Ooh, look, ice skate. It's ridiculous. He's dead. You're gonna have to That is arguably the funniest thing I've said. Yeah, Mephistopheles dead. You're gonna have to accept that. Ooh, look, ice skate.
That was pretty much canon throughout in a nutshell.
Yeah. Mephistopheles is dead.
But everything just comes second to, ooh, ice skating. Kind of fitting for
emotional,
her, to be honest.
Mao's gonna blow up the stadium.
Yep, Mao's gonna blow up the stadium. Ooh, ice skating.
Oh, look at her on that ice. Her mum might be dead tomorrow. Go, Cannon, you got this. You can beat that girl. We don't know. Oh wait, someone just threw a Molotov into the fucking store. Oh yes, more ice skating.
That's why Cannon is the fucking best.
Yeah, like so much fucking intense shit happened. Like a dude, I think, tried to poison, or throw a Molotov into a store.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Mephistopheles is dead, and Mao's just like, yeah, ice skating.
Yeah, ice skating is a thing that exists.
Alright.
Oh my god, good times.
Anyway, yep, I should probably walk her home.
And away we go.
Alright, wait for Tokita. Here it is. This is the choice. Go start. You skipped!
I was about to say, yep, fuck. And there's no way to back up.
Yeah, because that was the final choice.
Wait a minute. Yep, I've got to save it this choice. We're good. We're fucking good.
Alright. Hopefully, it should be fine.
I hope so.
Well, we'll find out. Wait for Takeda. Alright, boys. Okay. We're in it.
Alright,
we're in it to win it. I'm gonna open my cheese and bacon
killed
balls.
a man right in front of you. Ooh, Cannon's about to do a flip. And
she did a triple spin.
Yep, she did a triple axle. My day's going pretty good, Rapid. How's your day going?
Rapid, hey man. Yeah, just like we're just talking about Cannon's route in the nutshell.
Yep.
Which was pretty much like, Zach sent me the perfect clip for it. I'll just send it in chat here.
Yep, Zach sent it to me. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. If you want to go watch it, if you want to go punch that in, because my God, it is basically Cannon's Root in one sentence, and I love it. All right, here we go. I bite my lips and announce my decision. We had best wait for Tokita, at least for now. I look up at the school building.
I've returned.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Asami spoke up as if to gauge my reaction.
I think we should wait too, Uzaki-san.
There was a kindness in her gentle tone. It felt like she was trying to shoulder my anxiety.
Is there any music in this scene or no?
No, there's no music.
Okay, all good. I was just like, what the fuck? I see. Hashimoto-kun thinks I shamed him.
A few dozen minutes later, Tokita arrived in a taxi. Do you know what he's talking about, Tokita?
He messed with Mizuho, so I scolded him a little.
Even in a situation like this, Tokita's light-hearted smile refuses to break.
Well, I'm here now, so what exactly does he want?
Oh, funny, Zach.
He says he wants to talk with you.
None of the school's vast array of windows were illuminated. The staff room was completely silent, too.
Is that the staff room there?
I looked at the window Usami pointed to. A glimmer of light escaped the pitch-black room. Was that a flashlight or something? Does that mean they're in there?
Yes, but that's not the staff room, is it? Wait, isn't that our room?
You mean the lab equipment storage room? Actually, I think it is.
They moved from the staff room.
Why would they do that?
They wanted audience with God.
Oh my God.
Maybe he thought it would be easier to keep track of the two hostages in a smaller room.
It's possible. The medical storage closet is right next to the lab storage room. The closet has no windows and locks from the outside, so if he put them in there, he wouldn't have to worry about them escaping. Jesus, yeah, that's terrible.
Very astute of you two. He'll want to keep the hostages as close to him as possible, and locking them in a dark room takes away their sense of freedom.
Usami spoke up as if asking for our confirmation.
Let's head over to the window and wave at it. As long as you keep your voice down. Right. I wouldn't want some random person hearing us and getting involved.
Uh-huh.
Or reporting... Oh, your turn. Sorry.
We're reporting it to the police. We can't allow the law to get wind of what's going on here. The nearby area is mostly public facilities rather than personal residences, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Speaking of reporting, what are the chances of the school's security noticing something is up?
There aren't any officers patrolling the school on a Sunday night, and Miss Noriko would have turned off the alarm system on her way in, so for all security knows, it's just a teacher doing overtime.
Even so, people will start to get suspicious if security stays off for too long. I see. We should consider that the captor has a time limit then.
Tokita mutters as if impressed and waves at the window. Only there was no response from the lab equipment storage room.
Strange. He should be able to see us from in there.
Yeah, it's pretty light outside.
Right?
We were puzzled for a short while.
Are you shitting me? I'm not charging in there at this rate.
You didn't seem to be joking. I'll look for the source of the ringing. And Tokita had her phone in hand.
Is it our man? Most likely. I never gave Hashimoto-kun my number though.
He must have gotten it from Shiratori.
Must have.
Tokita put the phone to her ear.
Hello, Hashimoto-kun? Yeah, sorry for being late. Yeah, how Mizuho's doing?
I heard Hashimoto shouts every now and then.
Yes, thank you.
Tokido was completely calm, nodding deeply. After talking for a good while, Tokido said something that sounded like the end of the conversation.
I understand.
I'll call again later. You better as hell stay where you are. Fuck, wait, fuck, what the fuck?
Yeah, what a line.
I can't do that.
You better as hell stay right where you fucking are. Belligerent voice poured out from Tokida's receiver and the call ended. What did he say? Tokida's eyes fell to the ground.
He seems to want to complain to me.
She shook her head.
Don't come into the school, don't call the police, these were his 2 orders.
What's his objective?
We'll find out soon enough.
She laughed lightly.
This brings back memories, Haru. Yeah.
What?
What, were they fucking hostage negotiators?
Since when?
There was a similar incident to this at our last school.
Excuse me?
You went to school? The girl who dumped her by a boyfriend took him hostage and holed herself up in the classroom.
Talk about not taking rejection well. Jesus.
Yeah, Monica.
Monica will remember that.
The teachers couldn't get through to her at all. Things were looking pretty bad for a while. And right about when they were called police, Yuki stepped in to negotiate.
I'll bet it was a walk in the park from that point.
I don't know about you, but I've never had a stroll like that. I was nearly killed. Yeah.
Wow. Why?
As if the situation weren't complicated enough, her boyfriend seemed to have a thing for me.
Gee, I wonder why. Oh, snap. That must have been chaos. I mean, you were her rival in love. But to be able to persuade her, even in such unfavorable conditions?
Try to get back on the topic for a moment, Kyousuke-kun. I'd like you to do me a favor before Hashimoto-kun calls again.
A favor? I have a bad feeling about this.
I need you to gather as many men as possible and set up a perimeter around the school.
Oh boy. Hey now, you don't mean...
Yes, I do. People from your organization would be ideal considering the circumstances.
She wants me to call the Sonoyama group out here? I'm pretty sure at this point in the story, most of them are busy, aren't they? With something going on?
Maybe, I think, yeah, this is in the middle of the Mao thing.
Yeah, yeah.
We have to make sure the culprit doesn't get away.
Not you two.
As it stands, we don't have enough people to watch the doors.
And presumably,
this will be
you could
Aichi's
escape
fun
through a
way
window
to
just
realize
as easily.
that, like, this is Aichi's way of discovering that Kyousuke is the son of an infamous gangster.
Yeah, because Aichi doesn't know that. Like,
Yep.
he knows that, Kyousuke's a bit of a playboy, but not much more than that.
Yeah, son of a mob boss.
Uh-huh.
You should also consider that we are in the most dangerous phase of the negotiating process, the half-hour period following the initial kidnapping. Sometimes called the anger stage, if you'll pardon the jargon.
What's that?
The period where the hostage taker is at the height of his agitation, and it has become impossible to deal with. A perpetrator experiencing this phase might use violence to control his hostages, and likely will kill any police or negotiators who get too close. He wouldn't even bat an eyelash.
Alright, I see why it's dangerous, but surely we have better options than resorting to my compatriots, right?
The extent to which we're able to surround a culprit at stage determining the factor is the success of this negotiation. I butchered that, I'm aware.
Won't that just further agitate the culprit?
Oh well, and your men are incredibly intimidating to boot, so the effect will be compounded.
Then why would we want to go through with this? Don't piss him off for no reason. I mean, you're here to negotiate with him, right? Tokita shot me a glare as if reprimanding me for my stupidity.
It's precisely because I'm here to negotiate that we need to coerce our opponent.
I'd never seen Tokita's eyes bear the anger I saw in them. Most likely, this anger was born from the threat to her sister's life.
From what I could tell by speaking with him, Hashimoto seemed very close to the edge. He might kill Mizuha at any point. You think someone like that can simply be talked down?
I didn't know what to say.
What do the police have that we don't, Kyousuke? What does a police negotiator bring to the table to allow them to negotiate with these loons on a more equal ground?
Special training? Tokita nods in confirmation, then immediately frowns. What's up, Alex? Good to see ya.
Yes, more importantly, safety from the special assault team waiting to jump out from behind him or her. If the police hold up, break down the door, guns are playing trump card, then the culprit will hesitate to use his execute the hostages trump card.
That's true.
What about the current situation? As we speak, the culprit is holed up in the lab storage equipment room. However, he's free to kill the hostages and make his escape at any time. Do you really think we can negotiate properly like this?
I follow you. We need some sort of deterrence.
Words are weapon? There's only weapons of violence just hiding somewhere, ready to back them up.
She said this with a hint of despair for some reason. I guess I have no other choice. I take out my cell and call Gunzo. Looks like it's gonna be a long night. Here we go. In less than an hour, a group of young Sonoyama recruits had gathered at the school.
Damn, son, you're really working us to the bone.
I'm very sorry.
Don't worry about it. You can deal with a little hell or high water if it means helping you out.
I couldn't get through to Gunzo. I had to call Haribe instead. And as for hell, that's what'll be coming my way later.
God, we just closed up the last gap in the perimeter. We'll do this to debtors' houses all the time. This is the first time we've done a job at a school.
He flashes his demonic smile again. I'm sure that not even an ant could get out of the school's grounds now.
A standard procedure then? You want we should keep Tombetsu's finest from catching wind of your little operation?
Right. Try not to stand out.
If anyone passes by, we'll make sure they keep their mouths shut. That's our specialty.
In the case that someone actually does pass by, they won't want to get involved with Yakuza. Thank you for everything. I owe you one.
Hey, like I said, don't worry about it. But maybe that one should be a couple 100,000, you know what I mean?
This is gonna be expensive. Even with hostages being held in a school, these people aren't about to work for free out of some sense of justice.
Well, the boys are all yours. I have work to get back to.
Haribe leaves with an unprecedented smile, driving away in a Mercedes-Benz.
Kyousuke, who the hell was that guy?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know, Aichi. One of Papa's acquaintances. A bad person.
There's more to you than meets the eye.
I'm not a transformer. And mum's the word about all this. Alright?
And believe me, I get it. Hell if I'm gonna get thrown into Tokyo Bay.
Seems Hashimoto still hasn't called.
I'm back.
Usami had left the school grounds earlier. Oh yeah, you said you were going to get tools or something. What'd you bring?
He brought a fucking hidden blade.
Tail the target. Execute with air assassination.
Yeah.
Brought this an electric appliance for an Akiba the other day.
She produces a little radio-like device as she speaks to me.
This allows for our hands-free two-way communication when installed on a cell phone.
Oh yeah, I've seen people use those things in meetings and the like.
You want to strap that to myself?
Tokida's voice held doubt.
I want to hear what's going on too. I see. Don't worry, I'll leave the negotiating to you. I won't say anything, I promise. If you insist.
Tokita doesn't seem fully convinced.
You said it, Yuki. Negotiation should be done as a team. New York police do that too. Necessary roles are the primary negotiator, secondary negotiator, and assistant negotiator. What else? Chief negotiator, and then missionality. But even large police organizations sometimes not just that. Instructors like that. Hold on.
Okay. You're not suggesting the four of us, me, me, Aichi, Tokita, and you. Is that what you're suggesting here? Is that what you're suggesting, my boy? Don't tell me that's what you're suggesting. Oh boy. Yeah, Aichi's gonna be scared shitless.
I'm back, by the way. I just Hart called me.
Okay.
Yeah, alright. We have 4 people here.
Kita put her finger to her brows of trying to collect her thoughts.
I thought it might distract me, but okay, let's do it together.
What are the different roles?
Not too convoluted. The primary negotiator negotiates. The secondary negotiator keeps records of the situation. The chief negotiator makes the decisions. The important thing is that we keep out of each other's way.
So the primary doesn't make decisions and the chief doesn't talk to the criminal?
It helps to keep It helps us to keep our objectivity, for example. It's not unheard of for a primary negotiator to empathize with the culprit after a drawn-out negotiation, eventually accepting conditions that are advantageous for the culprit rather than the law.
But you're saying that things like that won't happen if someone else is in charge of making decisions, right?
Not to mention the fact if the decisions are made by someone besides a primary negotiator, we'll have a more diverse set of tactics available to us. Remember the game of good cop, bad cop we played it with Saijo?
It's more than a month late, but I finally understand what she was doing. You mean that's the whole I want to help you, but the big bad wolf Kyousuke won't let me? I'm so sad, Saijo-san. What should I do was all about?
I apologize for using you like that, but I'm going to do it again.
Yup. It's okay. I understand. Now, how should we divide the roles? I'll look around at everyone's faces. Tokita is the primary, obviously. It looks like I'd make the best chief negotiator.
Yes, you're quite good at keeping your calm. You always act according to what will cost or profit you.
She talks like she knows me, but the woman's right. What did you finish, EJW? Also, welcome back. Good to see you again.
For instance, let's say the culprit demands a cigarette.
Okay.
Then, when he makes a request, it's my job to ask for your permission before handing him one. You would then decide whether or not I would give him the cigarette, based on your own judgment.
But if I said you couldn't, you might oppose my decision, right?
Correct. Let's try to keep the infighting to a minimum, shall we?
Oh, a fireworks show. Nice. I'm really curious what ours are going to look like tomorrow, because it's supposed to be kind of stormy tomorrow. Just wonder what it'll be like around the time where we'd usually be having our fireworks shows.
Ah, my fucking regular network's back.
Oh, nice.
Let's see if this works.
The very nature of teamwork and coordination makes friction like that inevitable. And yes, yes, I can.
Aha!
All right. Kyousuke is the secondary negotiator.
Regular networks up and ready again.
Beautiful.
Yep. As you command. Prepare a notepad if you can. I want to have a record of my conversation with the culprit. Reading back on what was just said helps me grasp the situation calmly. I had a feeling y'all would shaft me with the intern's job. I'm the assistant, right?
Yes, because that's all you need to do.
It may sound like you got the short stick, but it's no joke, Aichi.
Oh boy.
For example, the culprit demands a midnight snack, you'd go buy it. Yeah, what's your point? Well, you don't think the man would be somewhat petulant if the snack wasn't nice and warm? Alright, I'll do it.
Aichi's face tensed up. Alright, let's get ready to rock and roll. I attached a little spy microphone to Tokida's cell. Kyousuke pulled a notepad out of her pocket and ready to pen.
Now, all we can do is wait.
Indeed. All that's left is to wait for Hashimoto to call us. A good while passed before Tokida's cell broke the silence. Here we go. Tokida Yuki.
Tokida, oh yeah. Yeah, you're. Is it my or?
No, it's yours.
Okay. Tokida Yuki had held an interest in criminal negotiations from a young age. Yuki's mother had been a famous artist. At the request of community service organizations and certain members of an organized crime rings, she often visited prisons as a special guest. The young Yuki, who always waited patiently for her mother outside those tall cement walls, began to hold an interest in the peoples forced to live on the other side. When she finally built up the courage to ask her mother about the prisoners there, Yuki's heart raced in excitement. Adults, the very people who say we shouldn't do bad things, were doing bad things. He wanted to know the minds of these how the minds of these criminals work. Why would someone kill someone else? Why would they steal? What drove that person so far from normalcy? I want to speak with a criminal.
Oh, wow.
The child's innocent eyes, yet unbridled interest, troubled her mother. The girl had even tried to sneak into the prison with her once. The more she was told she couldn't, the more interest waxed into her fervor. Because inside the walls lurked a darkness that a child would not be allowed to enter. Even so, Yuki managed to contact a criminal. A letter addressed to her mother came from a prisoner that she had once visited. Yuki begged her mother to read it to her, but her mother, with good sense that comes with parenthood, would never let her lay an eye on it. However, while the brilliant little girl was not allowed to read the letter, she memorized the prisoner's name on the envelope. After some time passed and the prisoner was released on parole, Yuki made an excuse to visit the parole office. You sent a letter to my mother once, a long time ago. Her wish was fulfilled and she finally met with the ex-convict. By then, her mother had passed away. Yuki was living in an orphanage.
Oh, wow.
In a place full of people who had closed and hardened their hearts, Yuki still managed to stay full of energy. She actively talked to people, trying to understand their thoughts and their feelings. It may have been a child's way of coping with the father who abandoned her and her mother who died. It may have been an attempt to come to understand herself by understanding children in the same situation as she was. She wasn't afraid to meet with those people whom society has branded as felons. She had heard so much about them from her mother, but more importantly, to the desperately lonely Yuki, there was nothing left to lose. She met with them once or twice a month. They were mostly kind-hearted people. She believed that it was some mistake of the laws that led to their imprisonment. Some of them even treated her like she was their own daughter. Yuki evaded the strict, unforgiving eyes of the orphanage staff and enjoyed dialogue after dialogue with men who had erred. Yuki would later find out some of these beloved conversations she occasionally snuck out to hold bore some similarities to hostage negotiations and counter-terrorist training programs. It said that profiling, the painting of a psychological portrait of a criminal, is a skill that cannot be learned through the study of theory. There's no formal methodology for reading others' minds, and the most one could glean from a field manual was supposedly no more useful than a compilation of tips and tricks. Practice makes perfect, as they say, and actual experience is vital to success. In a testament to this, government negotiation training programs require the cadet to conduct personal interviews with criminals in controlled environments such as prison. In theory, this provides a surrogate experience that aids in the negotiator's first few encounters. However, while these criminals had opened up to the eager girl Yuki, they occasionally admitted to lying to the officers who visited them for official business. Through these experiences, Yuki subconsciously absorbed the patterns among criminals who committed crimes with deep-rooted motives and passions. When she thinks back objectively, Yuki realizes she was a strange child.
Yeah, well, aren't we all in some way?
While her friends read young girls' comics, she immersed herself in criminal psychology books. But the more she read, the more she understood the patterns she experienced firsthand, agreed with the words of renowned scholars. The girl, entrenched in her studies, eventually grew into a mature, somewhat far-sighted woman. These days, Yuki analyzes herself as such. A petty girl, unable to trust people without properly analyzing them, merely because she was abandoned by her father. Still, even that petty girl had things she refused to give up, things she wanted to protect. Yuki took a deep breath, shaking off the negativity within her. The negotiations were about to begin. First, she should decide her goal as a negotiator. It's important we have an objective while talking to people. Yuki chose a gentle tone of voice, so as not to meaninglessly irritate the culprit. I'm happy you called again. What the hell are you trying to pull, Takeda?
Hashimoto's voice angrily rampaged from Usami's equipment.
I thought I fucking told you not to call the cops. Calm down, Hashimoto-kun. Huh? These men are police officers. Look out the window, Hashimoto-kun. Do you see the lights of a single patrol car?
Sucked in a breath and held it.
Then who the hell are they? They're Kyousuke-kun's friends. Azai's?
Oh boy.
Yes, they're really quite a vulgar crew. In a way, they're the exact opposite of police, so calm down. You surrounded the school, didn't you? I won't deny it. Don't mess around with me, you little bitch. You know who I've got in here? You want I should beat your half-sister to death?
His voice was downright crooked. Though I'm in the same class as Hashimoto, I haven't talked to him much. Can't believe a guy my age would take a few hostages and set up shop in a school. It's just too surreal. Leave it, boy. It's been all over the news the last few years over here in the States. People talk about increasing rates of juvenile delinquency all the time, but even seeing it with my own eyes doesn't shake the notion that all this is just happening behind someone's television screen. What drove Hashimoto this far?
I don't give a rat's ass about your dad, the cop, or whatever shit you're pulling. Don't piss me off. Do I need to chuck that bawling teacher in the next room out the damn window? Indeed, you do have the power to do that right now. But Hashimoto-kun, Miss Noriko is not really the one you're after, is she? Yeah, maybe not, but giving examples isn't important, ain't it?
Tokita closed her eyes and thought for a moment.
I'll admit that I've been looking down on you, Hashimoto-kun. What? I thought that writing on the blackboard was the best you could do. Is that fucking so? Well, too bad it's too late to come clean, bitch. I completely agree. Who would have ever dared to imagine you might sneak into a school at night and take Misa and Miss Noriko hostage?
As she speaks, a sense of superiority builds in Hashimoto's voice.
You supposedly study psychology? What a joke. You have every right to life. I'm just an amateur. I have very little actual experience. Liar.
She adds, sighing.
I apologize for scolding you at school.
She did corner Hashimoto in the hallway.
Your ass kissing isn't gonna pull one over on me, woman. I realize that you're good at sports and the very best when it comes to grades. A top-notch student like yourself wouldn't do something so bold without a good, strong plan.
He laughs, no, scoffs at her words.
Alright, Tokita, I'll play along. You want me to tell you what my demands are, right? I'd love for you to.
Hashimoto declares his sole objective with an air of composure.
Money. Money.
Even Tokita was taken aback.
2.5 million plus 50,000. Add another 3 million on top for damages. The money's gotta be old man Shiratori's or it's no use to me. 2.5 million plus 50,000? Yeah, what are you, stupid? I want the dough for the director embezzled. Hell, if I know what the 50,000 was for, the bastard probably paid the front nine at some country club somewhere.
His objective was money?
This may sound brazen, but is that really what you want? Hey, you trying to look down on me again? Why would you think that? Look, Papa Director is a sorry fuck of a man. He sold my dad to the cops to save his own ass. Usually I'd want him to turn himself in. It's exactly what I was expecting. But there's no way he'd get any jail time for this. The second they cuff him, he'll get off with some suspended sentence bullshit. Well, I guess I can't complain though. Same goes for my old man.
Hashimoto has a point. It's common for cases involving bribery to result in suspended sentences. It's safe to say that Hashimoto really wants to see here the director getting thrown in prison won't be happening.
I see. I was wondering how you intended to keep the police from getting involved if your demand had been the director's arrest. I gotta play with cops. I have a future too. You're a famous basketball player after all. Feel bad about dragging Miss Noriko into this. The original plan was just to take Shiratori hostage. What made the plan change? When I abducted Shiratori at the gate and brought her into the school, I accidentally bumped into Noriko in the corridor. So why did you choose the school? Because I figured the cops would probably be brought into all this. If that happened, I'd obviously be screwed. But you can't see the school's reputation. It's going straight to hell.
I see. Who would want to enlist in a school which had a hostage crisis? Even if he ruined himself, his revenge on this school would be exacted.
How did you know we'd be at school today? You don't remember talking to a Zaikun about it 2 days ago? I overheard you, but boy, you bitches kept waiting in this weather for a damn long time.
Tokita sighed.
Misa's a critical bargaining chip for you. She's still safe, correct? I wouldn't be able to strike a deal if she wasn't.
After that, there was a little rummaging and mumbling.
Nissan.
It was Shiratori's voice.
Misa, are you injured? No, my head just hurts a little. That's enough from you.
Shimoto butted in.
You get the situation right. Your accused little sister's fine. Whether or not she stays that way depends on you. Did you choose me because I'm Mizuho's sister? Yep, I figured you'd make damn sure the director cooperated. I see. You really thought this out. Shall I call the director here? Immediately. Immediately is unreasonable. It takes an hour at least to get from Mizuho's house in the Southern District to here.
I think an hour is a bit of an exaggeration.
His daughter's on the line, hell. He'll get there as fast if he knows what's good for him. I understand how it feels, but it snowed quite a bit yesterday. There are closed roads scattered about the city.
Get the fucking plows out. What the hell are you doing?
Shit. Still, I'll try to get him down here as soon as possible. You got 30 minutes. That would be difficult. Give me at least 40.
I heard Hashimoto click his tongue.
Right, but if he is so much as 1 second late, I'll put the nice honking scar on his daughter's cute little face.
Tokida's expression shifted at that outrageous threat.
Thank you. I'll hurry and call him. When the director gets here, I'm to call you, correct? Yeah, I'll give you the number.
Usami quickly jots the number Hashimoto gives her into the notepad.
And hurry it the fuck up. I'll say it one more time, I'm not playing games.
The call ends. Tokita folds her arms and groans after hanging up the phone.
Well, we have his demands, but...
But what?
He's got a working head on his shoulders and he seems to have guts to back it up.
Really? I've never thought of Hashimoto as being a ballsy guy.
Wasn't he always real quiet on campus?
He keeps saying, don't piss me off, and I'm not playing games, stupid crap like that. He seems pretty spineless to me. Tokita slowly shook her head.
A truly spineless captor will do things like point unloaded guns at the police or shove knives in the hostages' faces to show off. What does our man do? Sure, he curses up a storm, but he's thinking about covering his own backside and the next step when he makes his demands. Demands which are entirely feasible, mind you.
That's true. Have to sneeze? Excuse me. Tokita's eyes narrowed.
I don't intend to lecture you here. There are different types of hostage-taking criminals. He's the calm type with clear demands.
What does the textbook say about dealing with that type?
We just have to be patient and carry out a true negotiation. The criminal is calm, so these cases usually be settled within a compromise.
That's kinda abstract. Yeah, it means be patient, boy. These things take time.
You asked for a textbook, I gave you a textbook.
Exactly,
In
now
any case,
shut
we've
up.
already made a compromise, haven't we?
Yeah, you offered to retrieve the doctor in an hour, and he haggled for 30 minutes.
And I changed my offer to 40 and he accepted.
Yep, that's called negotiating. I see. If Hashimoto were just another pissed off asshole, he wouldn't have budged. You'd have been stuck with 30 minutes. Aichi suddenly raised his hand.
Shouldn't we be calling the director? Indeed, but before that, Aichi-kun, I've got your first job lined up for you.
Oh boy.
I want you to run down to the convenience store at the corner and buy a cheap all-purpose phone charger. Sure, got it.
He's like, okay, whatever. We'd be in deep shit if Tokita's phone died. Yeah, you don't say. It's too bad my own phone's charger port just doesn't work. That's why I splurged for a phone that had wireless charging when I was picking out a new one. Because I knew this would happen when I got a new phone. Because it happened to my last one, too. And it happened for pretty much... Well, no. No, the last one I had where the charger port broke was actually due to some pretty hilarious circumstances.
Usually, we wouldn't be using a cell phone, but that's out of our control.
Yeah, I'll tell you about the circumstances in a minute when we have a break. Aiji dashed off immediately. Was he worried about Miss Noriko? He didn't screw around like he usually does.
I'll call Mizo's house.
Do you think you'll be able to persuade him to come out here?
It should be fine. That man is playing my hands. He doesn't want any trouble.
Tokida's typical voice grew a touch darker. You saw me? You want to add anything?
No, I have my hands full writing everything down.
I'll look at her notepad. Oh, damn. What the hell are you drawing? The paper had nothing but a cartoonish portrait on it.
Fucking Lupin the Third, fuck.
Hey!
Lupin, as in the third.
I don't give a shit if he's the 3rd or the 13th. What the fuck are you doing, you saw me?
Sorry, crisis situations, you give me an unbearable urge to count prime numbers while drawing Lupin.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
Jokes aside, it's Hashimoto-san.
Oh. Obviously. Well, it does somewhat resemble him.
Yeah, I can't write in shorthand, so I thought I'd rely on a picture instead of copying down that long conversation.
Alright, I get you. But I tell you what, you're one hell of a backwards chick.
This doesn't have anything to do with my role as secondary negotiator, but...
What?
Look at the lab equipment storage room.
I follow her suggestion.
See the light from the flashlight flickering?
What about it?
Well, you just said the Hashimoto-san is calm. Doesn't it more look like he's pacing around the room?
Yeah, actually. Do you think something happened? I casually glanced over at Tokita, who was in the middle of informing the director of the crisis.
Yes, you understand the situation, correct? Look, I just can't believe it. Why don't you come down here and see for yourself, and decide whether or not you want to accept in conditions when you get here? The world live out of this leech sort of public. Hold your forces, the captors are trying to avoid police intervention too. Then again, if you don't get down here soon, our worst case scenario may be played out in full.
Tokita's typically gentle tone was nowhere to be seen. The director had apparently abandoned Tokita and her mother, so I would assume she's somewhat bitter about it. If I were on the phone, I'd probably just shout, "Your daughter's life is in danger, get the fuck down here!"
Please, father.
Couldn't believe my eyes. Yeah, Tokita's just built different. Tokita spoke with respect to the father she hates with all her being. This woman just threw away her bountiful pride for the sake of saving her sister's life.
Alright, I'll be there straight away.
After his stifled voice cut off, Tokita's phone rang out to inform us that the call had ended.
Haru, I think you're absolutely right.
Tokita returned to her former mood as she spoke.
I may have been too quick to judge the captor's personality. I'll try calling him again.
Wait, weren't you supposed to wait until the director arrives to make the call?
At this rate, it looks like we'll need more than 40 minutes. We have to buy some more time.
Alright. I reluctantly nod. In any case, you did well to convince the director to come out here. My praise only caused Tokita to miserably stare at her feet.
Actually, standard protocol demands that one never summon someone a criminal wants to speak to. What if Hashimoto's real objective was to kill the director?
Perhaps.
The real reason I got the director to come is because I want to see him own up to his own mess.
I had no room to criticize Tokita.
I'm sorry. I'm only human. I can't go against my heart.
Fair enough, I suppose. Here we go. After biding her time for a moment, Tokita called Hashimoto.
That was fast. Good news, the director is on his way as we speak. How dare I? Now you're gonna say that he's not going to be here in time and that you want more time, right?
Tokita laughed.
Looks like there's no point trying to pull the wool over your eyes. I told you not to underestimate me. I know that well enough by now. By the way, what are you doing at the moment, Hashimoto-kun? What I'm doing? I'm being stared down by your sister. Misa and the director are both actually relatively timid. She's just bluffing. So would you mind letting her off the hook just this once? Sure. She's got nothing to do with the shit her old man pulled. I mean, I get cold stares all day long because I'm an old man. A load of crock if you ask me. Oh, absolutely agree. Just wrong for you to be so cruel as the people invaluable to the school as you are. Wouldn't you agree? Like, please, you know you're just blown up or brown enough already, Tokita. You've probably got no idea since you're new and all, but there are tons of great athletes here. I don't mean just basketball players. Look at the skating arena over there. You want to talk invaluable as I? Cannon's invaluable. Might have heard you're one of the best. You play center position, don't you? Of course, what about it?
Yeah, he's like, what of it?
I'm told too, you know. I've been approached by both the basketball team and the ballet club, so I'm a little interested.
Hey, Cerberus is back.
Nice. Kev was like, did you know I'm dating Azoka? And I thought for a while that the stream was caught up, but apparently not. The YouTuber was like an hour behind.
Oof.
Yeah, we finished Shiratori's route, man.
Yep.
We're on to the final one.
Yep.
The promised time.
Yes. It's finally upon
There's
us.
no way a scrawny chick like you could play basketball. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. I tried out and played for my last school's team. I brought a pair of basketball shoes that were endorsed by Pippin, but I quit a week later and haven't worn them since. Scottie Pippen, now that's one hell of an athlete. He played for the Chicago Bulls, right? Yeah, but he's retired now. Jordan was always the one that got all the attention, but it's Pippen that made the Bulls such a good team.
Mm-hmm.
Teamwork is really important, isn't it?
Hashimoto laughed loudly in response.
Yeah, you got me there. What do you mean? Teamwork. You know as well as I do, I can't get what I want without your cooperation. Good to have you on board. We should be able to come to a compromise. We're a good girl and accept my conditions, everything will just be fine. You can go on with our cheery little school lives tomorrow. That's all I want. The last thing I'd like to see is these terrifying ruffians rushing in, beat you to a pulp. Or I hate to see you fall into the pit of despair after the murder of your beloved sister.
No, I don't think you covered that, Cerberus. An interactive in-console Python game out of a fanfic? I'd be curious to see what it was. Like Tokita said, Hashimoto really does have a good head on his shoulders. He's constantly grasping for the lead in his conversation with Tokita.
Well, where's the man of the hour? Still on his way, unfortunately. That's quite a problem. If he keeps taking his damn time, some nice old lady who's into her community watch program might call the cops. Then we'd have a real shitstorm on our hands.
Ha!
I'd realize that, and trust me, I'm with you. So I'd like to get here as soon as possible, so,
She paused for a while, then spoke up decisively.
would you like me to get you anything? You're trying to win me over again. Alright, I'll give you credit for taking over the director so easily. Thanks. So do you want a hamburger or something? Unfortunately, I'm not too hungry. I've seen captors on TV and release all the hostages for pizza. When you're really in there doing it, you kind of lose your appetite. I can't imagine ever needing food in this situation. Really? Happens a lot in America.
Yeah, that's America.
Alright, if I get hungry enough, I'll ask. But I don't need anything right now. Tell you what, why don't you tell me about your first time instead?
Really? Cerberus, and yeah, I believe we call those text adventures. That is going way, way back. Let me tell you.
I've unfortunately never dated anyone. Maybe my pride gets in the way or something. You shit me.
He laughs vulgarly. He seems pretty immature when he acts like that.
You trying to knock me off guard by asking such lewd things?
Hashimoto held his breath.
Yeah, you've got me. I should have guessed it wouldn't work on you, though.
What a sly creature.
I'm cutting the call. I'm sick of talking. If you want to get me something, get drinks. A sport drink would be good. Your sister looks pretty thirsty, too. Sports drink. Alright, I'll call you in a bit.
The area was bathed in silence once more. The flashlight in the lab equipment storage room just turned off.
Yeah, looks like Hashimoto's starting to calm down. He's such a handful.
You don't say.
Well done, Yuki. Haru, drinks. Yes, would cola do?
Usama suddenly transformed into Tokida's Man Friday.
Make it a coffee with sugar. And the sports drink that Hashimoto-kun wanted. Money! Ah, wait. Make sure to buy a paper cup from the store. A paper cup? Yes, it's been shown that giving captors a bottled drink and a paper cup decreases the chances of the captor harming the hostages.
Citation needed? What do you mean, Tokita?
Haven't you heard of Stockholm Syndrome?
Yes, I have. Sure, the hostages and captors become friendly with one another at some point or something like that. Uh-huh.
Right, a bond forms between people who are subjected to a prolonged tense situation together.
Yeah. So in this case, Hashimoto said Shiratori is thirsty. If we give him a drink in a paper cup...
Hashimoto-kun would give Miso a drink, do you understand? Would induce a sense of solidarity.
I see. Of course, there's a chance that Hashimoto will just ignore Shiratori and drink it himself, but as long as the cup is sitting there, he'll be forced to be reminded of her. Sound logic.
Stockholming usually helps along negotiations. If the criminal cares about the hostage is released sooner. Alright, I'll dash over to the store.
Tokita handed Usami some money and ushered her off to the nearest store.
Well, Chief Negotiator Kyousuke-kun, is it alright if we give the criminal a sports drink?
Sure. I can't think of any reason why not.
I thought you'd say that.
But have you seriously never had a boyfriend, Tokita?
Oh, are you interested in me?
Is it true?
One mustn't lie during negotiations. Lying would break the mutual trust built upon the captor and the negotiator.
Mutual trust. You gave the same service to Saijo. Is sympathizing with the culprit an important technique?
If the negotiator is too bull-headed in his dealings with the criminal, he will fail nearly 80% of the time. One on the other hand, if you establish some sort of cooperative give and take relationship in which you seek some form of compensation in exchange for fulfilling their demands, that figure turns around into an 80% success rate.
Is that so? Chiquita smiled as if she could tell I was impressed.
It's not like I've been specially trained by the FBI. Just think about it. Everyday life is nothing but one negotiation after another.
If you want to put it like that.
You wake up in the morning and someone tells you to be back at a certain time. School teachers ask you a sort of questions which you are expected to answer.
You don't run into a life or death situation like this often, but I guess I can grant you that each day is a series of choices and negotiations.
Well, but you take business partners out to lunch regularly, don't you?
Yeah, food and entertainment tend to lubricate contracts and transactions.
And there we have it. Point is, everyone is a negotiator. I just happen to hold an interest in criminals and began to actually study up on it.
You're an odd woman, Tokita.
Yep, and that's why I can't get a boyfriend.
She derides herself, then sends her sharp gaze to the lab equipment storage room, as silence envelops the school grounds.
I'm back. What happened?
The director got here just a minute ago. He wore flashy clothes, but gave off the aura of your average, unreliable, middle-aged buffoon. Tokita explained the situation to him as sweat dripped down from his slicked back hair onto his forehead and down his face.
So who are the bunch surrounding the school?
Acquaintances of mine.
You.
We met on New Year's, and yes, these are people from my father's organization. The director cradled his head and let out a long sigh. Tokita put on a discouraged look before continuing.
His sole demand is a sum of 5,550,000 yen. Can you prepare it?
That's... Oof.
That's a lot of money.
Neither I nor Tokita missed the sly glimmer in his eye.
I'll take that as a yes. The banks are closed, it's so late.
The banks are definitely closed, but no idiot would go straight to the bank from an illegal deal. Where's the money?
When I went to your house to visit Misa, I confirmed you have a safe. Nah. The problem would be 3 million above and beyond your embezzled 2.5 million. Will you be able to procure a full sum?
In the worst case, I could loan it to him.
Alright, I'm sorry to think it would come to this. That isn't an answer. Will you be able to procure the full sum or not?
Yep, classic move. Try to dodge the question by giving a long answer to a yes or no question. Yuki showed no mercy.
Yes, of course. It's just 5 mil, right?
He acts tough with his just 5 mil, but he doesn't seem to comprehend all that he's lost.
Thank you. I'll give Misa's captor the good news.
And here we go.
After a few rings, Hashimoto's cheerful voice beams from the telephone. Has the director arrived? Yes, without further ado, he says he can get the money too. It's alright. I was just about to cut up your little sister. I expect you to spout some bullshit about banks being closed. Relax, your demand is as good as met. You won't get a single yen until I know my daughter's safe. That Miso's safe.
The director suddenly butted in.
I just let you hear a voice, didn't I? Want to hear it again? We've probably got one more good screamer for if you want it. Stop it. Your objective's money, isn't it? Hurting Miso would be meaningless. The joke to hear. Shut that tired old man up, or the joke will have to get serious.
Tokita gave the director a short glance. He trembled and kept quiet.
Let's talk about getting my money out of here. Very well. If he goes home to get the money, it'll take at least 2 hours to get here. How the fuck his wife to deliver the money? They'll cut the time in half, right? Should I ask if that would be possible? Sure. While you're at it, get me a drink. No problem. As shameless as it is to ask, would you mind releasing Miss Naruko in exchange? A drink and a woman's life don't match up, but why not? Miss Naruko never really had anything to do with this anyway. Great. I'll have Aichi bring you the drink.
You heard her. You heard her, Aichi. His face was shot with anxiety. You heard the lady?
No, you bring them to Kita. Me? I think I've taken a liking to you. Know why? Because I don't exactly get along with the director either, right?
Hashimoto laughed and grunted in the affirmative.
In other words, we're comrades, my sweet, lovely child.
At that moment, Usami's pen, which had been taking notes so furiously, inexplicably stopped.
Thanks for choosing me, it makes me feel special.
Tokita was totally calm.
I'm getting a bad feeling
Yeah?
that Asami reacted that way.
Uh-huh.
Going to logs, I just want to bring up a question. Like, go into history. My sweet, lovely child. There's only one other psychopath we know in this game that phrases things like that.
Oh boy.
I'll go get that drink now.
And off we go. Tokita disappeared into the darkness of the school building, holding a plastic bottle in one hand.
Man, it's unreal. I mean, I can't even believe it.
I know what you mean.
Do you really think he'll let Miss Naruko go? Oh, look at Aichi!
Yep, poor thing. Hopefully.
Trust me, it seems like the
If you
negotiations
ask
have
me,
gone pretty well.
seems like
What
the
do you think, Asami?
negotiations have gone pretty well so far. What do you think, Usami?
I agree. I wouldn't expect any less from Yuki though. I'm glad she's here, seeing how I haven't been much of help.
Yeah, neither have I. She said negotiations should be done as a team, but Tokita is doing all of the work. She
only
has
just thinking
the
what
primary
I'm
role.
thinking because how everyone said that he's acting differently than he is, like than people think of him, and that he's calm, collected, and just that word of phrasing.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why. It just seems like something's more to this.
Yeah, you think so?
Like, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I think Mao's pulling the strings here.
You think so?
Maybe, because we have yet to encounter Mao's thing in Chapter 4.
Uh-huh, so far at least.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, would this mildly have something to do with it? Like, is what he's saying being sort of scripted? I'm just thinking.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about.
I'm not kidding when I say Yuki's really reliable. She's my only friend.
She's a little strange, too. Is that why you two get along so well?
So I lived at her house once, and since then we've lived as master and servant.
Well then.
I wake up in the morning, I submit to her forcible fondling at noon, and I'm forced to massage her shoulders at night.
You did well to stay friends for so long.
I just can't seem to win against her. There were times where I would be alright, this is the last straw, but whenever I confront her about it, I always seem to come out thinking, whatever, I guess it's cool.
Well, some people just have that effect on others.
Whenever I run into money trouble, she'd treat me to run.
Oop.
What the fuck?
Fuck, held down my
funny.
enter key.
Dear old memories, don't talk. Oh, you dead.
Wow, what a fucking present.
Alright, I once bought her a book called Torture Methods from Around the World for her birthday.
I'm reading the one that got skipped over. She'd treat me to ramen. She bought me a stuffed penguin once, a plushie. Good stuff.
Dear old memory.
Don't talk like she's dead.
Yep.
No. Dear God, don't give something like that to a woman like her.
He was so happy. Old times.
Usami looked up at the school building with distant eyes.
The Zycon.
The director called out to me in a reserved voice. How's it going? Were you able to get the money here?
Yeah, my wife said she'll call a taxi and be here right away.
He hung his head and continued.
You think this will settle everything?
At the moment, it doesn't look like this affair will end up going public, if that's what you're asking.
That would be fantastic.
He let out a heavy sigh.
My daughter being involved in something as brutal as this, if I knew it was going to turn out this way.
I could easily predict the rest of his sentence. I would have just given myself up. The director covered his exhausted face with his sweaty palms. My own father lament like this?
Again?
While thinking about his son? This is bad. I'm getting dizzy.
Oh no.
I'll try not to think about anything. An unsightly father who has finally felt the twinge of a growing conscience stands before me. That's all there is to it.
Oh no. You okay, Kyousuke?
Aichi, stand back!
It's just, you have that weird look in your eyes that you get sometimes. Tell me about it.
What?
Look, if you're worried about something, maybe you should try talking to me about it. I've got lots of life experience, so I've probably got some good advice for you.
Ha! Not you too, Usami.
I'm just thinking I'd like to help out if I can.
Help out, huh?
What?
Nothing. Anyway, it looks like Tokita is back.
Oh, right. And Noriko is with her.
Tokita walks across the schoolyard and Miss Noriko supported on her shoulders.
I'm back. Yuki, did he do anything to you? I hope he was quite the gentleman.
Are you hurt? Sorry, that's your line.
Are you hurt?
Now I'm doing it to you. Miss Noriko collapsed on the spot. She was probably too scared to even stand.
Sorry, I get the gist of what's going on from Tokita-san. How was it in there? Unfortunately, she has no idea. She was locked up in the pitch-black medical supply room, trembling with fear. Every now and then I can hear Hashimoto-kun shout from the next room. It just doesn't feel real.
Poor Miss Noriko.
Don't worry, I'm here with you now.
Aichi suddenly took her hand in his. Tokita, what were things like in the lab storage room?
From what I could see through the door's glass pane, Miso was in handcuffs. Hashimoto had a knife in his hand and told me to leave the drink in the corridor. I followed his instructions and put the drink down, then went to retrieve Miss Noriko.
Why did Hashimoto keep Miss Noriko and Shiratori in different rooms?
I was just wondering that myself. Keeping them together would be the logical choice. They'd be easier to manage.
Usami kept her gaze on Miss Noriko as she interjected herself.
Because he had no rope or handcuffs for her. Yeah, Hashimoto didn't plan on taking Miss Noriko hostage, so he was unprepared.
Yeah, that was discussed earlier. That, Miss Noriko kind of just got caught in the crossfire of all of this. I guess he was wary of a surprise attack from his unbound hostage during his negotiations with Tokita. The director suddenly became apologetically reverent toward Miss Noriko.
You think we could keep this quiet? Quiet? Keep this atrocity quiet, Director Shiratori? We should call the police right this instant.
quite the natural opinion.
The man said he'd kill my daughter if we called the police. As a parent, I can't let that happen.
Whether that's the truth or he's trying to protect his school, the director is desperately trying to convince Miss Noriko. Somehow I don't think Miss Noriko is going to be convinced.
Our top priority at the moment should be the remaining hostage's safety. The culprit will release Misa if we just meet his demands.
Miss Noriko hung her head, perplexed. Perhaps she was overpowered by Tokida's confidence.
I guess you did manage to save me, Tokita-san. And it's not like I'm trying to be ungrateful here, but...
Miss Noriko, I think we should avoid calling the police for now. I don't know what the Soniyama men I have scattered about would say if the police showed up all of a sudden. The worst case scenario would be a confrontation between the two parties. We'd undoubtedly have a more simple negotiation on our hands if that came to pass.
Who are you kids?
Tokita smiled.
The hero in our entourage.
Haha. Clever. Later. Still, Tokita. Before the money gets here, there's something I need to confirm. Are you really going to comply with the terrorists' demands and hand over the money?
What do you think, Chief?
She smiled in challenge. I answered hesitantly. Ensuring Shiratori's safety is our #1 priority. We have no choice but to comply.
I completely agree.
However, we can't be absolutely certain that he'll release the hostage after he gets the money.
Judging by my analysis, he's the type to keep his word as long as he is able to achieve his goal.
Well, and I suppose killing Shiratori wouldn't do him any good.
Right, the one he really wants to kill is...
She shot the director a quick glance. Yeah. As I watched Tokita and the director, I hurried my decision. What do you think, Usami? Usami was stroking her chin with the back of her hand, seemingly pondering something.
How does Hashimoto-san plan to escape after taking the money?
Escape? You think he's gonna try and make a break for it?
Of course, he said something about having a future. As it stands, he should be worried about seeing tomorrow.
This represents a huge oversight on our part.
He took hostages and barricaded himself in a school. On top of that, he's stealing more than 5 million yen. You honestly think he's just gonna waltz into class tomorrow and go into basketball practice afterwards? He put a knife to his homeroom teacher's throat. I was right, you know. Much means I was relieved with no reason to obey his orders. We should be able to retrieve the ransom somehow.
Yeah. The only reason he shows the guy up against us instead of the police is probably because he figured we would be easy to deal with. Of course, exacting revenge on Yuki might have also played a small factor. As I can think about the beginning of the incident, Hashimoto-san was wearing a ski mask, remember?
Yeah, completely covered his face. I didn't even realize it was Hashimoto until he spoke.
The ski mask implies he originally intended to hide his identity. He would have most likely used a voice disorder once negotiations started, but we got here too quickly. He only decided to give up and reveal himself.
You might be right about that.
Hashimoto-san had planned on taking the money without leaking his identity. And that was indeed the case. It would be strange for him to come to school tomorrow. Sit 15 away from the girl he held hostage the night before.
I was convinced. But now that his identity is out, he's finished. He has nothing left to do but run.
Now, the question remains, how does he plan on getting away with the school encircled? Experience would dictate he'll demand a prepared car, deciding to keep Mizuha hostage for a time.
Usami's expression grows dark and grim for a moment.
There's something strange here. I knew it!
Is that what you were waiting for?
Call it a hunch.
I teased her with a cocked smile. Let me guess. You think your Mao was back and he had a hand in this? Usami stared straight into me.
Yes, most definitely.
It all comes back to Mao.
I called it.
Good job. And we're back. Whew. It's been 3 hours since this whole affair started. Despite having direct orders from one of their superiors, the Sonoyama men are on their last nerves. They can't handle the lethargy much longer, smoking the time away as they sit on the grass. I watched as the taxi driver eyed the school suspiciously for a moment, then drove away. Apparently Hashimoto's ransom has arrived. Here we go.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Hashimoto-kun.
Tokita immediately resumed the negotiations.
We have a suitcase containing 5 million yen. The suitcase? I would have put it in a blatantly obvious bag.
If he is inconvenienced by the bag being conspicuous, then he really must be planning on making a run for it.
Well, whatever. Bring it to me. Of course. Shall I deliver it personally again? Yeah, I can't trust those other guys. Then when I bring in the money, will you release Misaha?
Hashimoto laughed deeply.
Don't be so hasty, Tokita. Why wait? Doesn't this conclude our business? Yeah. You prepared the good dough like a good girl. So I wish I could help you out. But if I release Shiratori, how am I going to get away?
Just like she said. As I thought.
Grab a car phone. Ask that rich snot Azai or something. Could be no problem, alright? Right? I won't know until I ask around.
Car? I guess I could probably get a company car from the Azai Corporation offices.
Look, you better get a damn car. I'm not going to roll over and compromise on this. You understand as well as I do how serious it is. Okay, if you were the criminal here, what would you do? Yes, you're absolutely right. I would prepare an escape route if possible.
But as long as he's in this city, he won't be able to escape from the Sonoyama group.
But we're on the same page now. First, bring up the money here. Once I see my wheels waiting, I'll call you again.
The call ended and Tokita shrugged her shoulders.
You heard the man, Kyousuke.
Alright, I'll prepare a car.
That was an awfully quick decision.
He has no idea about the extent to which my father controls this city. Even if he manages to get away in the car, we'll nab him soon enough. It's no different than the situation with Saijo.
Very well. I'll go deliver the money to him then.
Alright, don't do anything rash, like attack Hashimoto or something.
I won't. I don't know what I'd do if anything ever happened to Misa.
Tokita smiled as she walked once more towards the darkness of the school, suitcase in hand.
So I guess this is the big finale, huh?
Aichi muttered as he huddled with Miss Noriko.
And this is pretty much the same thing that happened to Tsubaki's kid brother. I had no idea these kinds of terrible crimes even existed, let alone were so common.
You innocent, innocent little boy. Yep. I casually
I'll be right
looked
back.
over at
Just gonna get myself a drink.
Alright, sounds good. It's been pretty tense so far. What a nice way to start the final chapter. Alright, you back? Guess not. Whew.
Bitches!
There he is.
Ah, yes! It is time.
Let us continue. I casually looked over at Usami. Things have been bizarrely chaotic recently. Ever since she moved here. Yes, yes indeed. I wonder why. "30 minutes later, Hashimoto's getaway car has arrived. A few Sonoyama cars were also on standby, just off campus. How are things on the inside, Tokita?
They seem to be drinking together in a friendly manner. It bodes well, I'd say.
Did Hashimoto say anything to you?
No, I was promptly asked to leave.
Well, everything's all set now. All that remains is to wait for Hashimoto's call.
Ozai-san, is the school barricade really flawless?
What do you mean?
Nothing. It's just the fence around the school is pretty short. Once he gets out of the building, he'd just hop it and be done with us, couldn't he?
We're covering the first floor windows, the main entrance, the staff entrance, and any possible exits to the building is practically sealed. Isn't that good enough?
Yeah, it should be. The men look worn out, so I was just a little worried.
What about you? You must be tired too. Hashimoto's made it pretty clear that he intends to march right out, get in the car, and drive off.
Alright, what am I thinking?
She scratched her head in embarrassment. What about you, Tokita? How are you holding up? I mean, you of all most people must be tired as hell.
Sweet of you to worry. Tell you what, you can massage my shoulders if you want.
You've got enough energy to crack jokes, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Still, she's a little quiet. She must be worn out from the long negotiations. Most likely. She'll be able to rest soon, though. The upcoming chase scene will be left to my expertise.
Kyousuke-kun, is there a special girl out there, someone you can't wait to get back to?
What's this about? She laughs.
Well, this is Stockholm. Working closely with you for so long has given me a sense of unification with you.
I know what you mean, but I'll pass.
Pity.
That kind of joke is unlike Tokita.
I'm Ozai-san's special girl.
Kill yourself! God damn it, you saw me. Oh my god.
Whip!
Oh my god, Tokita!
My, you're already practically a married couple.
Tokita smirked with her arms crossed.
Hashimoto is sure taking his sweet time to call us back.
Yeah, he should be able to see the car from up there. Heck, he should be able to even hear it.
Let's try to stay patient. Something might have come up.
If we get antsy and jump the gun, it might tick him off.
We can't wait forever, can we?
We'll wait 10 more minutes then. Yet 10 minutes later, there's still no contact from Hashimoto.
Oh, what is this?
Excuse
He's not
me?
picking up.
Is there somebody on the inside? Tokita tried calling twice, but in vain.
What should we do?
This is upsetting. What happened? Tokita, what's your take on the situation?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Did he suddenly change his mind?
I wish I could deny that with full confidence. Still, I've done everything in my power up to this point, so the chances are slim.
Then why isn't he calling us? We've met each and every one of his demands. Tokita pierced me with stern eyes. I'm sorry. There's no way you'd know that. But the question remains, what do we do now?
We have to go in and see what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's our best option. Which of us will go, though?
I could go if you all want.
An unlikely volunteer raises his unexpected hand. Oh, wow. Aichi. I don't know whether it's bravery or stupidity guiding you, but you are brave. I'll give you that.
You know how it is, man. I don't think I'll sleep right until I knock Hashimoto a good one.
No one's gonna knock him a good one, Aichi. Shiratori's life is on the line here.
But
Then Tokita stepped in.
very well, Aichi and I will go together. Yuki?
I guess it would be justified to send someone who's on good terms with Hashimoto, seeing as how you'd be less likely to agitate him.
In any case, you should stay here, Kyousuke. Between your men and your position as chief negotiator, we need you at the school gate.
Sure.
Haru, assist Kyousuke. You become accustomed to that role now, correct? I guess.
Yep, whatever. Tell me about it. I keep getting caught up in Usami's trouble for some reason.
That's right. So if anything happens, the least you can do is help him out, Haru. I'll protect you, Yuki-sama.
I don't think she needs your protection, Aichi, but sure. Whatever you say.
That's reassuring.
In other words, a polite way of saying, how
That
cute.
fishy feeling is getting worse.
Yeah,
Something's off.
absolutely it is. Like I said, is there somebody else on the inside who's been waiting all this time?
Ooh.
Tokita must have realized that
Yeah.
Aichi's presence may cause Hashimoto to drop his guard. Aichi's reputation for idiocy will have preceded him after all. Yes! Yes, it will. His reputation as the best character in the game will absolutely precede him in this moment.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Our boy.
Yep, our boy is about to prove his worth. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Oh my god. In any case, he'll be less threatening to Hashimoto than Usami or I. Indeed.
Love it. Let's go, Aichi. Yes, sir.
Looking somewhat nervous, the two disappeared into the school building. Not sure that's the right, phrasing, Aichi, but we'll let it slide.
Yeah.
What happened up there?
The worst possibility is that Mizuha has already been killed.
I thought of that too. They could have gotten into a scuffle and killed each other. It certainly explained his missing phone call, at least.
Yuki must have prepared herself for something like that before going into the school just now.
She's brave, that friend of yours.
She's really cool, too. Almost too cool.
And immediately after Usami finished her sentence, the phone rang with a clamor. Of course, it wasn't Tokita's phone. It was mine. Oh. What's going on? What's wrong, Tokita?
I don't believe it.
Tokita's typically calm voice was shaking. What happened?
Calm down and listen.
I'm listening.
He's not here.
What? Tokita steadied her breathing, settled herself, and said,
Mizuha, Hashimoto-kun, they aren't here.
"That's not And Tokita yelled.
It happened, goddammit. The two of them just up and disappeared. Whoa.
After hearing Tokita's
the
report, Usami and I headed straight for the lab storage room.
We need to calm down, Adai-san.
I know. Kind of hard
Now
to do
these are
that
the
right
points that I
now.
love about this game. The twists.
Yep. Let the
People
games
just
begin.
want to disappear.
Yeah, Tokita just panicked out of worry for her sister. We ran down the corridor and threw open the door to the lab equipment storage room. And it truly was empty.
Sorry for getting riled up just now.
Don't be. It came as a shock to me as well.
That bastard Hashimoto. Where the hell did he run off to?
Aichi passes up and down the room, unable to keep his cool. paces. Sorry, I read that wrong. I give the room a quick search. The plastic bottle Hashimoto supposedly drank from and a single paper cup lay on top of the desk. The flashlight Hashimoto apparently used alongside them.
Zai-san, there are handcuffs on the floor.
The black handcuffs that robbed Mizuha of her freedom were lying plain as day across the linoleum floor.
Reviewing her bonds could only mean...
Tokita bit her lip in regret. Did her despair get the best of her? She couldn't bring herself to say those next few words. Mean what, Tokita?
He was merely buying time.
Tokita seemed to reinforce her failing spirit.
I can't believe he asked us to prepare a vehicle in order to knock us off the right track. We let down our guard thinking that he would leave through the front gate in his getaway car, and he was able to run off secretly in the meantime.
That's ridiculous. He's still in the building, I shouted. The Sonoyama men outside heeded my call. I need to have them perform a thorough search of the school. The exits were completely sealed. There's no way you could have made it beyond these walls.
Really, you sure there wasn't some escape route somewhere?
An escape route?
Like a secret exit or something.
This isn't the time for A chill suddenly dashed up my spine. Wait. My face must be twisted beyond belief right now. Now that I think about it, wasn't the school being expanded?
Yes.
Of course. That was the spark that kindled this whole fiasco. Are the renovations done yet?
No, but they say it's almost there.
What have they been working on?
It's still taped off, but I don't really know. But I hear there's a new hallway on the first floor.
That hallway has windows, doesn't it? Aichi nodded. Damn it! Sorry. This was entirely my fault.
No one would expect you to know something like that. That's right, only the school staff and faculty would have known that, and apparently Mizuha and Aichi.
Hashimoto must have asked Shiratori about the secret exit. All we can do is give chase now. I reach for the door. Leave the rest to me. Go home, everyone. He got away on foot sometime around 30 minutes ago. If we comb through the area closely, we should be able to catch him.
Wait, I'm coming too.
I left Aichi behind as his fleet footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. Oh boy. Meanwhile...
Bearing an anguished expression, Tokita Yuki searches the darkness just upon the window of the lab equipment storage room. We've been had, Haru. She signs to the girl behind her. Haru responds with a sigh of her own. Well, it certainly didn't go the way we wanted it to.
Nope.
This is all my fault. Is this about the fact that Mizuha's handcuffs were removed? Yes, you know what that means, don't you?
Haru's intellect
Haru.
shined through her immediate response. Sorry.
Yep. It means Mizuha is cooperating with Hashimoto-san. There's no way he'd try to make a run for it, dragging along an unbound, unruly hostage. She would just be a burden after all. Why would she go along with him? Yuki shook her head.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Stockholm Syndrome?
Stockholm Syndrome.
Thank you!
I see. Stockholm Syndrome is usually a positive thing, so negotiators often try to build the foundations for it if they can. But something went wrong this time. May sound like I'm making excuses, but Stockholm Syndrome doesn't usually happen in such a short time. In the past, it's typically taken hundreds of hours, half a year, extreme periods of time and all on that order of magnitude. So you're saying this was an exception to that rule? Misa doesn't exactly think very highly of her father either. It's only natural for her to sympathize with Hashimoto-kun when they share viewpoints and a similar background. I overlooked that.
The girl standing behind her had no consolation for Yuki.
Just goes to show that the human heart can be read with a manual. Yuki sighed once more. I guess I still need more expert experience. In the very next instant, Haru's voice pieces her back.
All I can say is you did the best that you could with the info you had. And that's all anybody can be asked to do.
No, this is just how your plan was supposed to go down. Yuki's body freezes. Isn't that right, Yuki? That's right, Haru. Yuki mocks somewhere behind. That's off. A mockery quickly showed itself on her visage. If only you weren't here.
Hello.
I hear my lovely child is having a bit of fun tonight. I wonder how that's going.
I do too, my boy. Been a while. Well, while I found her plan to be quite the humorous parlor trick, I seriously doubt it will work on Usami. Accomplices can really foul things up. Should I have given her that advice? It shouldn't matter. Children grow whether or not their parents are there to help them along.
What are you saying, Haru? Yuki directed a faint smile at the girl behind her. You make it sound like I'm the mastermind behind these events. You are the mastermind, Haru pronounced sternly. You set this up from the very beginning, Yuki. How could you say that, Haru? I thought we were best friends. Yuki put on an innocent airs, but heart knew better.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
No slight could bend Haru to her best friend's strange behavior. Calm down, Haru. Didn't we decide that Hashimoto ran off with Misa through a window in the new hallway? No. How then do you explain his sudden disappearance? He could have taken any one of the windows or doors on the first floor, and it's impossible to tell which. How? Kyousuke's men had the building surrounded. He got away long before those men arrived. Yuki all but resigned. Nevertheless, she wanted to amuse herself with the conversation. Hashimoto-kun snuck into the staff room and assaulted Miss Nariko. After hearing her scream, we rushed into the building to see what was wrong. Hashimoto coerced us to leave the building and locked Miss Nariko in the medical supply room next to the door of the lab equipment room. That's what happened before I showed up, right? Continue. Hashimoto-kun then supposedly set up shop in the lab equipment room, but that never happened. He ran off immediately. Hold it right there. You saying Hashimoto-kun was never in here at all? Yes, he made it appear as if he was looking down at us while negotiating, but he was actually taking the call from another location.
How does that explain the flashlight then?
Another location? Huh? Yuki shrugged off in a false surprise.
So that's implying that what Haru is saying is true. Okay.
Well, what the fuck is going on?
I'm just as lost as you are, dude. Excuse me? What? Oh my god. My brain just imploded right now.
What a fucking start to chapter 4!
No shit. Yeah, Yuki,
I knew
what the
something
hell?
was off about Yuki, but I never expected
No,
this.
I did not think this is where it would go at all. Yuki, what the hell?
Wait, then, what was that flashlight we saw flickering?
Thank you. That was my question. That's what I'm trying to comprehend.
Hashimoto-san left his flashlight here before leaving the school. But you saw it yourself, didn't you? The light was flickering. I've never known a flashlight to turn on and off by itself. There are plenty of possible solutions, but the simplest one is to leave a flashlight with a dying battery. That would make it flicker a bit before turning off completely.
Yeah, but how does that explain the convenient timing for it?
Correct. The fact that the blinds were left open was inconceivable from the onset, in my opinion.
Yep, irreconcilable and conceivable.
Irreconcilable.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
We'll let it. We'll let it be.
Yeah, sorry. The blinds, huh?
Big words.
No one would leave the blinds open in their base of operations. It would entirely defeat the purpose. Indeed, that is somewhat strange. But is that really something to be suspicious over? Haru continued in a deep voice. When you arrived at the scene, Yuki, you waved your hand in front of the window here. Right. It took him a moment to respond. Naturally, he wasn't on the other side of the window. He was likely told to call at a specific time. That was a failure on Yuki's part. If only Haru hadn't suggested she wave at the window. It seems you just won't rest until you've proven that I'm Hashimoto's accomplice. Vice versa, unfortunately. What about Miss Nariko? You were keeping records, so surely you remember? Yes, after Miss Nariko was released, she testified that she heard Hashimoto-kun shouting. How do you explain that? Haru didn't falter. I'd wager that as we speak you're carrying an IC recorder or the like in your pocket. Yuki found this amusing. Haru called it spot on. She did indeed have an IC recorder with Hashimoto's voice samples saved on it. He had left it here before taking his leave. Surely you don't believe people are so easily fooled as to assume a recorded voice in the next room was a real person? That's precisely the reason why you let her rest after being released rather than putting her to the full interrogation. Goodness gracious, Haru is so incredibly fun. She thrusts everything that Yuki had recognized as suspicion into her face. I thought that was quite odd. Why would the talkative Yuki just ignore the only person who knew what happened inside the school? It happens sometimes. Maybe I was tired. There are only a few words recorded on the device, am I right? Just enough to deceive a morbidly terrified teacher. Yuki felt like throwing in the towel. Alright, are you gonna strip search me now? There's no need. I have more evidence. I'd love to hear it.
This is intense.
This paper cup. The paper cup we gave him. What about it? The portion of the bottle's contents are gone, and the paper cup is a little wet. So Hashimoto-kun poured a drink into a cup and Miso drank it, right? What's so suspicious about that? There's no sign that a mouth ever came in contact with this. Very good, Haru. The drink was poured out, wasn't it? That's why Yuki chose the lab equipment storage room. Huh?
This is incredible.
Yeah, You could only pull this off if the two of you were in cahoots. I can't imagine a scenario where the two of you aren't accomplices, and yet you bring in the drinks and money and fake what happened in this room. Yuki decided it was time to surrender. I would never expect any less, Haru. Haru gaze assaulted Yuki's senses. Is that a confession? It was a mistake to appoint you a secondary negotiator. That's why you hesitated when I suggested we work as a team, wasn't it? Yuki nodded to the girl behind her. That moment, she saw her defeat decided. It's the cliche, so I'll ask. What tipped you off to the possibility of my involvement? Yuki! Tell me, don't raise your voice. Haru answered, heavy with sadness. When you were talking about basketball. As I thought. Hashimoto-san said, look at the skating arena over there. I froze solid when he said that. This window doesn't look toward the arena. Yuki had been standing near the window in order to stymie Haru from that realization, but it had been in vain. At first glance, it may seem like Hashimoto was Yuki's downfall. However, Yuki held some responsibility in this failure as well. He was originally a simple young man, someone whose extremes merely amounted to chalk on a blackboards. Petty was perhaps the most fitting word.
Definitely.
To make such a person out to be a calm, motivated hostage taker with a goal was quite difficult. When he showed his true colors by asking about his sex life, she felt the pressure-ring desire to hit him. So bearing any more tricks Mizuho is being held in a place from which the arena is clearly visible, correct? Yes, and Hashimoto-kun is there alongside her. I drugged her earlier and took her there. How could you? Well, for some reason she still held loyalty towards her good-for-nothing father. Can you believe that? What a softie. Your original intent was to invite Mizuho into this little scheme, wasn't it? Unfortunately, my negotiations failed. A certain famous negotiator once said, negotiating with one's own family is the most unsurmountable of tasks. After declaring so, Yuki turned around and returned Haru's sharpened glare. So, Yuki, is the money in this room or the next room over? If I return it, will you forgive all of this? Haru let silence speak for her. Her pained expression wounded Yuki's heart. Nevertheless, Yuki calmly continued. You wouldn't, would you? You're the hero, after all. Haru shook her head. Was it revenge you were after, Yuki? I don't act so shocked. It's dirty money, for crying out loud. You intended to dirty yourself as well as for this dirty money? The police allowed Director to escape justice. Who will punish his evil if they won't?
Yep, vigilanteism.
Anyone but you. God, Yuki, anyone but you. You're naive, Haru. In this day and age, the good are seen, but nothing but sweet imbeciles. Don't you see that? I don't live according to the times. I live based solely on my own judgment. The words of mouth from the mouth of the hero. Such is to be expected. Step aside, Haru. Yuki jerked her chin to shy Haru away from the door. Where do you plan to run to? Now that I've made an enemy out of Kyousuke-kun, I'll probably have to skip town. Listen, Yuki, Haru said as she placed her hands in Yuki's path, arms wide open. You're a smart girl, so I'll assume that extraordinary circumstances force you into action. However, you're still in the wrong. Thanks, Haru. I feel terrible for causing so much trouble for so many people. Miss Noriko especially, and Kyousuke-kun, of course. He's off hunting Hashimoto as we speak. Then Yuki interrupted Haru's protest. It's too late. I've already sold my soul to the devil. Haru's eyes gorged in despair. In that same instant, Yuki shoved with her with both. Fuck. Haru shrieks. She staggers. She loses her balance. Her feet slip, and her hair glides through the air. Leaving Haru where she lay on the floor, Yuki dashes out into the corridor, immediately swerving around to close the door of the lab equipment storage room. She jams the can into the lock and twists it violently. It's all or nothing. Yuki. The door creaks. Haru beats at the door, shouting, cursing in her own powerlessness. Luckily, the key had broken off in the lock, jamming it. Don't run away, you can still turn back. Yuki flushes the everyday smile of her past, just self. In negotiations, if you lose control, the game's over.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Yuki was now past the point of no return. Without so much backwards glance, Yuki dashed into the deep darkness of the school corridor. Haru's grieving voice would forever linger in her ears.
Damn. What a sequence.
What the fuck? So she's working with Mao.
I never would have guessed that coming into the final chapter here.
Fuck.
Good God. Woo!
Shit.
Finally breathe.
Christ almighty. This is getting real.
Yeah. I just can't even fathom that. After receiving a call from Usami, I head for the lab storage room one more time.
Thanks for the help.
Usami briefed me on the situation. Tokita had apparently masterminded this operation and has now escaped somewhere. Though betrayed by her best friend, Usami managed to stay composed.
We should chase Yuki.
Yeah.
Trying to escape in that situation can only mean that Yuki has unfinished business.
Usami's face tenses again.
I'm worried about Misaha too.
It's already 2 a.m. The director has gone home for now to rethink the situation, and Aichi ended up deciding to escort Miss Noriko home. That leaves no one but Usami and I, and a handful of bored Yakuza. Alright, let's pull out all the stops and track down Tokita. Tall, beautiful girl walking around in a uniform at this hour shouldn't be too hard for this Sonoyama, guys.
Worry about all this.
You should be. If I keep on using men for the matters that are none of the Sonoyama group's business, they'll have me cutting my fingers off an apology before too long.
I wouldn't say it's none of their business.
Pardon?
I think about it. This roundabout methodology, the endless mind games, doesn't it sound something you know who would come up with?
Oh please, not Mao again.
Well, I guess it would be overthinking things, sure. I mean, there's no way Yuki could be connected to Mao, right?
I couldn't say anything.
Yuki's father, Tokita Kaoru. He's a really great man. He's a senior police superintendent. That's no joke, like a real top dog. I mean, Yuki wouldn't do anything to smear her father's name. That's a given, right? I mean, she has a grudge against director Shiratori, but becoming a full-fledged terrorist just to take some pathetic revenge is a little too much, right? Senior Superintendent Tokita raised her to be a good girl. She's always been talking about how lucky she is to have her daddy.
Usami seemed unable to hold back her frantic emotions. She doesn't want to accept it.
Why does she think she has to do such evil things? Why? Yuki is a smart girl. She should think of something else. Better way to show the director.
Her voice gradually fell out as she trembled and her hands began to shake.
Something wrong. That wasn't Yuki.
Yusami is looking for a source of evil. She simply can't accept the fact that Tokita knew she could undergo such a metamorphosis without some dark catalyst. Then again, the belief in evil is sometimes one's only hope of salvation. Yusami. Was it on a whim that I rested my hands on Yusami's shoulders? She didn't shake me off. Instead, she silently accepted my kindness. Though she's usually so annoying, so downright disgusting, the Yusami I lent my support to seemed small enough to fit in my hand. After a brief intermission, time continued its course. The night wore on as the frigid, unforgiving wind beat endlessly against the window. Oops, Cerberus is playing spin rhythm.
Nice.
Oh, here we go.
Stealing through the streets and alleys, bathed by neon lights, Tokita Yuki brainstormed for a new countermeasure. If everything had gone according to plan, she'd be heading for a cheap apartment where Hashimoto and Mizuho awaited her, a large amount of money in hand. Yet will her bad luck ever cease? She's near the apartment, but Hashimoto isn't answering her calls. Was there some accident? In any case, entering the apartment would have been dangerous. Yuki slipped into the darkness, sliding up against the walls of nearby buildings. Her school uniform was simply too conspicuous.
Uh-huh.
Should I rely on the Mao? Now that Yuki understood how easy it was to incite the wrath of one of the city's most powerful organizations, she began to realize the true extent of the meticulous nature she had once sensed in Mao. The man who had able to avoid the omnipotent threat of the Soniyama group for months now, despite moving freely about the city. Surely that means Mao would be able to guarantee her safety. Only, I'm not that Mao's henchman. Mao had merely advised her a bit concerning this plan. He also supplied the drugs to ensure Misa slept through her transportation to the apartment. Now that she objectively evaluates the situation, she may have indeed been possessed by the devil.
No kidding, girl. You think she has any interest in you now that you've done your task? Oof.
It all began 2 years ago with a single email. The sender identified himself as Mao. He had quite thoroughly investigated Yuki for being no more than a common stalker.
Jesus.
He knew that she was an illegitimate child and that her mother had passed away. Mao, who had put forth an investigation into her past that would spark envy in her, even the best private detective even begun to entice Yuki. After a few electronic exchanges, Yuki left her own town for Tamabetsu City, running to meet this intriguing Mao. The club was deep in the depths of Central Boulevard. After introducing herself at the entrance, she was ushered into the VIP room. She bore the look of one of those high roller lounge in the upscale. Bore the look of a high rollers lounge in an upscale casino. No light poured from the ceiling. Her only option in the dim room was to rely on the indirect light at her feet. Nevertheless, the defining point was the mask on each and every one of the employees and guest faces. Among them were narrow eye masks, the kind you would expect to be worn by sexual deviants, often accompanied by decadent, ornate satin hoods. Some of the groups even sport a pair of red horns, along with the likeness of other such horrors only imaginable in medieval European paintings. Nice to meet you. You'll go, sorry.
I am Mao. Thank you for flying all this way from your hometown.
This Mao was no exception. He wore a white masquerade mask reminiscent of the Phantom of the Opera. Yuki tried to ignore the oddity and bowed in greeting. Thank you for inviting me. This is quite a lovely place you have here.
Do you like it? Here, everyone, regardless of social status, can come together and play as children do.
The cottage voice of both women and men echoed from the dark corners of the room. They were accompanied by the sounds of alcohol sliding down throats, the shouts demanding service from nearby women. The guests endlessly entertained themselves with such vulgar acts. Well, do you have some business with me? I'll be calling the police if it's anything trivial. A deep laugh split from behind the mask.
Are you familiar with that individual over there?
Mao gestured with his chin, and Yuki's eyes followed. A plump middle-aged man sat there slumped on the sofa, wearing nothing but an oversized diaper on the lower half of his body.
Jesus Christ.
Beside him was a woman with an apron shaking a toy at him as if he was soothing her upset infant. This scene's inhuman, bizarre nature caused Yuki to reflexively avert her eyes.
That man happens to be one of the highest-ranking officers in the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. His preferred pleasures make for quite the interesting nightly show. Once the sun rises, he's back to his duty as an ally of justice, pursuing criminals such as myself. Funny, isn't it?
Yuki calmed her breath in an attempt to regain her composure.
Jesus Christ. I don't know what this game's trying to say, but my god. There is some kind of jab in there somewhere.
The spider efforts, the otherworldly aura of the room, negated any sense of order within her. Mao had not even laid a finger on the mountain of money before him.
You know as well as I do that it would be impossible to run an establishment like this without ties to both the police and the Yakuza. Don't try anything that might upset your father's reputation.
I take that you imply that you know my father's occupation?
Yes, that's why I called for you.
Yuki finally regained her composure and attempted to scrutinize the Mao's gestures and tone of voice. Her possible routes of reading this man were limited as long as his face was hidden from her.
I hear that you've studied criminal psychology for years. Is that right?
Did you hire a detective? Something like that.
Supposedly, you paid frequent visits to your local parole office, posing as a relative of various ex-convicts. You must have been a delightful little child.
Thanks. It netted me a few strange looks every now and then, but it ensured I was never short on friends. With a slight smile, Yuki examined Mao. He recrossed his legs twice since she entered the room. His hands fidgeted in tune with the conversation, opening and shutting as he makes his comments. He was an archetypical diplomatic type. That was the conclusion of Yuki's evaluation. People who fall under this category make judgments through the use of logic and reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yuki engraves each and every one of his fingers' subtle motions, their expressions, into her memory. He seems to be quite the careful man.
I think that is an understatement.
Mm.
This man thinks through everything.
Whether that care was manifested as a result of prudence or paranoia was yet to be seen.
What did you think of the criminals you met with?
They were all very nice people. They played with me quite a bit.
They must have been lonely. Do you think the experience for them was similar to having a daughter of their own?
Yeah. Yuki made sure to keep the conversation going without letting her guard slip. Mao had kept command of the conversation from the beginning. The man before her, without saying a word about himself, had been trying to evade Yuki's heart. By the way, why Mao?
It's the incarnation of evil. Nice and simple, right? What about you, Tokita? Why Yuki in katakana?
Katakana.
Yep. Why Yuki in katakana?
He's good. He smoothly evades the question and follows up with a question of his own.
Mm-hmm.
Judging by his mastery of a conversation, he was likely a businessman of some kind. I don't know how my name came to be in katakana. For all I know, it was a misunderstanding of the clerk's office where my birth was registered. Yuki decided to switch strategies. It was futile to barrage the diplomatic businessman type with questions. This type likes to talk.
Absolutely.
One should build trust with these people by honestly answering the questions they pose. Only after this trust has been solidified will they begin to speak about themselves. Mao recrossed his legs again.
That makes 3. It's a pity children aren't given the opportunity to choose their own names. Did you ever curse your father?
You have no idea.
Is it true that he didn't even have the decency to attend your mother's funeral?
Yeah, I stayed up all that night planning my revenge. I couldn't think about anything else.
Wouldn't it feel good to put that plan into action?
Yuki laughed as if she understood. You'll need to butter me up a bit more before you go in for the big sale. Mao laughed along.
How rude of me. It was not my intention to push you into exacting your vengeance, but I apologize if that's how it came across.
He spread open his arms as if to embrace his own joke, and then crossed his legs. Yuki pondered this gesture as she smiled with the Mao. She came to the realization that he recrosses his legs just before redirecting the conversation. Does this reaction mean something? Recrossing one's legs is often used as a way of relieving tension. In short, it could mean he's lying. What exactly is your intention then?
I wanted to play a bit with you. Isn't that good enough?
I have no interest in playing in a place like this.
I see. Then I'll tell you the truth. What's this in front of you?
Money, a few 100 million yen, I'd wager.
The truth is, I want you to do something for me. You'll receive compensation, of course.
The least I can do is listen.
It's simple.
Mao said as he recrossed his legs.
What does that make? 5 or 6 times now?
Yeah, I think... yeah.
I'd like you to set up a bank account, then bring me all of the money that will be routed to that account. The transfer location will be this room.
Yuki projected the request with strength and confidence. Don't lie to me. Mao seemed to be at a loss for words. A bank account? Why me? You investigated everything about me. From my upbringing to my skills, and you expect me to believe that you want me to do something as menial as deliver money?
The concepts behind trust building pervade this entire society. Is it so strange to ask you to do a few small jobs first?
No, you're lying. He stared at Mao's legs with a sharp look. One of his long, fidgety legs was about to be placed on the other. Mao nodded and said, utterly composed,
You're quite amusing.
Mao's hands and legs stopped moving. A question asked almost in humor escaped his lips.
Do you feel uneasy when you're not toying around in other people's minds?
As he spoke, he put his fingertips together and sank deeply into the sofa. Yuki, astonished, felt a panic rise inside of her. Mao's entire persona had changed from just a moment ago. He was testing her.
Yep.
Putting one's fingertips together denotes a feeling of grandeur and dignity. This man before her was aware of this fact and consciously acting in that manner. Your restless leg and hand movements were intentional, weren't they?
I wonder...
Now he had resorted to playing with a fringe which jutted from the side of his mask. That would typically be read as a sign of anxiety or lack of confidence. There was no conceivable reason for Mao to be anxious.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
What the hell? An irritated tone slipped from her tongue. Mao seemed to perceive that as an opening, quickly leaned forward close enough to violate Yuki's personal space. Just as she realized she had gotten in over her head, Mao's powerful voice pressed her.
Be my comrade, Tokita Yuki.
The end of his sentence struck home.
And I will satisfy your exceptional curiosity.
Curiosity?
Don't play dumb, Tokita. You feel guilty, don't you?
Even his mask seemed to smirk.
All the prisoners you met with were well behaved, good people.
Your point being? Yuki felt that she would have been overwhelmed by his force if she had not at least feigned defiance. That's right. Most of the people I met with were awarded parole after serving only half of their sentence. It's only natural that such people would be good at heart. What about it? Is there something wrong with that? These powerful feelings Yuki held leaked into her words. The pressure in that long quarantine zone of her heart squeezed them out into the open air. Of course there was something wrong. It was a sin to treat people who had been repenting for so long and who had been forgiven by society they offended as mere objects of study or curiosity. However, the torment Yuki felt because of her guilt had always been washed away by the whisperings of her inner demons. She was only a child, after all. Not to mention her complicated background, which had destroyed her ability to trust other human beings. The opening in her heart was not lost on the king of these demons, Mao.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But it's such a waste.
A waste?
A waste to stop now. There are far stranger people in this world than those in your memories. Terrible, violent criminals who have lost the ability to control their desires. Sociopaths who earnestly believe their own conjured lies. Terrorists who will use any possible means to fulfill their goals.
Yuki's heart began to race against her will.
Tokita, you aspire to follow in your father's footsteps, to become a police officer, do you not? Japan has just recently recognized the necessity of police negotiators. I can promise you that you are the very makings of one. Would it be all that awful to do some practical field training?
What are you trying to tell me? The more Yuki spoke, the less she was able to contain herself. Are you just saying if I become your comrade, you'll introduce me to eccentrics, the likes which I've never seen before? Eccentrics. The mask nodded deeply.
As many as you like.
You're lying, aren't you?
Wouldn't you like to find out?
Yuki hesitated once more.
This is good.
As she sat speechless, Mal said,
I've got an appointment soon with a certain foreigner. Why don't you join me?
A foreigner?
Yes, he has a bit of a poor record when it comes to trimming his nose hairs, but he's a good-natured man.
But isn't he a criminal?
He's just a merchant.
Actually, didn't you just call yourself a criminal? Do you think the daughter of a police officer is just going to sit idly by and watch you discuss your illegal matters?
Oh, don't be so uptight. We're just having a drink. And I'll be passing on some of this money.
Are you buying a mansion?
You've regained your composure. Can I take that as a sign of your interest?
Mal sank into the sofa again. Yuki's heart began to sound the alarm. Her curiosity became unmanageable and began to claw at the walls of its quarantine.
Oh boy. You don't have to know any
Mal,
of the details.
Mal kindly said. He's a special level of psycho.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Who I am, what I do, what I'm planning. You don't have to know anything about illegal matters. You can simply sit back and enjoy a valuable experience.
However, associating with Mao would nonetheless be approving of crime. That is a line she must not cross.
How about it? I don't think it's such a bad offer.
Yuki was perplexed. Rather, she was feigning perplexion. They say that in door-to-door sales, the salesman is won the moment the door opens.
Not that it's my intention to pressure you into it.
Her fate may have been decided as soon as she met Mao. From the very onset, she had been successfully coerced into deceiving her father by coming here without telling him. She hadn't actually lied, but she had certainly been less than forthcoming. It's no wonder she'll continue to do so. Well, Mao? She couldn't go on without asking the most critical question.
Here we go.
It's all well and good that you'll so kindly satisfy my curiosity. Well, what is it that you want in return?
Here we go.
If it involves my father, I'll have to decline. She mustn't cause her father trouble. Mao is a criminal.
What will he do?
As such, he may desire to blackmail, somehow manipulate her father, a powerful figure in the police system. Yuki steeled her courage as she gazed into the evil mask's eyes, and Mao from the other side of that mask responded in a slow manner of a parent speaking to an infant.
There's nothing I particularly want in return, but if you must ask...
Mao put his hands to the mask.
Your soul, perhaps?
His tone held no hint of
Cajolery?
maybe.
Cajolery? I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's one thing I like about these.
The contract was signed. Now that he has shown his true face, there would be no escape from this Mao. After that day, about once a month, Yuki would secretly meet with Mao. But hold on, shown his true face. So she fucking knew. She knew Kyousuke was Mao the whole fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. He typically introduced her to his acquaintances in Tamambetsu City, but oddly enough, his meetings also often took her to the coast sea of Japan, Fukai, and a small village in Niigata. Yuki was able to meet a great many people during these rendezvous. Sheshins who ruled the Moscow black market, extremist Muslim jihadists. Mao often received briefcases from fishermen at the wharf, but never explained what they held. Yuki never intended to ask. Most of the Japanese people she met were youngsters. They were each the child of a politician, or the owner of a large corporation, or some other powerful person. And they were each children who, for some reason, had become unable to live their lives without running away from something. Each and every one of them carried a sickness in their heart. To Yuki, these meetings were exceptional in a way. Speaking to the criminally minded child outside of the bounds of a youth detention center is a rare opportunity. Yuki had the opportunity to meet an abundance of strange, abnormal people. She pitied them, sympathized with them, empathized with them, and grew from her experiences. Didn't take long until she herself lost the ability to control her desire, the desire to sate her endless curiosity. However, the Mao she had met with so many times remained a complete mystery. His vast wealth and questionable connections reflected the title Mao perfectly, but Yuki had never once seen the man commit a crime. That said, she wasn't about to let her guard down around him. I had no idea the person Haru chased so fervently was Mao.
Mm-hmm. What a small world, huh? Now we must be back to present day.
Yeah. Even at the school they attended together in a homeroom, Yuki knew that Haru was searching for someone with some objective in mind. But no matter how close they grew, Haru would never tell Yuki about the Mao. She only had found out a few days ago when she interrogated a man who seemed to be one of Mao's pawns, Saijo. Yuki knew Mao's contact details, though he likely had many more and had met him in person several times. Should she tell Haru about these things? Yuki hesitated on this for a time. As he hesitated, Mao planted the seeds of the plan for that night's hostage situation. In the beginning, Yuki had no intention of harming others in her quest of vengeance against the director. She hadn't intended on revealing Hashimoto's identity or dragging Miss Nariko into the fray. Her original plan was to persuade Misaha to join her, fake a hostage crisis, and make the director squirm a little. Why did it have to turn out like this? The answer lied in Yuki's own weakness. She didn't have the courage to tell her father, police officer, that she was involved with the man who triggered the car bombing in the southern district. She didn't have the courage to tell Haru either, for fear of being hated. Besides, her weakness was responsible for the desire for revenge in the first place. What would Yuki gain by threatening and stealing from the director?
Wouldn't it satisfy you?
Mao said these words. Is it really alright to just bottle up your feelings? He spurred her on.
Do you think you can be a great police officer someday if you let an unjust man like your director walk free, when he is the man most worthy of punishment?
Of course, she had said her words to the director. She had scolded him as much as she could for abandoning her mother and then having the audacity to simply skip her funeral. But the director merely gave her an empty apology.
Why won't the director repent for his sins, you may wonder. The answer is simple. It's because you are powerless, Tokita.
The power Mouse spoke of is one molded around a skeleton of violence.
I've never been fond of grand examples, but just look at this world. The country with the most military might holds the most influence in international politics. No matter which lovely words the powerless masses want to use to tug on your heartstrings, the only people who will hear their cries are those looking for a good tearjerker. In the end, they'll just be assassinated or persecuted by the majority, or something along those lines.
Every great negotiator needs a great assault team behind them.
I love children, you see. I think a brilliant child like you, Tokita, could create a world ready to listen. However, we're not quite there yet. At the moment, numbers and money still do the talking.
Yuki submitted to the devil's temptation. Then again, who could be subjected to 2 years with the Mao and come out uncorrupted? Mao was always composed and captivating, but most of all, he possessed the power to capture the hearts of the young. As a result, Yuki betrayed Haru, hurt Misa, and is now being chased by the Yakuza.
Yep, good job.
You reap what you sow.
As they say.
A
Oh?
shadow stepped into the darkness.
What's this?
Oh, Mizuha. Mizuha stood there astonished. I heard everything from Hashimoto-kun. Oh,
This is getting interesting.
he seemed brutish enough to get the job done, but he must be soft on women. He left too much slack in the rope that bound me. I found an opening and took his knife. That's incredible. I didn't know you had that kind of courage. You should have aimed for some of that courage at Kyousuke-kun. Is it true, Nissan? Is what true? Are you really behind the affair at the school? Did you threaten my father? Yep.
Yep, she's been found out. She's got nothing to hide anymore.
Yeah, I had to or I'd never be satisfied. And are you satisfied now? Yuki shook her head ambiguously. What's with the hand? You're in a pickle, aren't you? Are you saying you'll help me? Yeah. Yuki smiled faintly as she looked into Mizuha's eyes.
I don't know what you're doing.
Though they weren't the eyes of a liar. You don't intend to turn yourself in, do you? Of course not. If she had even considered it, she wouldn't have shoved Haru to the ground and run away. The biggest reason for not wanting to get the police involved in Versailles was because she didn't want her father to learn of this.
Uh-huh.
No, I have some unfinished business. The black flames in Yuki's heart ignited once again. She had left the suitcase with the money in the lab equipment storage room. Thus, even after all that effort and labor, Yuki had gained nothing. I need to show him once more. You're going to continue this ordeal? Misa's voice betrayed her attempts to hide her sadness from Yuki. Misa, do you know why I never came to see you all this time? Of course she doesn't. There's no way she could. The only person who could understand her mother's sadness and suffering was Yuki. I thought, why should I have to go to them? You lot should have been the ones crawling to apologize to me. Isn't that right? Look, I know you did nothing wrong, Misa, but still, it felt like going to see you would have been betraying my mother. I just couldn't do it. I wanted to see you too, Nissan, only I hadn't the foggiest idea where you lived. I know that, I know. Like I said, you did nothing wrong, Misa. Misa had merely been brought up in a naive ignorance and harmony. Unlike Yuki. Now let's leave that chat for later. As Yuki turned to walk once more into the darkness, Misaha called to her, her hand still outstretched. Do you resent me? Of course not, Yuki said as she donned her usual gentle smile. You're my beloved sister. The negotiator lied.
Well then.
Hit.
I did not see this coming.
Holy fuck, man. Guess how long we've been streaming for?
We're at 5 hours again.
Oh god.
Yeah, we got started early, so
Yeah.
we've had the leisure to go for a while.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
Woo.
Yeah, like, I'll have to, like, take off by 5 though, so...
When is that? In about
that's in
40,
about...
40 minutes or so?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and make myself a drink, so
as
I'll
much
be
as
just a
I'd like
second.
to, Underskins, no, I have to work tomorrow, so I unfortunately can't do that. One day we will do another 12-hour stream, and it'll probably be when I am doing something stupid like a high round again. But man, yeah. First, I never would have guessed that Tokita would be in cahoots with Mao, and second, I never guessed that Tokita was behind the whole incident at the school there. There we go. There's a hair on my pop filter. And that actually explains a lot about Yuki's absence. Yuki's, Tokita, same. It explains a lot about Yuki's absence during Shiratori's route. Like what was actually going on there. It's just things played out differently, so it wasn't exactly the same set of circumstances, but still, you know, the point remained. Like, my God. I need more time to fully process all this, but sweet Jesus. Supposedly, Tokita was spotted around here. Time continued to march on deeper into the night as Usami and I continued our search along Central Boulevard. With another person earlier, huh? I mean, based on what we just saw, yeah, she absolutely was, but it's probably not who you're expecting. Like, Jesus.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back.
Yeah, I just decided to get myself ice and a glass and I'm gonna pour myself a nice drink.
Sounds good to me. I just polished off my water.
Oh yeah, that's good.
So what's up, Sarah? Zach just came back. He just finished watching the Mario movie.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you liked it. Because, yeah, everybody I've talked to who's seen it says that it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
I'm just glad that it's a movie that doesn't have an agenda for once.
Oh, I know, right? Like, God forbid we just want a movie to be a movie.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue because this visual novel, in the end, isn't a visual novel, and it's fucking good.
Oh,
I thought I heard someone say earlier that Yuki was with another person earlier. Is that right?
Yeah, we certainly know that. Probably Hashimoto.
Does that mean Misa has been released?
No, wait. They said it was a girl.
Meaning
Meaning it was probably Shiratori, I guess. They must have run off together.
Usami's side. Yuki must want to threaten the director again.
It's quite possible. She never did manage to get the money earlier.
Ah, hell. I'll head for the director's house. Yuki will probably call him there.
Alright. I'll keep looking for Tokita. We parted ways. Here we are again.
Panting, Yuki and Misa fled through the black darkness of the wharf. Christ, Kyousuke-kun is a scary kid. After that, the pursuers show up. One of them called out to Yuki. He even managed to grab her arm before she shook him away and took off. She took two different taxis in order to shake them, but it was to no avail. Wait, hold on. Does she know Kyousuke's Mao or not? I'm confused.
No, oh wait, yeah. I mean, I don't think it was ever directly stated.
Like shown true face, but what does that mean?
That's all we have to go on.
Yeah, I'm like, this is confusing.
Aren't these the Yakuza that Kyousuke brought to the school?
Yeah.
Because we're back in present day. So
yeah, so let's continue.
Yeah, that would explain a lot.
Alright.
That would explain.
But the Yakuza don't follow the rules of the road.
Nope.
They follow their targets to the ends of the earth.
Yep.
What should we do, Nissan? A nearly inhumane cacophony. Cacophony of anger snarls rushed in from the distance. It was only a matter of time before they were found.
Absolutely,
do not fuck with the Sony Armor Group.
Nope.
I have an idea. That's why I brought you here. Yuki pulled Misa by the hand and headed for a nearby warehouse. The heavy steel door was locked. However, Yuki had met with Mao once inside this warehouse. The entrance had a keypad and Yuki had memorized the password Mao inputted. The warehouse interior was dark and musty. Yuki pulled shut and locked the door before turning to face Mizuha. What sort of idea involves a place like this? Mizuha's doubt was natural, even in the face of Mizuha's anxiety, though Yuki untied a rope that bound a stack of crates. You said you'd help me out, right, Mizuha?
Oh, dear.
Mizuha's eyes gorged in fear. It's only an act, Mizuha. Yuki pulled her dumbfounded sister towards her and tied Mizuha's arm behind her back. Mizuha's resistance began to be bound amounted to no more than a quiet moan. That's a nice face. Hold that pose for a second. Let me take a picture.
Yeah, she's like, again? God damn it. Poor thing.
She's been kidnapped enough for this day.
Uh-huh. She's had enough for one day.
Yeah. Press the button. Explain yourself, Nissan. Yuki almost wanted to say, think for yourself. Shouldn't Misa know exactly what's about to go down by now? I'm taking you hostage in order to kill the director. Yuki flatly declared her intention to kill Mizuha's own father. I lacked determination before. I was too soft, forgiving him for only 5 million yen. That's why Haru saw through me. The ecstasy and madness in Yuki's face reflected in her sister's eyes.
Good lord.
I had like you got the little glimpses of her sadism, but fuck, she's nuts.
Oh yeah, she's gone full-blown psycho now.
Nissan, are you serious? Do you know what your father said when he drove my mother and me out of the house? You don't, do you? Go die in the cold.
Good lord.
This fucking visual novel is dark. Yuki remembered it clearly. In the cold under the falling snow, they had been thrown out with no more than clothes on their backs.
Yeah, so the intention's pretty clear. That little shit did not expect them to last more than a day. You know, given the circumstances. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Misa may be trembling in fear now, but her pain is nothing compared to the freezing air and uncertainty of that day. Stop, Nissan. If you do this, you'll
what?
try to be a little useful, Mizuha. Yuki's stifled voice held plenty enough force to silence Mizuha. We're sisters, aren't we? They weren't very similar sisters.
Nope.
Their outward appearance were barely alike, but their personalities were completely opposite. Mizuha's face was puffy and round, proof of her comfortable upbringing. She held a mushy way of putting her foot in her mouth every time she talked to the boy she liked. Her commonness finally grinded on Yuki's nerves. She gazed at Mizuha's neck. Her younger sister kept Yuki's ancient memento dearly these long years. It was cold, easily cold enough to make me want that scarf back. Mizuha was speechless. When she realized that her sister's eyes bore no hesitation, there was nothing more to say. Now. Yuki transmitted the photograph she had just taken. Let the second round begin, Haru.
Oh boy.
Chapter 4. A winter wonderland, waiting just beyond an oak and beach-lined promenade.
This has gotta be like a flashback sequence.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, this is what we were showcasing earlier in my browser.
This hill in the eastern district of Tombametsu City was Misa and Yuki's favorite spot to play. What do you want to name it, Oni-chan? They had spent 2 hours making a child-sized snowman.
How fun.
You name it, Mizuha. You did most of the work. I want you to name it. Misa always coped with a bratty attitude around her parents, but today, with Yuki, she wore a carefree smile. Then Yuki began with crossed arms. How does Yuki Taro sound? Yeah, Yuki Taro, it's so cute. Nah, we can do better than that. Like what? Let's name it after the boy you like.
Oh dear.
Don't do that, it would be embarrassing. The cold, fluffy snow piled up on the sisters' shoulders. Snowflakes landed on the tips of their toes, gradually melting into the warmth of their shoes. Like the endless dancing of white weather, Misa's laughter refused to subside. This was an old, happy memory. They had played with all their hearts until nightfall. They didn't want to go home. They didn't want to leave the sense of unity for their typical divided family. What awaited them was a strange household with two mothers. Yuki never bothered to consider how her parents and Mizuha had come to live together until much later. Nevertheless, it seemed Yuki's mother was important to the Shiratori household. Even in her earliest memories, Yuki remembers her mother doling out orders as her father's personal assistant. Hey, guess what? I'm gonna marry you, Oni-chan. That's cute. Her sister's sweet voice made its way to Yuki's ears. It was an unforgettable, serene sensation. Sisters aren't supposed to get married, but me and you are different. Yep, that means we can get married.
Sure.
Too bad I'm not a boy, Mizuha. She was an adorable little sister.
Yes, yes indeed she is. My god. It's too precious.
Snowflakes caught in her eyes glittered like teardrops, framing her innocent smile. Do you love me, Oni-chan? Of course I do. I love you too. Misa shuffled her feet about and gathered up the displayed snow in her hands. What are you doing?
Exactly what you think she's doing.
Misa smiled mischievously as she packed a tiny snowball. Hey, wait. You aren't going to throw that at me, are you?
Snowball fight!
Oh, come on, of course not. This is Yukatori's dinner. His dinner?
Sure.
Misa was a sweet little girl. Her diligent preparation of the snowman's meal was no less dazzling to her cool, mature older sister. Oh, what should we put in the rice balls? Apricots?
Wait! I'm allergic to adorableness!
We don't have any apricots. Then what are we going to put in them? Words.
Good lord.
Words? Yeah, words are strong. They're strong?
Aw, you sweet little child.
If the pen is mightier than the sword, then I'd say they must be. Oh yeah, the 3 hostile newspapers are scarier than 1,000 bayonets.
Oh yeah.
You're so smart, Oni-chan. Misa's tiny head nodded over and over. Yuki dearly loved her little puppy of a sister. Even if we put apricots in his rice balls, his food will still disappear, right? Yeah, the tiny apricots will die too.
Aww.
But words will never disappear. They can't die as long as we remember them. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, makes sense now.
Even if Yukatori melts, the words we left will never disappear. Wow, words really are strong.
Yeah, aren't they?
Remember, Mizuha, if anything happens, speak up. No matter how scary someone is, you can always make them understand with words. Papa and Mama too? Yuki smirked at that. Yuki was still young and innocent. She had yet to understand the critical role of violence following in the shadow of words. Of course. Alright, let's give Yukitoro his dinner. Yeah, I've already figured out the words. Already? What are they?
Let's see what they are.
Her little sister cheerfully answered, Mizuha will stick with Nissan no matter what.
Oh. Oh. Wow.
Yuki couldn't help but crack a smile.
That isn't coming back to haunt you in the current situation right now.
Hey, wait, don't make the snowman eat those words. Their laughter diffused into the weak winter sky.
Oh my god.
The sun gradually sank behind the horizon, dimming the earth, but the sisters' radiance was not so easily rested. Not the slightest hint of their coming parting was present those dazzling winter days.
Simpler times,
this game
right?
hurts my soul. Oh no.
And we are back to the present. Here we go. So we're right outside that warehouse, no? Because that's where they hold themselves up.
Yeah.
3 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna be that for me in about an hour and a half here. The men who had been chasing Tokita reported in, and she had apparently last been seen with Shiratori near the docks in the Western District. The sounds of the night and the waves crashing against the wharf were interrupted by the ringing of my cell phone.
Miyazai-san, where are you right now?
At the harbor.
I see. Yuki is likely hiding in some warehouse.
Why do you think that?
She sent me a cell phone picture just a moment ago.
What was the picture?
It was Mizuha. Give me a minute, pouring my drink.
Yep,
good
idea.
Oh god, this is getting good. Her arms were tied behind her back.
It's been good for the last several hours. Even though we've been going for a while, I don't want to stop.
Yeah, man.
My god, if the last episode was the longest one, we've already surpassed it and then some.
Yeah, fuck.
Lord.
Yeah, now, chapter 4, man.
Oh.
Like, Christ.
Now even her sister's gone and taken her hostage?
Sister's gone and yeah. Oh, sorry.
Well, was there a caption or anything?
Bring the director to the warehouse near Zai-san.
What if we don't?
You really need to ask.
She'll kill Shiratori.
Anyway, I'll be there as soon as possible. I showed the director the picture and he said he'll come too.
Alright. In the meantime, we'll look for the warehouse Tokita's in and get a perimeter set up. What is Tokita planning? She's not really gonna kill Shiratori, is she?
What a way to, like, just this one choice that we made that went into Shiratori's route, just not calling the police is leading to all of this.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That's why you do that. Holy shit.
This game is nuts.
And, Kyousuke, you are so naive. She's not going to really kill Shiratori. Have you seen how deranged Tokita has become?
She's become human.
Yeah, do you really think she won't?
Yeah,
I would not put anything past her at this point.
Company of all people for like 2 years. Like, fucking look at what happened to Tsubaki in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, what do you think 2 years is gonna do to Tokita?
Yeah, like,
is she still?
And
we're back with them. Is she doing all this just to get back at the director?
She's brought quite the squad. Dozens of rushing footsteps beat the ground outside the warehouse.
Yeah, I mean, you saw all of the Yakuza that surrounded the school.
Light leaked from outside, from the inside. It was likely easy to locate Yuki and Mizuha among the port's many storage buildings. A few short moments later, men were already kicking at the door and shouting. The warehouse's iron door held fast and strong. They were nothing but a gang of hoodlums. Unlike the police, they didn't have the tools necessary to force their way inside. Not for fucking long.
Yeah.
What will you do now, Nissan? What? You won't be able to run away anymore. We'll see about that. She said as she shrugged her shoulders rebelliously. I'll get away. Just watch. How? Through the front door. You won't I'll make it. I will make it. I told you once about the power of words, didn't I? Misa bit her lip after realizing her sister's intentions. Yuki idly looked down at her, and as she considered her options for the coming negotiation. It would be simple. Her opponents were a gaggle of amateurs. The director would be too worried about his precious reputation to call the police. Even considering Haru's raw logic, Yuki still had her nemesis bested soundly when it came to persuasive skill. The other problem would be the final bastion of innocence. Once Yuki commits a crime herself, she has turned down a dark path from which there is no return.
Nope.
Pardon me. Her father's golden record would be forever tarnished if this daughter became a criminal. For this reason, Yuki apologized to her father, took it in her heart. She desperately wished that she could have at least said a word of parting to him, but the march of time would permit no such thing. Please, Nissan, reconsider, won't you? Misa spoke directly to the hesitation in Yuki's heart. However, her pleading, psychopathic expression only reminded Yuki of her filthy biological father, and the hatred within her buried away where barriers held her resolve in check. The die is cast, Misa.
Here we go. Around an hour later, Usami showed up with the director in tow. The sea breeze swept up her long hair and tousled it about. That one there, Usami. See the faint light coming from the window?
Good work. That's got to be the one. How did it even get in there?
Usami's question was right on the mark, but I didn't have an answer.
What's going on this time?
The director flared up at me despite his exhausted appearance.
Was Yuki really behind everything? The girl's mother embezzled money from my company, you know. Could have just handed her over to the police, but I didn't. I let her off the hook and just kicked her out of my house.
She should be thanking me, not holding some grudge, she says with a sigh.
Criminal parent, criminal kid, I guess.
My throat.
The director was lucky we
have such a strong wind this morning. The eyes peeking at him from behind Usami's long, windswept bangs bore all the horror of Azai Gunzo's. I interrupted his whining. That's great, director. You didn't even get the police involved when you were the victim of the embezzlement. That probably means you'll want to keep this little case under wraps too, right?
Yeah, how about you?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. If we keep the events of this awful night a secret, even Tokita might have a future. Not that Tokita's future is of any importance to me. It'd just be a waste of an able mind. I mean, if I build my connections with her now, she'll be of use to me in the future.
I'll try calling Yuki.
Yeah. Oh, use the device you used before so I can hear too. Usami quickly took out her phone and began to fit it with the widget. Here we go.
Phone rang. You're late, Haru. Have we got the right place, Yuki? Yes, I'm right here in the warehouse. No tricks this time, Haru. You brought the director, right? The man himself spoke up in response. Hey Yuki, do you realize who you're screwing around with here? A worthless son of a bitch who can't do anything without his mistress? What?
Truth hurts, don't it, boy?
You can imagine his red face flushed with anger. As she provoked him, she listened to the ambient sounds in the background. The roaring sound of the sea breeze announced that he was indeed outside the warehouse. What do you want, Yuki? Haru. Hostage crisis require a bit of tactical foreplay. You mean we need to build trust before I can ask for you for demands? That's right. At the moment, I'm a stranger to you. Don't be ridiculous. You're my friend. I'm just as heartbroken as Mizuha must be about all this. I still can't believe it. Yuki laughed at Haru's emotional voice. If she doesn't, the guilt will tear her apart. You sound like a bad soap opera, Haru. We've got you surrounded. Now look, your mother's crying. Yuki! Pipe down a little, Haru. If you're too emotional, you might agitate the criminal enough to make them do something that can't be undone. She looks at her bound sister with an icy glare. I'll tell you my demands, Haru, Yuki suddenly says. Prepare a car within the hour. That's not all, is it? Oh, how'd you know? If you were just trying to get away, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of calling out the director. I'm glad you understand. That should expedite things. Where were you planning on taking the director in the car? Who knows? But I can tell you it won't be a very leisurely Sunday drive for him. Yuki could hear Haru's breathing stop over the phone. You got it? No more questions. Now until the car gets here, we're suspending all negotiations. Negotiations try to do what they can get to get a reaction out of the criminal. After all, if the criminal is completely unresponsive, negotiations wouldn't have much of a leg to stand on. Yuki knows that and plans to avoid all unnecessary contact with Haru. Wait, Yuki, what do you plan to do if we don't accept your conditions? What do you think the hostage is for? Mizo isn't an ornament. Don't lie to me. You wouldn't lay a finger on her. You might be surprised, Haru. Yuki feigned composure, but the anger inside her was erupting into a mighty tempest. What exactly do you think you know about me? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? If you could keep Mao from me all this time, there's no telling what I might do. You get me? There's darkness in every heart. There are secrets that become game changers. You never truly know what someone might suddenly do. What's that mirror looking like, Haru? Do you still think we're friends? Attitude will do you any good? Following that final provocation, Haru's voice changed entirely.
Yep, trust destroyed.
If I could keep Mao from you, you say? Yuki had finally let slip her connection to Mao. It was unimportant, though. Haru's connection to him, her absurd bloodlust, had been a case in Yuki's point. It was likely in the deepest darkness, one of those secrets known only to herself. I know the Mao. Hell, we shared a hotel room once. He's crooked, but he's a man of principle, kinda like you. The gauntlet had been thrown. Very well, Yuki. Haru said as her tension noticeably doubted. If you choose to identify yourself as both an agent and supporter of Mao, then I want to go easy on you. Oh, how terrifying.
Damn.
Uttered sarcasm. Yuki's smile twitched. At any rate, you have 1 hour. If you're late, one of the hero's precious comrades will be left in pieces. So hurry up, will you? Sure. Haru punctuated her response by hanging up on Yuki. Nissan. Younger sister was uneasy. Nevertheless, she merely looked up at Yuki as if she was worried for her sake. Hara allowed her anger to show through her poker face. A display of tension during a negotiation can excite the criminal. You should be worried about your own sake, Misa. You heard what I just said. Don't be so naive to think I won't hurt you. Fear consumed Misa's eyes and Yuki was satisfied. Oh god.
It's getting real, folks.
This has been an exciting episode.
Oh, yeah.
That woman has got to be king. Oh, sorry. Taking your line, sorry.
I understand. We're both very excited here.
Yeah.
The woman has got to be kidding. I tried to snap Usami out of the trance she'd been in since the call ended.
Yuki used to reminisce fondly about the days she spent with her mother. They had no relatives to rely on, and they lived in a small factory in Hokokuru. Her mother worked there. They had no money and practically no clothes, but her mother always did everything she could for her.
Sounds familiar, somehow.
One day, the village they were living in became divided on an issue. Some people were in support of a building a dam into town. Some people were rapidly against it. Yuki's mother, through her experience at a construction company, knew what good things a dam could bring to the village, so she supported it. In the end, the construction project was halted. What do you think happened to the supporters after that?
Alright, I get it already. No good with these kinds of stories. Shook my head, not wanting to hear more. I had a similar experience. Family standing is important in a small village. Tokita and her mother were ostracized, right?
Yes, their home was burned down.
Oh, come on, that's just way too far out there.
No, Yuki insisted it was arson.
Not that any legal ramifications could have addressed the root of the problem. Still, if the director said was true, she had it coming to her. Everything was fine until she embezzled money from his company, right?
Yuki said the embezzlement was complete fabrication. She told me about the situation and her story seemed very credible.
You can't say for certain that she wasn't lying to you, or that she had her facts straight in the first place.
In any case, it wasn't Yuki's fault.
Doesn't matter whose fault it was, Usami. Good people have bad luck too. There's no point in holding grudges so long for every little thing. We appear to have reached an impasse. Yes! Exactly, my boy. What are we arguing about? Let's just try to stick to the problem at hand.
Yeah.
We closed in on each other and talked in whispers. What do we know? Tokita demanded a car. She plans on taking the director hostage and running away somewhere. Her ultimate objective is likely to kill him.
I agree so far.
Then what's our best course of action? Prepare a car as demanded?
Yeah, for now.
Usami thought silently for a moment. Alright, I'll get on it. Shouldn't take anywhere near an hour. I arranged for the car to get here immediately. Later.
Hey, Misa. Yuki broke the silence as she twirled her hair in boredom. Did you ever gather the courage to tell Kyousuke how you felt? Does it really matter right now? Well, you might not get another chance, you know. Misa stared straight into Yuki. It was an unshakably resolute stare, one that defied the gravity of her situation. Is that scarf warm? Misa nodded. You remember the day I gave it to you? I caught a cold. Did the gift make you happy? Yeah. Misa's idle stand transformed into a blissful expression. Her eyes narrowed as she reminisced on days gone by. She was weak to the old times. Yuki suddenly posed a question to her sister, snapping her out of a trance. Why didn't you try to contact me? I told you I didn't know where you lived. Couldn't you have just tracked me down? I'm sorry. Remember that scarf when my mother's pneumonia took a turn for the worst. Misa interrupted her with a sob. And you regretted giving it to me? Yuki sneered at Misa as tears filled her eyes. You expect, instead of getting off your ass long enough to find me, you just kept living the good life here with your father. That's not... Things never change, do you? You declined my invitation into the last plot. If you had just cooperated with me, the whole operation would have gone over smoothly. The director wouldn't have stood a chance in the end. You chose him over me. Stop, Nissan. This isn't like you.
Huh. This really puts the Shiratori route into a different perspective.
Yeah. No wonder that it's recommended to play these routes in order.
Yeah. Because... Yeah, otherwise, if you went back and did it after seeing this, like... it wouldn't have the same level of impact.
Yeah.
My god.
No, you stop. Stop trying to appeal to my emotions. I'm no longer the little girl who made snowmen with you. Misa looked down and desperately continued. Do you hate Dad that much? Of course I do, Yuki said as her eyes snapped open. This revenge is premeditated, not some pathetic act of passion. The hate and resentment I bear for that man doesn't fade away. It simmers, distills itself, and grows stronger and stronger. There was a reason you had to leave the house. What, that farce of an embezzlement? My mother would have never done something like that. It was a setup your father concocted. He was desperate to cut all ties with his mistress. You want to see proof? I have plenty. Mao had helped her investigate the circumstances surrounding her exile about 1 year ago. Come to think of it, it was likely at that moment, the moment she sold herself to the devil, that the wheels of her revenge had begun to spin. Did you know my mother was ill when your father threw us out of the house? Misa didn't respond. She was likely too young to remember those days, but Yuki would never forget. Never forget the blood on her mother's lips and the hands as she coughed out her lungs. The smiling face she used to yell Yuki that everything was fine. How could a man throw a woman in that condition out into the cold? Yeah, I realized she was nothing but a mistress. I realized that. She was bound to be done away with at some point, but cruelty has its limits. Did you really have to throw her out into the street? Yuki knew complaining to Misaha about her mother's pain and humiliation wouldn't do any good, but she couldn't help herself.
Yeah, she's had this shit bottled up for a long time.
Know this, Misaha. My mother's blood is on your father's hands. That doesn't mean you have to go this far. Yuki gave up. Misaha may be a sister, but she's still an outsider. There's no way she could understand. Even Yuki couldn't muster the empathy to consider other people's problems to be her own. Once upon a time, each of those countless convicts had told her a story, but she had listened as an unconcerned bystander. Yuki decided to respond leniently. I know revenge won't bring my mother back from the dead, but it might bring me back from the brink of hell. Once you start thinking of revenge as the only form of salvation, you'll pass the point of no return. As if to punctuate the point, then at the point the phone rang. Yuki quickly drew in a breath and exhaled before answering.
Here we go.
That was fast, however. We have the car you asked for. Well done. Leave the engine running, would you? I want to be able to take off as quickly as possible. Do you honestly believe you'll be able to get away? But trust me, Haru. I have no intentions of on the leading edge of a car chase, so don't try it. If I see a single pursuer, they'll be fishing our car from the ocean with a crane tomorrow morning. You're insane. Do you think a sane person could do any of this? Even if you manage to shake us, you won't be able to shake the police. Oh, I imagine I won't. After all, there's nothing keeping you from running to the boys in blue this time. You plan on living on the run for the rest of your life? Waking up scared every morning, wondering if today will be the day they finally drag you in? What's this? After making all that fuss and saying you won't go easy on me, you're still trying to persuade me? Don't you think that's a little too soft for you, Haru? Haru had apparently ignored Yuki's provocation as she countered with a deadly blow. Your father's going to be the one chasing you, Yuki. I highly doubt it, she answered coldly. Officers are automatically removed from any cases involving family members. Daddy will probably be sent back to the countryside. You thought about this, I see. Then let me emphasize this once more. If you give up, this won't become public. If you go back home to your father now, come out from there. Oh please, you want me to surrender? One of Mao's accomplices? Why, so you and Kyousuke can have me torn apart? No. Haru's whole faltering voice betrayed her hesitance.
Oof.
But even if Haru had a change of heart, the Sony armored men outside would wring every last drop of blood from Yuki. They had been chasing Mao for a good while too now. That's enough chit-chat for now. I'll tell you my next demand. Yuki glimpsed at Mizuha. Sissa was already lost for words, dark with despair. I listened to Kokita's demands over the receiver. I've got a question for the director. What? What do you want to ask? It's important, so I expect honesty.
She
prefaced
herself with that before continuing.
What do you know about the man who set fire to the house my mother and I were living back in Hokuriku? I don't know what you're talking about.
Something tells me that's bullshit.
Oh, I highly doubt that. You gave the order, didn't you? I told you I don't know what you're talking about. You've been after the records she had kept of your under-the-table dealings for a long time. After that little fire of yours, everything just disappeared. Everything we owned just went up in smoke. Literally, worked out for you, didn't it?
The director shook his head frantically, obviously in a panic.
The villagers have always been a bunch of shits to us, so the police investigation, let's say, was less than thorough. In any case, thanks to our house being burned down, Mum's health got a lot worse. Do you know what that means?
It means whoever was responsible for that fire took years off Tokita's mother's life.
I'm clean already. I know it was someone you hired. I didn't tell them to set any fires.
So you did.
The orders were to sneak in and steal it back, weren't they? When your man couldn't fight, it figured it'd be easier just to torch the whole house. Does that sound about right? No, I was just worried about you. That's right. I had asked Katakura-kun to check up on how you were doing. His name's Katakura. Is he a legitimate employee? Did this side job help his career along? He's one of our executives. What about it? What do you think? Get Katakura down here. I'm sure he's used to taking your orders, right? That'd be ridiculous. You've got no proof of any arson. Have you any idea what time it is right now? Don't bring unrelated people into this. I'll decide who's unrelated here. You got this? This is my courtroom.
Damn. Her voice was cold enough to freeze one's blood. Sir, I think it would be best to comply with her demands for now.
What?
Look, if need be, I can get my father to erase certain things. You know what I mean? I just made up some bullshit, but it seemed to do the job just nicely.
Got no other option.
He reluctantly agreed.
Once you made all the necessary calls, I want you to enter the warehouse. Why? Is that a refusal?
Tokita's voice
I
was
gotta go
brimming
soon,
with
man,
rage.
but like I don't at the same time.
I feel you.
Fuck! I'll release Mizuha if you come take her place.
Sweat trickled from the director's forehead.
Your daughter's life is at stake here. Even a demon like you wouldn't abandon Misaha, would you? Wait, what do you intend to do with me? Leave it as a surprise. Hurry it up.
Oof. He looked at me as if looking for help. Well, I don't have the right to force him into it. He blinks over and over, and his hand balls into a clumsy fist.
Alright. Wait.
Usami grabs the director's shoulder with her free hand.
It's too dangerous. Oh. Haru, what do you think you're doing?
At Yuki's prompting, Usami declares her thoughts with seemingly absolute confidence.
There's no way you would ever hurt Misaha, Yuki. Oh. In other words, your current hostage has no value as a hostage. Is that what you think? Thus, I can't afford to give you the director.
I see. She can't kill Shiratori, but she can kill the director. If she had the director held hostage instead of her own sister, she could feasibly make outrageous demands.
I see I underestimated you, Haru. You completely exceeded my expectations. However, you seem to misunderstood something. I feel I should clarify this. What?
What are you doing? The sound of flesh being harshly beaten jumped from the receiver. And perfectly coinciding with that, Shiratori's screams followed suit.
Did you hear that? Yeah,
Tokida's cruelty manifested itself in Shiratori's gasps.
Yuki.
Usami's brows tensed, and after some time she began to speak.
What did you do to Misaha? I backhanded her. I think I found this rusty nail lying on the floor here. I might just use that next time. Cut it out. If you obey me like a good girl, I'll just do just that.
Someone nearby had had enough and jumped into the conversation.
Alright, look. Take me. Just release my daughter. You hear that? You got such a sweet papa, Misaha. I wish he'd been so sweet to me.
I decided to speak up and mustered the calmest voice I could. Hey, Tokida, you're not lying when you say you'll release Shiratori if we hand over the director, are you?
Of course not. Trust me.
I'd love to. You just don't seem too trustworthy right now.
How did I know you'd say that, Kyousuke-kun? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you and I had a lot in common.
You mean like the way we think?
No, I was referring to the labyrinth darkness within our hearts.
Alright, look. I've had enough of this shit. Trump card time. Either Shiratori comes out, or we're coming in.
No. Do you think you'll be able to break the door down?
Well, let's see. We've got a couple dozen men out here who could wrestle bulls. So I'm gonna say yes, I do. I'll also say that if it comes to that, you're through, Tokida.
Oh, most definitely. I do love this side of you, you know.
Good one, Tokida. We'll see who's laughing when these guys drag you out of hiding. Actually, we already have a route into the warehouse. There's a window up on the side. It's about 5 yards off the ground, but that shouldn't be a problem if we can get a few men standing on each other's shoulders. Still, that should be a last resort.
Hey, Kyousuke, why not switch over to my side? I think I'm a pretty resourceful gal. You might decide you like me.
Sure, sounds great, honestly. We can hammer out the specifics once you come out of there.
Fantastic. Hand over the director, I'll be right with you.
Skipped over that a little quickly.
No.
Usami stopped the director a second time as he started toward the warehouse entrance.
Let me go, I have no other choice. You can't. There's a criminal in there waiting to kill you. Don't you realize that?
Uh-huh. Yusami finally called Tokido a criminal. It was likely a measure she took to kill her personal feelings toward her friend.
You're a stubborn one, Haru. That man is a degenerate, inhuman worm of a human being. Even so, I just can't let him die.
Tokido gave a short, nasal laugh.
And that's why you have no friends, Haru. When you act all righteous, people think you're weird. People want to keep their heroes in their video games. I'm sorry, but we're not exchanging hostages. You truly insist on being so unyielding, you best prepare for your worst case scenario. I said no, and I mean no. Director Shiratori, I want you to stand over there.
Yusami managed to stare the director down as he took 2 steps back.
Well, Haru, great negotiations so far.
Tokido remarked sarcastically.
I'll call again later.
Yusami let her arm holding the phone slide down as a sigh escaped her lips. As a sigh escapes her lips. God. Are you sure we made the right call there, Yusami?
The second she takes the director hostage, it's over.
I realize that, but we can't just let Shiratori die.
Yuki wouldn't touch Misaha.
Why are you still acting so naive? She just hit Shiratori a few seconds ago.
Nah, that was just a bluff.
How can you say that? We heard the whole thing, didn't we?
Think about it. If Yuki had really backhanded Misaha, there's no way she could have screamed in a second like that.
She's right. If Shiratori had really been smacked, she'd have gone speechless from the shock.
Most likely she clapped her hands together for Misaha, scared as she screamed out in surprise.
Which would mean...
The criminal still has some semblance of conscience.
Still, huh?
That was Yuki's downfall. If she hadn't bluffed like that, we might have accepted the trade.
But as it played out, she practically told us she won't be hurting Shiratori anytime soon.
Like I said earlier, that means her hostage lacks any real functional purpose.
Which means we've got the edge.
Yeah.
Yusami nodded as she stared at the warehouse wall.
Check out the window over there.
Here we go.
Looks like things have taken a turn for the worse, Yuki thought. She paced around Misaho with her arms folded. As Yuki had realized from the onset, her hostage was a weak excuse for one at best. She should have known Haru would realize this too. This fact of being able to recognize Yuki's assault as a bluff only compounded the problem. She needed to force a hostage swap quickly before things got any worse. Nissan. Misa, who kept quiet, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were utterly vacant. Sorry for scaring you back there. Yuki subconsciously allowed her guilt to squeeze out an apology. She may have been jealous, envious of her sister's comfortable upbringing, but she was not yet prepared to cross the line of violence against this innocent girl. It's okay. Misa muttered a quick response before turning her gaze to the floor. Fuck! Oh god, this is getting too much!
No kidding.
Yuki was nervous about the upcoming raid. As long as they know she won't harm Misa, they might force her their way in at any time. They'll most likely try to enter via the warehouse window. If she puts up a fight at the bottleneck there, she might be able to drive away 1 or 2 men, but these opponents were muscle from head to toe. Each man she knocked down would stand right back up again.
They would just keep coming. Like she herself said earlier, these men pursue you to the ends of the earth.
Yep. Haru hadn't wasted any time. A bulky black shadow stood menacingly still at the window. What do I do now?
You're done for.
Yeah, Yuki looked down at Misaha. Misaha returned her gaze. Look, Nissan, she said, sickeningly sweet tone. Yuki would have to cross that line.
You don't say. What's going on
What's
in
going
there?
on? Oh, sorry.
I asked one of Gonzo's subordinates for a quick report. One of the smaller men had been given a boost up to the window and was peeking through.
I can't really see what's going on. Think we should break the window?
I casually looked over to Yusami.
Would that be alright?
Of course. Oh, I never told you. Sorry. This warehouse is managed by the Azai Corporation.
That's one heck of a coincidence.
Now that I think about it, it is. Why did Tokita choose this place anyway? Whatever, doesn't matter. Alright, on 3. 1, 2...
Wait, stop!
What?
You could just send me a text message.
Text message? Why didn't she just call you?
A picture's attached. Oh my god.
Yusami's expression grew severe. I reflexively peeked at Yusami's cell phone. What the... Shiratori had been cut by a sharp object. A stream of blood trickled down her thigh. The wound looked shallow, but the meaning behind that fresh blood brought a shudder to my spine. Tokita, that fucking... She really did it. All that time at school must have made me go soft. Sisters, give me a break. My heart froze up. Hey, Yusami, let's call off the raid for now. She was likely shocked, speechless. She just stared wide-eyed at her phone's LCD. The phone began to ring with a clamor. Yusami's dumbfounded gaze stayed perfectly still as her hand pulled her phone to her ear.
Did you see the picture? Yeah. Do you realize now that I'm serious?
Yusami didn't answer, so I spoke up in her place. People will do anything when they're cornered, huh?
Tell me about it, I feel awful. I suppose there are growing pains of rebirth.
You're going to hell, Tokita.
I'll see you there.
I may have let my guard down too much around this woman. As my disappointment in Tokita peaked, the director called out to her from behind me.
I understand the situation. Please stop this, Yuki.
Tokita's cruelty to the director wasn't abated in the least by his submissive behavior. She had no mercy, even for a man who'd gone pale at seeing his
Yeah, we're
daughter's
still
blood
going,
shed.
Zach. I'm surprised. We've been going for 6 hours.
Yeah. We went for another hour when we said we were gonna stop like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's just too good, man. This shit is just getting too good.
Yeah. If you understand, then hurry up and get in here, would you? Right, I'm coming. Did you call Katakura? He said he'll be here in 30 minutes.
Yusami's arm didn't shoot up to stop him this time. She just watched the director's back as he trudged toward the warehouse.
Something's wrong here.
Yusami quietly muttered something. Meanwhile...
It was true when she said she felt awful. You cut the cord and looked at the wound on Misa's thigh. Was that good enough, Misa? Thank you, Yuki struggled to say. A few moments earlier.
She did that to... Tokita made her do that to herself, didn't she?
Fucking hell. The very moment Yuki had seen the shadow window, Misa suddenly moaned. Look, Nisan. Yuki's eyes shot open. Misa had stood up by herself despite her hands being bound and edged over to the one of his steel containers in the warehouse. Yuki nearly screamed in an attempt to stop her, but it was too late. Misa raised her thigh to the sharp corner of the head and dropped herself on it.
Oh my god!
Ah!
Why? God! No! Oh! Oh, why? She really meant what she said that day.
Shit.
Fucking hell.
The sharp steel corner mercilessly tore her bare leg.
Oh man, I don't like picturing that at all.
Without even crying in pain, Misa turned to address her sister.
How can you not? Why?
Will you trust me already? Without even thinking, Yuki had snapped an image with her camera and sent it to Haru. She felt downright awful.
This is what Haru meant when she said something is wrong.
Yuki untied the rope binding Misa and inspected her wound. You should be alright, the bleeding's already stopped. It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't worry about it. I've gotta ask, why? Misa shook her head. I told you I was gonna stick with you.
Like I said, she really meant what she said that day. Oh.
We thought last episode was bad at keeping our attention, but Jesus!
Yeah. Longest episode by far.
Yeah,
and I'm not keen on stopping until we get through this day.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to tell Kay. I'm gonna tell my partner that I gotta see her in a bit. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to the toilet. Nah, if I'm making a commitment to this, I'm doing this right.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Whoo! Holy shit. Holy shit, guys. This is fucking nuts. This is absolutely insane. What we are witnessing on our screens right now. Like, oh, I've said on several of these streams that this has been the most eventful one. This, for the rest of the series, I'm calling it right now. This is gonna be the most eventful episode of this entire series. I don't think any other episode of this series is gonna come close to this. This has been a long-ass fucking roller coaster of an episode.
Alright, boys, I'm back.
To end.
I'm fucking pouring myself another drink and committing to this. We're not stopping.
Good. Nope.
Till it's fucking over.
Yep. Until this goddamn day is over. Yep. I've got to see this through at this point. I'm in too deep to quit now.
No, at this point, there's no rational thing stopping.
Nope.
I'm gonna damn the consequences, swig a drink, and we're fucking in it to win.
Yep.
Okay. Caleb is ready.
Not even a sleep dart? I'll work through it, damn it.
Yeah. Don't lie to me. You had your chance to do that and you blew it. Spider words, Yuki hated herself for not trusting in her sister. I'm going to kill your father. Are you saying you'll help me do that? Yeah.
She doesn't seem too enthusiastic about it, but after what she's just demonstrated, I'm not inclined to believe she's going to betray her word.
Misa nodded if she had given up on everything.
Yeah, you've become her accomplice. You know what you're getting yourself into. And yet you're still doing it. There's no turning back now.
I don't believe you. It's what you want. I love you, so I'll help you out.
Shiratori, why?
Give me a second. This.
Good God. Oh, I don't believe this. What a fucking night this turned into.
Yeah. Alright, I just messaged. She'll be a little bit upset, but at this point, there's no point in me stopping now.
Oh,
this has gone too far.
Uh-huh.
Don't say such revolting things. Revolting, huh? You know what I've been thinking?
Oh,
What?
that's dangerous.
Up until a few days ago, I was such a coward. I couldn't voice how I felt. Play childish mind games. I didn't have the courage to talk to people I wanted to talk to. Miza paused for a second and stared at Yuki. Then you came around. I didn't even really have any friends before that. And once Dad got into trouble with the law, it just got worse. I felt so tiny, so ashamed to be who I am. When you came around, suddenly every day was so much fun. The concert was a blast. It was. That late dinner with the Zyklon was so fun too. He said he had type A blood. Really? Anyway, I owe it all to you. You've always been the one who made my days fun. Misa's direct, straightforward gaze became painful to Yuki. Do you remember the name of our snowman?
Oh god.
Yukitaro. What a stupid name. Misa laughed feebly. I was just thinking of how much I want to make another one, and I decided something. I'll follow you to hell if that's where you're going, Nee said. Oh, fuck this game!
You had to do it, didn't you? God.
Yuki's
Why?
chest threatened to rip apart. Such was the pain. She desperately looked over Misa's whole body. Eyes, hands, feet, mouth. Not a part of her little sister told her she was lying. Are you sure, Misaha?
You can't be serious.
Yuki prudently scrutinized her again. Dad's guilty of more than the world knows. I'm not just referring to you and your mother. He always worms his way out of it somehow. It's about time karma caught up to him. If the police won't give him what he deserves, then it can't be helped. If you usher things along. Yuki could hear the infantile naivete in Misa's words. She was in an emotional tizzy due to the extreme situation. Saying one is willing to engage in cold, premeditated murder based on a temporary emotion immediately raises a red flag. Most likely, Mizu is actually hoping for a situation where both the director and Yuki could be saved.
Very astute, I must say.
It's impossible for her to hide her soft heart from Yuki's senses. But why? Misa started with a touch of loneliness. Why are we so different? Different? Yeah, we're completely different. We look different, we act different, we talk different, we barely have anything in common. What do you expect? We grew up in different situations. That's exactly right, and you hate me for it. Yuki realized Misa's tone had been growing more firm. Did you want us to be more alike? Yeah. Why? Because we're sisters. Half sisters, Misaha. So? What do you want? What do you mean, so? I'm trying to sever even that. I'm trying to destroy the one thing we share, our biological father. The one thing? You said to yourself, we have nothing in common. I like talking, you're the silent type. I'm realistic, you're idealistic. What else do you think we share? One mustn't forget to mention that Yuki is an illegitimate child where Misaha was born into the proper family. There was a distant gap there. I'll try to act like you in public. I put on a show of pride. Yuki laughed involuntarily. How silly. You can't fool people by pretending to be someone else. Yeah, it was stupid. I won't do it from now on. Do you honestly believe this from now on of yours? How exactly do you imagine your future will play out after I kill your father? Yuki reprimanded Misaha harshly with her tone, and her sister felt silent. Misaha's fingers twitched faintly. She was getting cold feet. Yuki sighed and looked at her knees for a moment. As she suspected, this girl wouldn't be able to commit a crime. And Yuki would never be able to hurt her, the innocent child that she is. Try to think things through next time, Mizuha. Huh? I don't want to hear it. You shouldn't offer the help if you won't be able to deliver. But I was serious. It's fine. You cheered me up quite a bit. You couldn't just sit by and watch me be upset, could you? I was serious. I want to help you. Oh, don't bother. You know lies don't work on me, don't you? At that moment, a loud rapping echo resounded from the warehouse door. Hey, Yuki, open up. It was followed shortly by the voice of her mother's murderer.
Here we go.
Oh!
Director Shiratori shouted at the walls of the warehouse. He intends to become a hostage of his own volition. Are you sure you want to do this, sir? I talked briefly with him as I waited beside him. You might just be killed on the spot. You good?
Yeah, I'm just housemate sent a message. Keep going.
It's your line.
Then what should I do? Just keep quiet while my daughter gets hurt?
You're a good father. Now that I've had a moment to look at him, I've realized he actually looks quite villainous. His sly, Vulpine face was actually hideously warped. He's almost as tall as Gonzo. No wonder, being Tokida's father, but at the moment, he looked withered and small. Tokida's voice came to us via Yusami's cell phone.
We're about to open the door. If you try to get tricksy, Mizuha will die. Did you get that, Haru? Cut it out already, Yuki. What are you talking about? This is the best part. I'm asking you to put an end to this. What? Come out of here. Come out of there.
Oh boy.
Oh, for goodness sake, you're useless. Kyousuke, you can hear me, can't you?
Yeah?
Right now, I've nailed Mizuha's throat. You know what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah. If you open the door and we come charging in, you'll do her in.
Well then, shall we?
I looked at the director. He nodded from in front of the door.
I'm opening it.
Hold on to your butts.
Wait, Yuki.
Yusami butted in once again.
Give us a little bit more time, I swear, just a little bit. You think you could do that for us? Why? Please. Think for a reason. Second, Haru, I've got no reason to grant your request. Then the deal is off. You'll never get the director. Give me a second.
Hung up on Tokita and stood in front of the warehouse door. You figured something out, haven't you? Haven't you? Because she said something was wrong. We saw what it was inside the warehouse there, but she's been pondering it over while they've been inside. And we found out what was going on in there. Yusami's likely been pondering this the entire time they've been working things out in there. It's all coming to a head. I've got to see what happens when they finally interact, when this finally comes to a head. God. This is one of the longest and most tense nights of the entire game up to this point. Like, bar none. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it ends. If she's trying to find somebody who will reason with her and get her what she wants. Because we know based on what we've seen, she probably doesn't have a nail to Mizuha's throat. She's bluffing again. She's trying to get into Haru's head. She's trying to get into Usami Haru's head. Oh my god. This music, man. I'll never understand the people I have come across that have dunked on this game. It's like, I don't get it. I do not get it at all. Like, if you're not into the music, sure, but my god.
Kaylin's pissed off, but at the moment, I'm in it to win it. Let's go.
Alright. Usami is in front of the warehouse door now.
I've got about an hour.
Alright.
Hey,
Unless
get
that's
out of the
somehow
way.
not enough. Move, Usami. I don't really care what happens anymore. I'm not Tokita or Shiratori's friend, and I'm definitely not a cop. Why do I have to go out on a limb for this? Why in hell did I end up calling in Sonoyama men?
Look, I need you to hold on a second. There's no proof that Yuki ever harmed Mizuha.
You saw the picture, didn't you? Why was Shiratori bleeding if Tokita didn't cut her?
I don't know, but it's possible Mizuha is cooperating with Yuki.
I realized that, but who on earth would go so far as to cut themselves?
You can't say for sure that she didn't, though.
People like that only exist in fiction. You're grasping at straws that you can keep trusting Tokita for some bizarre reason.
My bizarre reason are beside the point right now. I just want to hold out a little longer.
You heard her. Sir, what do you think?
Sami-kun, right? I understand you're Yuki's friend, but who are you really? That's beside the point right now. Anyway, sir, the second you go in there, we're finished.
Usami's cell phone rings again. However, she showed no desire to answer it. Without Tokita's orders, the director wouldn't be able to enter the warehouse. Oh, for Christ's sake, just do whatever the hell you want. I jerked my chin at the director. It's not like waiting around for this Katakura guy will hurt anything.
But Yuki ordered me to go in there right now.
I shrugged and waved him away. Oh, come on. She's not gonna kill her if you don't go in there right this instant. That would be utterly stupid. Even if she tried, worst case scenario, we break the window and rush in. It's not my problem that Shiratori's life is in danger. Still, Usami.
Yes?
You may have pissed off our culprit, but am I right in assuming that this is part of some strategy? And now I'm getting the silent treatment. Great. And back in we go.
What in God's name is she doing? Dokita, you called Haru twice, but neither call was answered. What's going on? Misa's fear got the best of her and she decided to ask directly. They have no intention of handing over the director. This is flipping ridiculous. You just ignores a call from a hostage taker like that. If I was crazy, you'd be long dead by now. You aren't crazy. You don't have to reassure me about that. You've always been so kind to me. You feel bad about Mr. Noriko, don't you? You don't want to drag innocent people into this. But Yuki did drag people into it. Desperate time calls for desperate measures, and one never knows how far they'll go until they live the situation themselves.
Yep.
Should I cut myself again? No, she answered immediately. That would just look even more suspicious. Maybe. More importantly, Yuki didn't want us to have to see her sister's blood. Do you think Haru knows I cut myself on purpose? Even if she suspects it, she can't be absolutely sure, otherwise they'd be charging in here right now. The precariousness of the situation weighed on Yuki's mind. The greatest weakness of her position was the poor choice of hostage. As it stood, a proper negotiation was out of the question. Nevertheless, Haru should be out of options. For now, at least. Think you should try calling again? Mizo was cooperative with Yuki to the bitter end. Yuki shook her head. No, I'll wait until they call me.
We are at a stalemate, it would seem.
When that happens, Haru will have prepared some sort of scheme. There goes my advantage.
Yep, the position is changing. The stalemate continued for 30 minutes. Yep, a lot of repositioning. Sami just stared firmly at the warehouse with her arms folded the whole time. The director must have smoked through a whole pack of cigarettes in agitation. Eventually, an unfamiliar luxury car pulled over, its engine roaring loudly. Director Shiratori greeted the man who stepped out of the driver's seat. Katakura had finally arrived. He was a short man. The director briefed him on the situation, looking sharply downward into his eyes. Katakura's small hands moved about restlessly as he did so. He wore thin glasses, as if to hide the brutal glow radiating from the eyes beneath them. Will Aichi be like that when he gets older? Nah, Katakura looks a lot slyer than Aichi could ever be. What's up, Usami? Just standing around waiting for the sunrise? Your cell battery must be almost dead by now. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Usami nodded, slipping in a glance at the director and Katakura.
About time we end this.
Her gaze pierced through me.
You still think I'm some sort of hero of justice, don't you?
Sure. Though to be honest, I wish you'd stop waving that annoying justice around all the time.
I don't mean to do that.
Is that so?
In any case, once you hear my plan, you might have to revise that opinion.
You mean I won't think you're a hero of justice anymore?
Yep, truth is, this will be a despicable act. I wish I could avoid what I'm about to do, but I don't think of any other way.
Man, talk about a hook. You've got me interested now.
It'll be a gamble, even if I succeed. It won't guarantee Yuki's surrender. That's quite shameful to admit, but it has to be said.
Cut the hype and spill it already. Sami paused in hesitation, and then continued.
I have a favor to ask first, Azai-san.
What?
Could you please help Yuki?
Help her? What is she going on about now? Define help. You mean you want me to capture her and hand her over to the police? Or do you want me to kill her old man for her?
I was hoping something in between there. No deaths, no arrest.
So a fairy tale happy ending? I guess I don't really want to explain this to the cops either.
I realize this has never had anything to do with you, by the way. Thanks for being here so far.
Uh-huh. What am I supposed to do now?
Do you think you could help me out? One last time? I think this is a choice.
It feels like it is.
Please?
To be honest, if I stopped here, I'd probably have a hard time sleeping at night. The girl knows something about Mao. Tell you what, I won't leave until I get that story out of her. I think it would make a pretty nice gift for Gonzo.
Thank you.
Let's just cut to this dirty plan of yours. I've known you for too long. I'm used to your dramatics.
It makes me very happy to hear that.
God, this girl is disgusting.
I still believe in Yuki. I don't think she'll actually harm any innocent people, especially not Mizuha. I think she might even spare the director if it comes down to it.
You do?
That was the spark that inspired this plan. Not only will it be extremely dangerous, but it will be completely out of harm's way despite the Mark being the mastermind. It's completely unfair to me, I know, but...
Sami raised a finger and continued. Wow. Her ploy really was a monstrously risky gamble. Back in we go.
At long last, the phone rang. It was Haru. Yuki, bracing herself against whatever trap Haru had set for her, answered the call. My patience was wearing thin. Sorry, I needed some time to sort out my emotions. Oh, please don't give me that. Would you mind hurrying it up and sending the director in here? Well... The director's voice butted in. I'm waiting outside, open up. Any complaints this time, Haru? No, we decided it couldn't be helped. Sounds like an act. Still, Yuki had to wait and see how things proceeded. Glad you're seeing. Come on in then. I'll open the door at any moment. Yuki ended the call and walked to the warehouse's entrance. Nissan, what should I do? You aren't needed anymore. Once the director comes in, I'll release you. No. Misa shook her head obstinately.
Obstinately.
Obstinately, okay. Big words. I have been doing this for 6 hours.
Yep, and we're still struggling with big words. 6.5 hours,
Said I wanted
actually.
to help you. Fucking hell. Why? This is your longest stream in ages.
Oh, for sure. At least since my last Killing Floor 2 high round.
But
I did
as
a
a visual
fucking
novel stream
long-ass
trumps
one.
it.
Oh yeah, this is probably the longest since I did the DDLC Plus 12-hour stream.
Okay, hold on.
Normally it'd be about 10 minutes or so before I'd be signing off, but I have no intention of doing that while we're still here on this day.
Yep, we are.
Oh my god.
This has gotten too much. The devil on G string.
I am invested.
It really has a kicker.
I will not stop until we see this day through.
Like, I only played through Chapter 1 of The Devil on G String. Like, to think that Chapter 1 led to this.
Yeah, Chapter 1 was so fucking tame compared to this.
Fucking hell.
Things have escalated so far from that point.
Fucking hell, it's mastered pacing, though.
Absolutely.
Let us gently, like, get used to all these characters and then threw us in the fucking wind.
Yeah.
Like, this would not have hit so hard if we... This would never have hit so hard if we never played Shiratori's route.
No.
Fuck. It warmed her heart somehow. Anyway, I'm not moving from this spot. Yuki turned again and went for the door, ignoring Mizuha as she stubbornly plopped herself on the ground.
Here we go. Immediately thereafter, I heard the sound of a latch being unlocked. The door slid open horizontally, and moonlight poured into the warehouse.
I'm in.
Tokita peeked out, letting only her face show, and gestured the director to come in. It would probably be dangerous to just jump in and rush Tokita. She might be holding nailed to Shiratori's throat behind the door, out of sight. The director walked in with fear written all over his face.
Bye, I'll call you again later.
Tokita all but laughed as she quickly shut the door. In the end, this really was our only choice. Usami silently watched over the situation's development.
What was Haru's objective? Yuki carefully invited the director into the warehouse. Help, Dad, I don't want to die. A voice called out from a spot on the floor behind Yuki. Mizo was still managing to act her role. She sat on the ground with her arms behind her back, pretending to be tied up. After seeing that scene, the director gave up all those sorts of resistance. Put your hands up. Any trinks and you know what will happen, right? Listen to her, please.
Oh boy.
What the fuck are they thinking?
Yeah, where are they
His
going
worn,
with this?
his worn middle-aged hands were oozing with sweat.
Mm-hmm.
Has Katakura come? Yeah, he arrived just a little while ago. He's next then. Yuki picked up a nearby crowbar.
Oh boy.
Well, if you have any last words, now's the time to say them. I'm sorry. I feel bad what I did to Masami. Yuki's mother's scarce sacred name came out of the man's filthy lips. It sounded to her ears as if he had spoiled it. Oh, well, aren't we quite meek today? What happened to that arrogance in your last apology? I regretted not being able to attend the funeral. Let me guess, work? Yeah, I was really busy. So busy you couldn't even come to pay respects, huh? Yuki mocked her as her hatred erupted. But you had plenty of time to take bribes. The director flinched. Wait. What will you gain by killing me? There was a sly look in his eye. Think about this, Yuki. I know I'm not a model citizen, but is this really worth it to throw your life away over a person like me? You've got a point. I thought about that a lot. Every time I daydreamed about wringing your pathetic little neck, that thought tugged at my sleeve. You killed my mother, you never were convicted of a crime. Why should I have to be the one to go to prison? Exactly. Calm down and rethink this. Relieved look in his face tingled Yuki's sadistic heart. But after I realized I just couldn't flee this country afterwards, those daydreams were never interrupted again. Her discussions with the Mao's accomplices had revealed an escape route to her. There was a smuggling boat which made regular trips between Japan's west coast and the Korean peninsula. Fleeing the wretched eyes of the state would be extremely difficult, but not impossible. Covering her backside after this incident wouldn't be all that hard. Yuki's largest concern lied elsewhere. Mizuha. She had been tricked, and despite being taken hostage, she still loved Yuki as a sister.
Mm-hmm.
Could she really live as herself as she turned that kind-hearted girl into the sister of a murderer? Society was plenty cold enough to the Shiratori household without a case of patricide. Yuki wouldn't be the only one here throwing her life away. Please, Yuki. A pleading insect could never induce hesitation in Yuki. However, Yuki thought back on her painful memories with her mother. She had coughed blood up until she died, all the while cursing the name of the man who told her to go die in the cold. Yuki placed her mother's suffering and her concern for Mizuha on scales, anguishing over her inevitable decision. If she had known it, it wouldn't have turned out like this. She would have stayed away from Mizuha. Torrential guilt washed over her. The insectoid man before her seemed to be kind toward Mizuha, at least. That's what made him enter the warehouse, despite knowing the danger to himself. As she kills the man, Mizuha will no doubt grieve for him. Yuki's hateful adversary was, in the end, Mizuha's beloved father. She looked down once more at Mizuha. She was a waving river of sadness that grew deeper by the moment. The one threatening to burst the upstream dam, to bring tears of grief into the ever-smiling eyes of the Mizuha and her memories, was none other than Yuki herself. Would it be acceptable for her to rob this girl of her father? I ought to stop this, Yuki clearly thought. No. She idly glanced at Director Shiratori. Did the music stop?
It did.
Fuck. She had barely caught a glimpse of him reaching for his pocket. The glimpse proved enough to allow her to avoid the attack by a hair's width.
I stood next to Usami,
yeah.
watching over the warehouse with bated breath. Here we go. Let the final battle begin. What do you think, Usami?
About what?
What's going on in there? Aren't you worried about things going sour?
Of course. But all we can do is wait for the news.
This is a pretty drastic measure for you. I mean, I guess that means it might catch Tokita off guard, but still.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Sparks flew before her eyes. There was a static pop like the sound of a discharging bug zapper as it killed a nearby moth. Director's hand closed in on her again. A black object, most likely some sort of taser, shot at Yuki's face. She leaped to the side in a frantic second dodge. The rumbling roar of electricity rolled past her as she reoriented herself in the battle. Yuki held the crowbar as she still gripped the assailant. She put some distance between herself and the surprise attack. After gaining some ground to think carefully, Yuki scanned her surroundings for anything that could be used as a weapon. "I've done it now," she mumbled between rough, distracted pants. That comment was directed at Haru. Yuki never expected he would try to use the hostage to take her down. As Yuki eyed her opponent, he realized his submissive aura had entirely disappeared. Director Shiratori was now grinning like a madman. "You turned out just as goddamn insolent as your mother." He drew one step nearer. "You've been planning on attacking me ever since I asked you to swap for Mizuha. I'd do anything for my daughter." How can you say it with such a straight face? She had been careless. She looked down at her haggard attacker. I knew something was odd. You were brought here expecting a swap, but you never once demanded that I release Mizuha. Now that she critically analyzes the memory director's entrance, she should have known this was coming. His eyes held some sort of plan, and his lips stiff with fear, were smeared with lies. "I never heard Mizuha say anything bad about you, so I'll let my guard down. Not that I heard anything good about you either." Mizuha was too sweet to speak up, so she had likely been sitting on her dissatisfaction for years. "But I'll be damned if you don't have one heck of a poker face."
Uh-huh.
The director laughed. "You gotta be able to lie convincingly if you want to keep the police off your back." He had managed to avoid prosecution from the recent bribery scandal after all. Used those same sly tricks to accuse my mother of a crime she didn't commit and throw us out of the house, didn't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. All I can say is we were able to buy some company and vacation property and put up a summer house there the year Masami left. Maybe I should visit her grave and thank her for that.
Damn, boy! Wow! Ruthless!
Don't call it company property, that's a private villa, isn't it? It hadn't taken a genius to figure out that the money her mother supposedly embezzled had ended up in the director's pocket. Don't you have one ounce of shame? A woman who takes hostages has no right to lecture me, but I won't make excuses. You children wouldn't understand the difficulties of corporate management, so I won't waste time on them. You better get off that soapbox this instant, you disgusting hog of a man. I'm just trying to keep my role as a simple bad guy to my daughters. I do this out of love for you two. Would you rather hear the whole story? No thanks. Yuki knew that her biological father was also an illegitimate child. He'd always hated his parents and used such a drive to build a company from the ground up with nothing but the clothes on his back. You're always a smart girl, Yuki. The second I heard you were coming back to town, I knew I wouldn't be getting off easily. That's why I don't mind giving you the 5 million yen your man demanded at the school. Thanks, Dad. But murder is the wrong way to go about this. Revenge is something that needs to be taken in a matter that the law can overlook. Those few words perfectly defined director Shiratori. He wasn't a greedy, middle-aged buffoon scared half to death of the police's and the media's hounding.
Nope.
Neither he was a kind father, worried about his beloved Misaha. He was a selfish, arrogant incarnation of evil. Now give up already. Let's get out of here. I won't hand you over to the police. I couldn't stand to see my daughter in prison. Don't lie to me, you sack of filth. What, you couldn't stand to see another Shiratori scandal, isn't that right? Yuki's old curiosity idly wondered how a man with no sense of right or wrong became so powerful in society. Come here. Took another step for a taser brandished and ready. There was nowhere left to run. Yuki's back pressed against a crate. The tart covering it, crinkling as she tried to retreat further. Then, her eyes shot wide open. Stop it! Misaha screamed.
Misaha, what did you do?
She had jumped out from behind a crate. She desperately clung to the director's arm from behind him. After a short struggle, the black weapon in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. The powerful device which had given the director brash confidence was now on the floor. He roared and thrashed, shaking Misaha off in the process. However, Yuki was already holding the director by the collar. Cool air rushed past her flushed face. Her flawless shoulder throat hurled the director quite a ways. His spine hit the concrete floor hard.
Oh!
He fainted in agony, his mouth hanging open from the pain of the impact. Yuki caught her breath and looked down at her father, crumpled on the floor like a caterpillar. I've changed my mind. I think I really will kill you. Nissan. Sorry, Misaha. We all partially to blame. You were the one who allowed your father to go unpunished. Guilt tore Yuki's heart as she spoke. She knew Misaha had no hand in these events, but Yuki was powerless to halt what had already been put in motion. Urged forward by her overwhelming hate, Yuki tied the director's arms behind him with a nearby rope. If you really think about it, we're not really sisters. Huh? Legally, I mean, it would be liable for me to call your murderer's sister. I was just confused. There was nothing to worry about. What are you talking about? Of course we're sisters. Stop with that. We're practically strangers. I'm grateful for your help, but this is the end. Yuki picked up the long, narrow nail she had mentioned and crouched at the director's side.
Oh.
Now talk. Yuki's expression must have been drenched in cruelty as the director's face quickly filled with an unmistakable fear. You ordered Katakura to set fire to the house, didn't you? Yuki's rage dragged her mind back to the night her house burst into flames. The floor and walls lit at the young Yuki with a blazing red heat. Her mother fought against the time and unconquerable illness to stand up, lift the half-asleep Yuki and jump out the window. Yuki cried in her mother's scorched arms. I said talk. Talk or I'll kill you. She thrust an nail into the director's neck. He promptly confessed through frantic breaths. Right, I ordered it. Katakura was in a bit of money trouble and I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. But I swear, I never told him to set fire to the house, I swear. The devil in Yuki's heart gorged on her wrath. Then why was the house burned down? Please, it's the truth, he said, his tears and saliva splattering across the room. Katsukura did it of his own accord, you gotta believe me. Nisan! Shut up! Words could no longer reach Yuki. Nor could her consideration of Misaha or guilt towards Haru. Even her gratitude to the love of her foster father blew away in the storm of rage within her. that fierce wind overwhelming from Yuki until all that remained was an empty shell, one waiting for the awakened demon within her to fill the vacancy of her vast fleeing soul left behind. Yuki punched the director in the face. After shaking his tears and saliva off her hand, she picked up her phone. There's another person I have to kill. The call was answered quickly. So hold up, Yuki. Were you gonna release Misa after we handed over the director? What a smartass. After giving the director that dangerous weapon, she had nerve to act so innocent. Yuki laughed. Haru was a hypocrite after all. We ran into a bit of trouble in here, but rest assured I have no need for Mizuha anymore. Despite her voice with still dripped of flames of adrenaline, Yuki's mind was as cool as ice. I hear you've got Katakura out there waiting for me. Would you mind ushering him inside? Oh, I see you refuse. Well, say goodbye to this sack of shit in here. Yuki feared she might actually kill him on the spot, unconcerned about the consequences. Calm down, Yuki, I'll do it. Katakura-san's on his way now. No dirty tricks this time, Haru. My patience has its limits and you're testing. Yeah. Yuki stood at the warehouse's entrance once more. I'm opening the door. Perhaps Yuki's anger had robbed her of her cool. She realized that she was about to open the door without bringing a hostage as a shield. What if they rush in as soon as I open the door? However, it was needless worry. The sea breeze flew in. A short man, not an arm's length away from her. He wore a suit and thin glasses. You're Katakura? That's right. Yuki immediately pulled the man to her chest using her right arm. Her left hand wielded the nail. The moment she pushed a nail against Katakura's neck, a voice rang out against her.
I shouted the second Tokita reached out for the man at the door. Now you saw me! This was their best chance, seeing as Tokita had defenselessly opened the door.
Right.
I held the warehouse door open to keep her from shutting it.
What do you think you're doing?
Tokita's eyes opened wide. She wrapped her arm around her new hostage's neck from behind, holding him as a human shield. Her left hand held a glittering long nail. She began a slow retreat. I waved my hand, signaling the Sonayama recruits to advance. They rushed into the warehouse after Usami and Tokita. As I ducked in after the last of our raiding team entered the warehouse, I noticed a few cars in the distance heading this way. Here we go.
See this now? If you come close, I'll kill Katakura. Yakuza men ignored Yuki's warning as they charged into the warehouse one after another. They kept a distance about 5 yards from Yuki. They had her surrounded, forming a semicircle around her as she was backed against the wall. Each one of them teemed with rage and exuded enough overwhelming force for Yuki to smell it. She addressed the leader of the pact, her old friend. Have you gone insane, Haru? Yeah, this was a last resort. The hell were you thinking? Just put your mind to use for a second. Don't you see what's going on? Nothing's changed. Yuki forced stare at a composed smile. I have a hostage. I can kill him at any moment. To be honest, even with the impending threat, this situation was far more favourable than when Mizuha was our only hostage. The man squirming her eyes, and Monko Katakura was despicable enough to warrant at least 2 bloody deaths.
Heh.
Calm down, Yuki. I'm perfectly calm.
Sure you are.
Indeed. You could take this man's life without so much of a quivering fingertip right now. Please, I'm begging you. Stop all these revenge games. I love you, Yuki. If you loved me, why didn't you tell me about the Mao? I'm sorry. I thought bringing him up for no reason would have caused more problems than it solved. Well, it's sweet, though. Too bad it prevented us from truly understanding each other. Yuki's arm was tightened around Katakura's neck. She used excessive force for such a small hostage. Madness fueled her strength to heroic demonic proportions. She glanced at the director on the floor. You really screwed yourself over this time, Haru. What? I was considering giving up my revenge at one point thanks to Mizuha. Mizuha stood alone, dumbfounded. She was obviously failing to comprehend the current situation. She'd gone through enough, seeing as her father was a degenerate piece of trash. Turning out to be the sister of a murderer would just be too cruel. In a stark contrast, Yuki's conscience was silent. Fuck off. Alright. All blame laid with Haru. If you hadn't seen the director to him, we could have gone with a nice happy ending. Good going, hero. Haru's furious face grew grave. She looked over the director with a narrowed eye full of anger. It's too late for regrets, Haru. Fine, you can hold me hostage instead. Don't be ridiculous. I might be disappointed for you, but I have no reason to kill you. Is that so? Hostages aren't worth a dime if there's no believable threat to their lives. Yuki stated the obvious. There's no reason to put up with Haru's begging any longer. Now step aside. You prepared me a car, right? Yuki. What? Do you intend on catching me even if there's Katakura gets killed in the process? Let me make something crystal clear. If I see anything funny, I'll kill him on the spot without the slightest hesitation. Nevertheless, Haru refused to stand down. I'll say this as many times. Let him go. I won't let you kill someone. But give it up already. Yuki sighed, and suddenly felt something felt amiss about this situation. Haru's behavior was odd. She was standing tall, staring straight at her opponent. Yeah, her opponent is a very typical attitude when faced with defeat.
Yup. She's thinking, what does Haru know that she doesn't?
But why? Why was she bluffing? Yuki felt she could read Haru flawlessly after the time they spent together. Yet so much confusion and discomfort, Haru'd show no signs of lying. How on earth did she plan on turning this situation around? Yuki attempted to calm and cool her mind as it raged in a storm of madness. Wait a second. She forced. She focused on the men surrounding her. Each of them bore a malevolent air. They looked as though they might pounce at any second. Oh. Wait, what are they waiting for? Yuki now reflexively took a look at the back of Katakura's head. That isn't Katakura-san, Haru declared.
The bait and switch.
It's a member of the Stony Armor Group. I asked Zai-san to propose this plan to his men. Yuki had no time to be dumbfounded. Less, her usual talkative mouth refused to move.
The final trump card.
That's why the Yakuza had hesitated. Katakura's life was on the line. There would be no reason the men would restrain themselves. They kept their back because the hostage was one of their own. Look, I got a family. Cut me some slack, would you, babe? Yuki's hostage image thought was spoken in a thick dialect of the underworld. All Yuki could do was mindlessly stare at Haru. I'd say he isn't worth a dime as a hostage. What about you, Yuki?
Damn, bro. By the way, Tokita.
Right, after this, I really gotta go.
Yeah. Isami didn't order the director to attack you.
What?
The director keeps a taser on him at all times. Shiratori told me about it when we had dinner together the day before yesterday. The guy's pretty shady all around, if you ask me. I had interpreted Tokida's sarcasm earlier to mean the director launched a surprise attack against her. That was an unbelievably stupid move.
Alright, Yuki, time to let go of that man. You're smart enough to realize, but I'll say this, killing that man will solve nothing.
It was quite a dirty trick for Usami. Its outcome depended on Tokida's mental state. If we were less than careful, or even just unlucky, our stand-in might have been killed. He might be unrelated to Tokida's revenge, but he's still a hostage. As Usami said, there's no guarantee that Tokida will surrender now.
What will you do if I decided no qualms about killing people who have nothing to do with it?
Tokida knew as well as I did that Usami believed in her.
You couldn't do something like that.
Usami declared that belief with conviction, and Tokida flinched and looked away in response.
What if I decided to run away with this man as my hostage?
This time I responded. How exactly do you intend to do that? Are you planning on driving out of here? There's no way a piddly little nail could keep one of our men docile, let alone while the person holding it is watching the road.
Indeed, I'm clearly at a disadvantage.
Yep, I could tell Tokida's grip on the man had loosened a bit. Can we just appreciate
really,
that we
at
are
this
at the
point?
7-hour mark?
Yeah. At this point, I have to go.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is a decent point to cut it off, don't you think?
Feels like we're right at the end of this.
Yeah.
Tokida let go of the hostage and stood still for a moment, dazed. The nail she had threatened to use as a weapon fell to the ground.
Yeah. Anyway, like, I have to leave. Like,
Alright. Suppose we will pick up here next time. Let's see. I'm gonna go to here for chapter 4. Let's see. We've got our decisions there. And I guess we'll go there. Man, what an episode.
What a fucking episode, man.
Oh, man.
Anyway, I've got to go. I know this will end this here, but you guys have been great. Thank you we got to really continue this off, man. We've left this on a 2. This has been intense.
Oh, yeah, we got to pick this up again soon.
Yeah. Alright, soon, man.
Yep, cheers, mate. That's gonna be it for me tonight. So, thank you all for watching. And until next time, take care.